Okay, we're back. How are we, people? Hope you're all well. We're back here for Kirby Carpenter, Jeffrey Spence trial. Yes, please hit the like on the way in as well, please. Thank you very much. Right, I know some of you were asking. You are in the right place, KD. Here we go. So I'll just tell you some of the background of this case because some of you don't remember it maybe. Hey, hippie chick, how are you, my darling? Hope you're doing well. I've not seen Hawaii. It's just too late at night for me, Lady Di. It's just too late. Do you know what I mean? Because it's like, yeah, there's a lot. So it says day 2. Was it just openings day 1? No, there was also one witness, I believe. So one witness, I believe, as well. But we don't know because no one streamed it. So, hey, Sass, yes, we're going to cover this trial. It's a retrial. We'll get back to the other one another time, you know. There you go. They're on like day 4 or 5. Like they've been going for a while. I've just watched okay. Might watch it next week if we've got nothing else on. But anyway, let's get to this quickly. Kirby Carpenter's murdered in Mississippi in late 2022, and his girlfriend, Caitlin Spence, so this is Caitlin, along with her parents, has been charged in connection with the crime. Kirby Carpenter was a 36-year-old businessman and dealer in precious metals, was found shot to death outside his home in Tipper County, Mississippi on December 2nd, 2022. Authorities believe he was murdered on November 30th, shortly after returning from a grocery trip. His body was discovered behind his garbage several days later. Involvement of Caitlin Spence and her parents. So Caitlin Spence, Carpenter's girlfriend, and her parents, Jeffrey and Karen Spence, were arrested in connection with his murder. Caitlin was charged with capital murder, while her parents were implicated in the crime. Reports suggest that Caitlin may have had financial motives related to Carpenter's assets. In April 2025, Caitlin Spence pled guilty to lesser charges of accessory to murder after the fact as part of a plea agreement, which requires her to testify against her parents. This plea deal came after she initially was indicted on capital murder charges. The Spences had been living with Carpenter and his family for several months before the murder, complicating the dynamics of the case. The Spences were denied bail during their hearings, and they face serious charges, including capital murder and conspiracy. Caitlin's plea agreement indicates that she will provide testimony that could be crucial in the ongoing legal proceedings against the parents. Conclusion: the murder of Kirby Carpenter remains a complex case with ongoing legal ramifications. The involvement of Caitlin Spence and her parents adds layers of intrigue. So her mother as well, Karen, agreed to a plea deal as well before the trial. So just to show you who they are. So obviously this is Jeffrey and this is Karen. And this was Kirby as well. Kirby Carpenter who died. So there you go. That is essentially everything about it. So was it right, Tinsley Lloyd? Nice to see you, bud. I covered this the first time. You know, I remember I was thinking at the time, going, "There's not much evidence." So Kirby is Caitlin's husband, and Karen and Jeffrey was his in-laws essentially. So Let me make it. And then what I'll do is I'll put that there. So we did cover this. The first trial was it lasted 4 days. This is Mississippi. Tinsley, Mississippi. So what I'm going to do as well, bear with me, I'm going to message Mexi because this is Mexi's main trial. So just remember, day one has already been done. And, you know, I think he's the main investigator and stuff like that. I know we've missed day one, but you from Mississippi? Happy days. There you go. That's good to know because it's different, obviously. Oh, sorry. So you were asking, sorry, what county? Sorry, I misunderstood you. I thought you said what state. Sorry. Hang on. Let me see if I can find that out for you. Sorry, my bad. See, I'm British. It's been held in Calhoun County, Mississippi. Let me put that in the chat for you, Tinsley. Calhoun. Hello, lovely. And it's back in. So his first trial, again, this has no relevance to me, was held in Pontotoc County. Oh, there you go. Yeah, so you had it. Yeah, so it's retrial is in Calhoun County. So it's in this county here. So there you go. You're ahead of me. Okay, hang on. So yesterday, the jury began hearing testimony in the retrial of a Virginia man accused of killing his daughters. So his daughter, not husband, sorry. Daughter's boyfriend in Tipper County in late 2022. So there you go. Just trying to see if there's anything else. There's not. Morning, Hack. Okay. There you go. See, it's good to have local knowledge there as well. Happy days. Thank you, Tinsley, though. Right, I need to do this then. No worries, Sasma. See you later, my darling. So I have to play this. So yesterday, there was no stream. So we figured it out. There's only a live link to the pool camera, which this is the pool camera. So after it finishes every day, obviously I can't rewind or do anything. So I was watching for this yesterday and I couldn't play it. So it's live and still working today. So I'm going to use it and play it live because no one else seems to be playing it. So I want to put it on record because, you know, I think it's the right thing to do to play it. So that's why I went to the. And yeah, I'm over it as well. Lady Di is over it as well. I'd say we might play it at another time, but for now, I'm over it as well. So, and then after today, then it'll be later today. I'll play the Kelsey Fitzsimmons one at 1.5 then later today after this finishes, but probably be quite late. So if people prefer to watch that live, then go watch it live. but I won't be playing that until this is done. So yeah. Move this out the way. So I've seen them moving it today. I'd like to say, just a reminder to everyone, I can't do anything. I'm in the control of this. I can't rewind. I can't, like, I can pause it, but then, you know, I can't. Once I press play again, it skips everything to live. So this is a live stream. Once it's on, I'm going to take myself off. But just a reminder, I have to leave for about 40 minutes, 45 minutes to go and pick my nieces up in a little bit as well. So that's the judge. So there's no news on it live, so we don't know what's going on. Thank you, Erin. I'd say I got to pick my nieces up from school. It'll probably take me about 40 minutes. But because this is live, it's just playing through. So when the brakes are on, the brakes are on. You know, I can't do anything. So I'm just gonna play this live anyway. So it shouldn't be more than about 4 days. Again, I imagine. Last trial was 4 days, and that included the verdict and everything. Hey, we're glad to have you here as well, Jen. Thank you, darling. So the daughter did, yes. Caitlin did. That was part of her agreement. The wife didn't, no. The wife didn't. Thank you, Tinsley. I thought so. That's why it's a bit strange I went live. But it's fine. I'll keep it playing live, do you know what I mean? So if they do come back, they come back, do you know what I mean? So they start, whenever they start, we're starting. So, but it makes sense. It is central, you're right. So, but anyway, we just wanted to go live to make sure that they was playing. No, the wife didn't. She took a plea deal, but you know she has spouse immunity, doesn't have to testify unless she wants to. Obviously, I don't think she did. But her daughter had to testify because of her plea deal. I text Bexy as well. Bexy knows all about this case. She's the whole reason that we streamed this in the first place. I do remember last time after the first trial, I did think, is that it? Thinking there must be more. Is that it? So we'll see what the prosecutors bring this time, if they bring more this time. But last time, just a reminder, it was a hung jury, 6 and 6, 6 guilty, 6 not guilty. So yeah, this trial, so there were over 200 people, jurors, potential jurors, and they sat them in one day. So there's over 200 potential jurors, and I do not know how many alternates there are in this one. I know there's 12 jurors. I do not know the makeup of them or anything. So James, there's not. No. That's why I'm doing this live. So that we got a copy of day two. There's not for the day one, unfortunately. I don't know why they do that. It's very unfortunate how they do this. Thank you, Erin. Um, how they're able to just have a pool camera in there and decide not to stream it. Very disappointing to see that. So that's why I have postponed my other trial to cover this, because if I don't do it, I don't think anyone else is going to do it. So hopefully we have the rest of the days. So if people want to watch in other days, they can, because we all missing out on day one. I do know that they did start late. They'd had open statements, and I believe is the lead investigator who was on the stand. So I shouldn't say lead investigator. I should say there was an officer on the stand. So yeah. No, I know, James, and that's where I would have watched it. Do you mean? So, in all honesty, I'll be very honest with you, James. This is a link. This is what my frustration is, James. Right? This is a link from Law and Crime. This is their stream. Well, it's not their stream. This is their. There's a camera in court streaming this, and why don't they just put this on? I don't understand it. Because if they put it on, then we can rewind, we can stop, whatever needs to be done. Now I can't do any of that stuff. So, well, if you're on replay, you can do that on my stream now. Do you know what I mean? But I can't do it with this live stream. So, Cox, two cocks fighting. Some people like to watch. Lol. How's it hanging to the left today? Welcome to Chappy Media. I know. I just hope this link works for the rest of the days. You know. I just don't understand why they. If you got a camera in there, why didn't you just play it? You know, I think it's much better. But hey, who am I to say what they should and shouldn't do? You know, none of my business. But yeah, welcome to El Chappy Media. We got you covered. As I say, I'm not going to be on screen when this is played. Playing Dan Abrams. Yeah, they've cut so many stuff, haven't they? But my reasoning is I don't get it, because the camera's there. So all they need to do is go on StreamYard and set it up and just leave it. So that's what I'm going to do anyway. I'm going to play it and leave it. Do you know what I mean? And leave it up all day then. And as I say, the Kelsey Fitzsimmons stuff I will play. So it's going to be a long day today for me. Long day today. But because I love some of you, not all of you, I will do this. I'm Central Time, so that means a later, what's that going to be, 5 o'clock finish? 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So it'll be 10 o'clock my time. So Kelsey's one will be probably 3 hours maybe. So 1 a.m.'s finish. I got to get up at 8 a.m. Okay. That's fine. First world problems. Chappy Rebel Media. Can you imagine? Can you imagine? Well, it looks like they're not start. Yeah, probably start like Lindsley Law said. 9 o'clock probably. Okay, that's absolutely fine. Or watch your replay or whatever you want, my darling. Just it's all good. I know that you're watching Kelsey, so go watch Kelsey's if you need to. As I say, I'll be playing tonight, but I know a lot of you are interested in it. And maybe not so interested in this one. I'm interested in this one because we covered it the first time. I feels like we haven't ended it, you know, so that's why I want to play this one again. That's a nice seal, though. The Great Seal of the State of Mississippi. Okay. Oh, hang on. I don't see unless you went. Hang on, lovely. Unless you mean there you go. I see you. It doesn't come on the screen anymore. One on StreamYard. Hang on, I got you. Lovely. I got you. Lovely. Send me 2 coffees. Friends don't let friends drink alone. Cheers and enjoy. Thank you very much, lovely. I appreciate you, my darling. Thank you for the coffees as always. Love a coffee. There you go. So it doesn't, yeah. If I'm on the other one, it'll come up on screen, but this StreamYard one, it doesn't come up on screen, lovely. I did see the Afro Man clips, Tinsley Law. It is funny. Okay. Log into this one. I just hope the audio is good because I can't boost this audio. So I just hope the audio is good. Hey, Bex. I thought by creating like 4 different streams, we might lose you. But you seem to have figured it out. Okay, that's fine. So yeah, just a reminder, the Georgia trial we'll get back to at some point to finish it off. No, thank you, lovely. I appreciate you, my darling. But because this is not being streamed anywhere else and there's no copy of it anywhere else, I wanted to stream this Jeffrey Spence trial. Even though we missed out on day 1, we know it's only openings and the first witness, and then we got a few days here of and also if you watch the first trial, you sort of know what's coming in anyway. So into this, but yeah, at least there will be a copy. If you're on replay, please make sure you like this video, this stream, and as long as the link to this trial works, we'll keep streaming it until there's a verdict. As a reminder, some of you always ask, can we rewind this? Can we not? And stuff. No, we cannot rewind or do anything. If you've got any information that you want about this trial, and Mexi Texi will be in chat, and she's the one to ask. And Tinsley Law is here. If anyone's got any law questions, not putting out there that he has to answer them, but hopefully he can input some stuff here as well. But Mexi, this is was her requested trial of 2025, and that's why we have to see through. But she will be in chat to answer all questions. She knows this case inside and out. Yes, the mother. No, it was this one. It was the mother of Kirby, the victim. She fainted, yeah, after the verdict. Which is, I can understand the disappointment, and I think that we all thought that, well, going into it, I mean, it's a slam dunk guilty, I think, for most people. But I think the prosecutor did such a poor job the first time around that it was probably the right call. I mean, to have a hung jury. shouldn't be convicting people on hearsay. Here she is, Mexi Texi. So yeah, I was telling everyone actually this was your request from last year, and I know that you were very disappointed with how it all turned out. I think the lack of evidence is what you were disappointed with, I believe, Mexi. So anyway, anyone new in the chat? Anyone that's not new, doesn't matter. Just say hello in the chat. You're more than welcome. As I say, I'm going to drop off in a little bit once the stream starts. I can't pause it. I can't rewind. I can't do anything. It's just the stream. Uh, this is the pool camera link that we're just going live for. So don't shout at me, Argentina. Oh, that's Don't Cry for Me, Argentina. Mexi's never been so welcome before. Do we have the same prosecutor this time around? I don't know, Jugs. I don't know. Hey, KD. You're not new here. You are a pain in the backside. But yeah, for anyone that is new, and I imagine there will be some people that are totally new to this channel, just please make sure that you like the stream. That's all I ask. It's free. You don't have to do anything, and that's it, basically. And if you feel like chatting, chat away in chat. I also don't mind some of the people in chat. We call them nosy bitches because they're just that. They're nosy and they're bitches. So, Bex, oh, I wish you were new. I wish. Miss Crystal, where's Crystal? I can't see Crystal. Oh, maybe because I have. Let me put live chat on. Oh, lovely you meant. Fine, I got you. Lovely you meant. Lovely you meant. I now know what you meant, Mexi. Yeah, I caught. I was a bit confused there. Oh, so yeah, so Lady Di, you hippie chicks been here, and it's basically Stacey is in Aruba, I believe. So she's on holiday. I wore my nosy bitch crew neck to the gym the other day. My friend was like, "What the fuck are you wearing?" representing, representing. I'm off soon for meetings, but we'll try to join later. What are you for today? Now that's a good question. Lovely. I'm up for everything. Now I'm going to be doing this because I have to do this live, and then after this finishes, lovely. I will then do the Kelsey Fitzsimmons on another stream. I'll do that on the other stream at 1.5x. So yeah. Court good. Thank you for streaming this. I've been trying to find a stream of it since it started yesterday. You and me both. I was going to call you darling, but I believe you're a woman. But just in case you're not, I won't call you darling. But yeah, court good. We're the same. That's why I'm doing this today. So there's no record of the first day trial at all anywhere, which I don't appreciate. So you're right, darling. I'll call you darling because that's what I call most women. So that's why I wanted to stream this. So there would be a record. So if people want to watch it, like in 2 days' time, at least they'll be today's and hopefully is every day. Unless they take the link down, we'll do this. So, but the link I'm using is the court feed. So unless they take the court feed down, I'll stream it every day until it's done. So, but if they do take the feed down, that's on my hands. Do you know what I mean? I can't do anything about that. Which sucks then if that happens. It does. I do believe he will start at 9 o'clock Central, 10 o'clock Eastern, for 2 o'clock UK time. So just remind people if you need to go make coffee, tea, or whatever, go now. Forever hold your peace. So and once it does start, I will drop off and we'll just be continuous play then for everything. So Oh, I need to put my my coffee link up, don't I? There you go. Put it up. And during the break, I'm just gonna let it run. I'm not gonna come back on and do stuff. I'm just gonna consistently let it run. So, Mexi, Erin Hack knows already. I have to pop out Mexi for an hour, less than an hour probably, to pick my nieces up at 4 o'clock my time, which I believe will be 11 o'clock your time, Mexi. So just in case if you are around for chat and stuff, but nice to meet you, KD and Bex. Linda, let her run. I will. I'll just let her run, just in case there's any mods around, just in case there's any issues. There shouldn't be any issues. Do you know what I mean? But if there are any issues, then thank you, lovely. You and Rhonda are always the nice ones in the chat. Always the nice ones, lovely. If everyone else could be just as nice as you two, we'd be in a much better world. Do you know what I mean? So, thank you, darling. Also, I need to rest up after my fillings yesterday. My left side feels fine. My right side feels a bit sore. So and I'm trying not to take any pain medication for it, because I don't want to. So I'm being a man and I'm braving it, So nobody's in chat trying to act all nice for new people. I know it is, isn't it? Unbelievable, unbelievable. Oh, oh, here we go. Oh my god. Listen, I have some pain. I can't help it. It's Tylenol. That is like candy log. I try not. Yeah, we have Nurofen. I just don't like it. You have to send me a picture of your deformed chicken. Who's that to? Jonathan? Oh, that's Jonathan. I thought you were asking me for a picture. I was like, I'll send you plenty pictures, Mexi. Love it. Being from Jersey can only be so nice. That's fine. You're in the middle ground. Most of the time you're nice, but you can also be a bit of a bitch as well sometimes, So but at least you're not a bitch all the times, like Bex and Lady Di and KD and stuff. Let me boost this then. Voice boost. Okay, I boosted the voice. Okay. In terms of anything else with the volume, I can't do anything other than try and boost it my end. Because again, if Law and Crime had done this, I could actually boost their volume, but I can't because it's a live feed. There's some movement in there. So we'll probably see them go on record before 9. So in the next 5-10 minutes. But then after that, if I remember correctly, didn't they last? I suppose we're in a different courtroom though. We're in a different courtroom, so I'm gonna say they did start on time last time. Tinsley Law, if you're still there, hopefully in Mississippi they start things on time. Also, Mississippi is Carly Gregg as well, isn't it? What's happening with her? Is she, Erin? You probably know. Is she getting a new trial, or is she still appealing? What's going on? Need a bit, KD. Uh, Wife and daughter took plea deals to accessory after the fact. I know, we were just speaking about that. His wife didn't his wife Karen get 20 years probation or something. What did Carly actually end up getting then, Mexi? Do you know? What did she actually get in the end? Because she was going to get sentenced afterwards, after the trial. And the wife literally took her plea deal. Oh, here we go. Her plea deal the day before trial began or something. Okay, that's a nice little zoom into the belief prosecutor. I mean, just hope that he's cleaned his years, because we're looking straight into his years. He's got a bit of grey. Nothing wrong with that. I know a lot of you prefer a bit of a salt and pepper in the hair. Not sure the status of Carly's appeal. Not sure it's been decided yet by the Supreme Court. Thank you, Erin. Yeah, I just remember, because she's Mississippi as well. I was just like, oh, I wonder what's happening with her. Bye, bye, Miss American Pie. Should get a new set of appeal lawyers. Oh, she had a really good lawyer. That female lawyer, she was really good. She was very compassionate. I thought with her, she was very compassionate. See you later, lovely. You as well. Have a great day, lovely. See you later on. Might see you in the either here or Kelsey Fitzsimmons later on, my darling. Bye. Hello, Ashley. How are you doing, my darling? Nice to see you. Ashley Provence. New to the channel, but not to the case. I live in the town where the Spences are from. I've got to talk with Kirby's family. I really hope they can provide more evidence this time. Thank you. We did stream the first trial as well, and I think we all said the same. I hope that there's more evidence, So we're with you, Ashley. We're with you. Thank you for joining us. You probably know there's no day one. That's why we decided to do this, because there'd be some stuff for people to watch from replay. But yeah, thank you for joining us, Ashley. Please comment as much as you want. Most of the people in chat are very nice. They're all actually very nice. So Caitlin got 20 years with 60 months credit. Did she? Wow, okay. Okay, I did not know that. Thank you. They need the appeal. Okay. Wow. Oops. There certainly is so much that they didn't even bring up last time. So Mexi in the chat, who you will see here, says, yes, Ashley, welcome. She's also similar to you. She's not from the area, but she knows all about the case as well. And she said exactly the same as you. There's a lot more to come in. And I'd like to stop, don't. So yeah, any contributions always, we appreciate them in the chat from you all. I just hope there is, because I felt sorry for Kirby's mother, obviously, but the whole family last time when she collapsed. I just remember the feeling last time of being so disappointed, because obviously I was like, there must be more. Her sentence got suspended. So what? She's not in prison. Is she wasn't suspended because of this trial? I just stopped following Carly because that verdict devastated me. I took a YouTube break, which was going to be months, for like 4 days. Oh, yeah, I know. That is like 4 months for you, though. I know nothing about this. There's not much you know anything about, so you're all good. This is Kirby. He died. He was the boyfriend of Carly. Not Carly, sorry. Is it Carly? Essentially, the guy that was on trial, this is a real trial. The other jury found him, 6 found him guilty, 6 found him not guilty. He is him, his wife, and his daughter were arrested for allegedly killing, murdering Kirby. Kirby was his daughter's boyfriend. So his wife and daughter took a plea deal, and he's now on the stand. Nonsense will definitely confuse new people. I know, I do. I hate that they cannot bring up any of his prior bad acts. It shows so much about his character. Okay, that's interesting. Yeah, I don't know anything about this guy. I went into it blind. So you and Mexi know a hell of a lot more than me. But he has 5 years of post-release supervision and needs permission to leave the state. Okay. He confuses us, and we're aware of him. He somehow is a mod against everyone's better. Is a mod. Actually, does his prior bad acts relate to current situation? I imagine it doesn't because of he doesn't get in. And Karen's back in my town on a 20-year suspension. So you must have seen her walk the streets, probably with hippie chick and Lady Di. This is why, right? Everyone that knows me knows that I talk absolute rubbish and I confuse people. That's why I'm going to take myself off screen so that I don't subject new people to it. So don't worry, I'll get off. Go all grocery stores. Yeah, I can imagine. I Mississippi. So this is how dull I am. So you live in Mississippi, or you live because Jeffrey's from Virginia, but you all are all in. Do you live in Mississippi? Did they live in Mississippi, or was it just Kirby that lived in Mississippi? I'm glad Ashley's here to give us inside information. Yes, that we have freedom finally. Shut up. Morning, Ashley. I live in Pennsylvania. So they're from Pennsylvania. Fine. That's why I was a bit confused about. Thank you. What? Compound question. Thoroughly confused. Virginia. You're in Virginia, yes. But he is from Virginia. Jeffrey as well. Brookville, Pennsylvania. Kirby and family live in Mississippi. Fine. Thank you for that explanation. That makes sense. So, yeah, that's why he's held in Mississippi. Brilliant. But I didn't know it was Brookville, Pennsylvania. Okay. Interesting. Brooklyn, Pennsylvania. Oh, Pittsburgh. Hang on. Whilst we're waiting for the court, then hang on. Blue collared. I love it. 15 things to do in Brooklyn. Oh, this is Mass. That's not PA. That's Massachusetts. Hang on. Hang on. I will say that looked lovely. PA. Spencer go. Monstro. Oh, maybe could. Oh, here we go. It won't show. It won't let me see it. Hang on. I see Bex here. Hang on. Okay, so the extraordinary tale of a stolen monster, Clarion Whitebait Buck connected to Mississippi murder, part 2. What was it, part 1 as well? So he stole that. Oh, I thought it was like a dummy. It's actually. Oh, wow. So in the early evening of October 18th, Rod Miller came home to the farm after work and spent more time looking after his deer. Goliath was in a pen with several deers and was very interested in an older doe. He made a mental note that it was early for breeding, but also knew that older does sometimes go into the heat in the early fall. Sounds like Bex. Oh, so the next day he disappeared. Oh, wow, so he stole that. What the? Okay, that is just bizarre. That's for another time. That is bizarre. That is so bizarre. It says he was a dog on heat and just instantly threw U-Bex. Oh my god, even worse. Hang on. He stole the deer and then was selling the sperm. Oh, what is going on? What is going on? Because you surprise possession. What the? From the deer, yes. That is bizarre world. We're definitely getting very much. Yes, the deer was alive, you numpty. Because they stole it. Because it's the same with horses. When they, there's certain pedigree, it's worth a lot of money. So, you know, so I mean, people wanted the genes, the breed, and then have like deer ranches. Don't sass me. It's something you're going to do, I think. Don't have any ideas with your husband now going, right, let's sell your sperm. Just really thinking you've heard it all. I know, I did not expect that. I just thought you stole it for meat or something, not for the sperm. Wow. Wow. Well, I thought you started before long because we need to get away from talking about sperm and stuff like that. Otherwise, the chat gets a little bit raunchy. So, if Bad Dads was here now, there'd be problems. Uh, um, They end up getting the deer back off him and back to the original owner. Jeepers. No, I see what I mean. I like this. Keep going. No, no. We need to get you less. Need to bring you back down. Bring you back down, Bex. We should behave, Bex. We go guests, Bex. You know. They don't need to find out how raunchy you really are in the chat, Bex. Not yet, anyway. Oh, well, that's a bit of a laugh to start off the day, anyway. So what the time does call begin? Now, supposed to be. Now. It's 9 o'clock. I imagine he would, because that's worth a lot of money. In all seriousness, what he just did is worth a lot of money. That kind of sperm. Same with horses and stuff, you know. That's why you got to be careful. You can produce horses worth like hundreds of thousands of dollars. It's your fault for not muting me when we have guests. Hang on, let me mute you now then. Chat, if you're new here, don't take offense to some of the people in chat. They are a little bit, how shall I say? I'm always going to say backwards, but they're not backwards. They're not used to interacting with people, shall we say? So they come to this channel for a reason. We're the channel that basically gets all the strays, brings them in, rehabilitates them, and then lets them all out to the wild again. So that's fine. I got a big coffee. I do as well. My tooth is still sensitive though, so but I do need to make coffee. I've not had coffee yet today. He times us out all the time. That says more about you than me. Oh, come on, Judge. Let's get going, shall we? Then I will put a timestamp in as well for the start of this. So the people that are on replay don't want to have to actually watch the drivel in the first hour. That's a great knowledge that it is. It's so true though. How many people have we, looked after in this channel, looked after them, repaired them, make sure they're okay, and then they literally then once they're fine, they just go to another channel. So we are that rehabilitation channel. If you're weird and you're wonderful, then you probably would fit in nicely into this channel. I was unaware this was a catch release program. So was I, but there's not many we've caught and not released. Quite a few that we've released into the wild. I'm not sure we will get rid of Bex, though, if I'm being honest. Jonathan took a year and a half off. He took 18 months off, Bex. Maxi, Aaron Hack, Sarah P, who's lazy, hasn't been here today yet. Josie, we've not released them either. Oh, you had to do that, didn't you? You had to do that, Lady Di. At least on replay they can't see it. I don't know how in the problem when you do have. I'm the problem when I do have programs that do this. I know, but we take all sorts in. Treats, yes. We took all sorts in. We cater for you all. But we love you. So we know that the attorneys are there. Well, part of the attorneys are there. It must just be the judge then. Oh, you had to do that as well, Bex. You women in the chat. Oh, bad doesn't come up. I don't know what. Oh, it must be bad Daza. It is. Hippie chick, lady dies, faces they see. Walking those streets all night. Da, 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 da. Da, 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 da. Let's go, girls. Oh, it came up. Oh, is she? Because she didn't last time, did she? Here we go. Right. How's the audio before I leave you? How is the audio, people? That's what happened. Okay. I was going to say, because it just disappeared. That's what happened. So, but you're hearing the whispers. If you know anyone out there that wants to watch, tell them to come over to the alternate corner. We got it here for them.
Good morning, everybody. I hope everybody had a good evening last night. I trust no one had any problems with court instructions not to discuss the case. I didn't want to discuss the case with you, form or express any opinions, or discuss the case in any way. If you have any issues in that regard, run across something you shouldn't say or something, let me know, okay? But I thought we were ready for a new witness. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Who's the state's next witness?
Casey Barnes.
Casey Barnes. I'm going to call Casey Barnes.
Do solemnly swear or affirm that testimony about today's call will be the truth and whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Keep that witness stand, please. You may proceed when you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. You ready, Casey?
I'm ready.
Tell the jury who you are.
I'm Casey Barnes. I'm Kirby's sister.
All right. You married?
I am.
Where y'all live?
We live in Ripley.
Okay. Do you live out in the Pine Grove area?
We don't. We live in town in Springdale.
Okay. You got several kids, I believe.
I have two girls. My oldest is 21. She's about to graduate nursing school, and I have a 9-year-old daughter also, and I have a 25-year-old stepson. Okay. And two grandbabies and another on the way.
That's a lot. And you already testified you're Kirby's sister.
Yes, sir.
Correct? Yeah, I'm going to approach you. I'm going to show you the picture. That's your brother?
It is.
Okay. Do you know when that was taken?
I do. It was just about a month prior to his death.
All right. Your Honor, we asked this to be received into evidence.
No objection. All right, the state's fee.
We put it on the back. Published to the jury, Your Honor. I'm just going to hold it up. And this is Kirby about a month before the murder.
It is. That was, they had family pictures made right before Christmas.
Did you have yours made too?
No.
All right. Your mother is Maddie Jane, correct?
Yes,
And you've got one sister?
I do.
What's her name?
Her name's Wendy.
What does she do?
She's a teacher, first grade teacher.
First grade teacher. And
Thank-
what do you do for a living?
I'm a registered nurse.
All right. And you're working where now?
I work home health and hospice. I've been a nurse for 22 years.
Okay. Full-time job?
Yes, sir.
Where you got 3 or 4 kids? That's
Only one still at home.
Okay. She go to Pine Grove? Okay. All right. I'm not going to ask you how old you are, but are you younger or older than Kirby?
I'm older.
You're
I'm
older?
42. I don't
Okay.
know. Yeah.
And Kirby was how old when he died?
He was 36.
So you are 6 years older.
No, I'm 3 years older.
3 years old.
Yeah.
I'm not old. I'm horrible with math. All right, 3 years older. So y'all grew up together.
Yes.
How would you describe your relationship?
We were very close.
All right. Stay close throughout your life?
Yes.
Okay. Now, are you, being a sister, you're familiar with his background?
Yes.
After you graduated from high school?
Yes.
All right. What do you do after high school?
So he was a Marine. He went to the Marine Corps for a little while. And then after he was out of the Marine Corps, he took a job with, I think it was called the Antique Roadshow.
All right.
And so he worked for this company that would go to big cities and set up shows, and people could bring in personal items or to find out what they were worth or that kind of thing. So he did that for a while. And then he ended up opening up his own business in Ripley, the North Mississippi Gold, Silver, and Coin Exchange.
Okay.
And there he traded gold, silver, coins, guitars, precious metals, and he was also there. And he did that up until the time of his death, but he also opened 2 different wine and liquor stores, one in Ripley that he eventually sold, and then later on he opened another one in Boonville, Mississippi, and he had also sold it at the time of his death.
All right. And sold guns too, I believe.
He did have a firearms license at one time, yes.
And during that time, he bought and sold guns?
Yes,
Okay. Was he known to carry guns?
always.
Always. Why did he do that? Do you know?
Because he typically had large amounts of money on him. Because of his job, he would meet people to buy and trade gold and silver. So he carried it for protection.
Did he talk to you a lot about his business?
Yes, all the time.
All the time? I brought you on. I'm going to show you 3 pictures. See if you can identify those.
That is one of the jewelry cases inside of his gold and silver store.
Okay.
And these are coins.
All right.
I can't tell you what kind from the picture, but yeah.
All right.
And then this is a silver bar.
All right. And you actually took these photos off his Facebook page.
Yes.
So he advertised them on Facebook?
He shared a lot of information about his store on Facebook, yes.
All right. Your Honor, would ask these be admitted?
Yes, collectively or individually?
Individually.
Okay. All right, so that's 3 of them, right?
Yes, sir.
That's 51, 52, and 53. Each needed.
That's all right. Again, Your Honor, permission to publish. I've got these on the screen. Permission to publish.
As a general rule, if it's in evidence, you can show it to the jury if you want to.
Well, I just always ask because
I know.
all right. The first picture that the jury's now seeing, you said that is taken from his, I'm getting this thing on here. That is taken from his business.
Yes,
Where
that was
was that business?
on the square in town, directly across the street from the courthouse.
All right, did you go there a lot?
Yes.
And he had all these, items on display?
Yes, this was a jewelry case this one was actually on the right-hand side of the store.
All right, and did he have additional cases in there?
Yes,
And would people come in and buy and sell?
yes.
And was his Facebook page pretty, popular? You know, if he got a lot of, business out of Facebook?
I'm not sure. When he first opened the store, he stayed there all the time. He had open store hours. And then after he started his other businesses, and he also owned a lot of real estate properties, so he was really busy all the time. So a lot of the times he would just post or advertise that if someone wanted to meet him there, he would meet them at a certain time to, look at things or to trade, precious metals or whatever.
Okay.
So at the time of his death, he wasn't like running the store open all the time, but he stayed busy with that business.
Did it become kind of an appointment type thing?
Yes.
Go to the second picture, please. And I hope it. This may be upside down, but that second picture shows what?
Several coins.
All right, and this was taken again off his Facebook page?
It was. It looks like maybe in May of 2011.
All right. When did he open up that store?
I can't remember the exact year.
It had been open several years.
Oh yeah.
I'll tell you what, give us a better timeline. When did he work for the Antique Roadshow?
That was when he was really young. I can't tell you off the top of my head what the actual years were,
All right.
but he opened his gold and silver store probably around 2014, 2015, something like that.
All right. And go to the third picture, please. What is that?
That's a silver bar.
And again, did he dealt with silver,
Yes,
gold,
yes,
and collectible coins?
yes. Collectible coins, collectible bills, silver certificates, $2 bills, pretty much any type of currency exchange or collectible things like that.
What about memorabilia?
Yes, he collected all types of like historical artifacts, Civil War artifacts, historical memorabilia. He collected a lot of like unique concert posters that were sold in limited quantities. Pretty much if it was collectible, he was interested in it. Antique cars, he collected a lot of things.
And by all accounts, as far as your knowledge goes, he was successful.
Yes, very successful.
Sure that goes off. You said he dealt with money.
Yes.
All right. Did he have any special interest in any particular denomination?
He enjoyed collecting any kind of collectible money, things that were no longer in circulation, especially $2
Bills.
He did.
Did you ever actually see him with any $2 bills in the store?
Oh yes, yeah. He had several that were like hanging in frames, and then he would just have stacks of them to go through.
All right. You know why he had such an interest in $2 bills?
I don't. He had interest in lots of things.
All right. Now, there's been some testimony that he typically carried some kind of bag with him.
He did. He had a.
Could you tell what did it look like?
It was a brown leather satchel. It was kind of a saddlebag style.
Mm-hmm. What would he carry in that?
Cash, gold, silver,
Paperwork?
checks, paperwork. Yes.
You say checks?
Yes.
Do you know why he carried a lot of cash?
Because at any given time he would wait on a phone call to come through for him to meet someone to buy gold or silver.
Did you ever actually see the cash
Yes,
in the bag.
yes.
All right. And did he ever actually take the cash out of the bag?
Oh, yeah, he did,
Where would this happen?
at his home.
All right.
At his home. He, I have personally seen it when he's had it spread across his dining room table at home.
All right.
Yeah.
Was it loose, banded?
Banded.
It was banded?
Yeah.
You know where he banked?
He banked at, I think, 3 different banks, but I know he banked at CB&S Bank in Ripley, and his primary banking institution was the People's Bank
People's
in
Bank?
Ripley. Yes, sir.
And that's only in Ripley, isn't it? Or Tippett County?
Tippett County. I think there's several branches.
Okay. Now, you mentioned artifacts. And by artifacts, historical items, things like that. Did he collect those?
He did.
Did he have any special interest in the Andrea Dora?
Yes, he actually had purchased the largest collection of Andrea Doria dollars that had been found from the Andrea Doria shipwreck.
Okay.
I can't remember when he purchased it, but he was really excited about it. And they came in like collector glass cases, along with like some DVDs to tell the story about the ship sinking. And I think there's been like several people that have moved the shipwreck and died. But
Okay.
he had a very large collection. The largest, according to Kirby, he told us it was the largest collection that anyone had.
All right. And, all right, let's kind of switch gears here. Kirby has 2 children, correct?
He does.
And his oldest is Towns.
Towns, yes.
How old is Towns now?
Towns is now 7. He will be 8 in May.
And Towns' mother is who?
Whitney Evans.
Okay, Whitney Evans.
Mhm.
And did, they were never married?
They
Right.
weren't. They weren't. They had a 50-50 custody arrangement. And so Towns would be with his mom for a week, and then he would come and be with Kirby for a week.
All right. And he also has Enola, correct?
Yes.
And how old is Enola?
Enola was born in 22. She will be 4 in July.
Now, the relationship with Whitney ended, correct?
Yes.
When did that end?
The end of 2018, I believe.
2018.
Yes.
And at some point, he and Caitlin Spence began a relationship.
Correct.
Were you familiar with that relationship, the development of it?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury what you know about that?
Sure. So Kirby, his second liquor store that he opened was in Boonville, Mississippi. And the place that he opened it was directly in front of the Tractor Supply store in Boonville. And Caitlin worked at the Tractor Supply store, and that's how they met and became involved in a relationship.
All right. And at some point, did they move in together?
They did. When Kirby lived in the house in town prior to the house that he was living in at the time of his death, Caitlin moved in with him there initially.
All right. And then at some point, they lived in town, and at
Yes.
some point, they moved out on County Road 600,
They did.
correct?
Yes.
Did Kirby buy that house?
Yes.
And that, do you know how much land came with it?
The house came with about 10 acres of land, but before he ever bought that house and land, he owned like 100 or so acres that adjoined that house and land, which
All
is
right.
why he chose to buy that house.
Did he build the house?
No,
He did. It was already there.
no, it was already there.
Okay. Just adjacent to the land. Okay. All right. Now, when they started dating and eventually moved in together, I believe you said 2020.
Yes,
Did you associate with them?
all the time. Yes, we were. So my youngest daughter and Towns are right at a year apart,
Mhm.
and so we did a lot of things together. You know,
Okay.
they're best buddies.
Okay.
So we spent a lot of time together. Yes.
And what'd you think of Caitlin when the
We loved-
relationship began?
We loved her.
Okay. Now, you said Enola was born in July of 2022, correct?
She was
What's her birthday? The 17th?
the 23rd.
23rd. So that means she became pregnant when?
About November of 21, I would say.
Okay.
November.
Were you
October,
told,
November.
were you told she became pregnant? Did they
Yes.
share that with you?
Yes.
Y'all were that close?
Yes.
And when you said we loved her, as far as you knew, did that include your mom?
Yes. She was a part of our family. I mean, you know, we treated her just like I treated her, like she was my sister. She and I hung out together even when Kirby wasn't around.
Mm-hmm.
And she would come to mom's for, you know, things whether Kirby was there or not.
Okay. Now, at some point, well, let me back up. You said she got pregnant when? Or when did you learn she was pregnant?
Well, we were told during our family Christmas gathering that year.
All right, that would have been Christmas of 21.
21, yes.
All right. And at that time were the Spences, and I mean Jeff and Karen Spence. You know Jeff Spence,
Yes,
correct?
I do.
You see him in the courtroom?
Yes.
All right. And at some point, did they start coming down to Mississippi?
They did come occasionally, but I had met Jeff, I believe, in the summer of 21. It was after Kirby had bought the house in Dry Creek.
Dry Creek being the house on Kenner 600.
Yes, I'm sorry.
I think that area is called
Dry Creek, Pine Grove. Yes, I'm
Right,
sorry.
okay.
It's-
I call Pine Grove, you call it Dry Creek.
Okay, yeah, it's all the same to me.
Okay.
I think the first time that I met Jeff was in the summer of 21.
All right.
And he was actually at Kirby's helping with the pool.
With the what?
The pool.
The pool in the backyard?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So that was the summer, and I believe they came for the birth.
They did that. The following summer, when Caitlin gave birth, they came to be here with her. And Kirby and Caitlin had both told us that they were planning to stay for a couple of weeks, you know, to help her through the transition to motherhood.
All right, and did they?
They stayed until the day before Kirby was killed.
Okay. So they stayed from the time Enola was born in July 23rd until, we'll get to that.
Yeah.
Okay. During that time, did you visit every day or?
Not every day, but occasionally, yes.
Occasionally?
Yeah.
Oh, a couple times a week?
Yes, yeah. We would go to his house and swim, you know, take my youngest daughter to swim there
Okay.
frequently, yes.
All right, and the Spences were there?
Yes.
Did you have much interaction with Jeff?
Some interaction, yes.
All right, and did y'all get along?
Yes.
Now, when it got to be cold outside, do you remember what Jeff would wear? Any specific type of jacket?
Yeah, he usually had on jeans and either a blue jacket, or I frequently saw him wearing a sweatshirt. I believe it was like New York Giants, red, white, and blue, maybe.
All right, but a blue jacket,
Yes, sir.
dark blue, light blue?
Dark blue.
All right. So do you know when, all right, let's back up. Thanksgiving of 2022.
Yes.
Were all the families together?
Yes, we had Thanksgiving dinner at Kirby's that year. We had always traditionally had it at Mom's, and Kirby and Kate, everyone was adamant that we have it at his house that year.
Okay. And that was fine with you?
Yes.
All right. Who all was there?
Kate was there. Her parents were there. I did not see her mother, but we were told she was upstairs sleeping. I was there. Mom, my husband, my cousin, James Michael.
Now, who's James Michael?
He's a cousin.
Cousin?
Mhm.
Your cousin or Maddie's cousin?
It's Mom's nephew, my cousin.
Okay.
Yeah. Caitlin was there. Her friend Bailey was there. James Smith, I think it says that James Robert Smith, he was there. It's the first time I'd ever met him.
And he was friends with Kirby?
Yes.
Okay. That it?
I'm trying to think who else was there. Sharon Kay and Bobby Ross were there.
That would be your aunt.
My
and uncle.
mother's sister and her husband.
All right. All right. Thanksgiving that year, how did everybody getting along? Was it,
Yes,
everything was fine?
everything was great.
All right. And anything special about it?
Well, Enola was there. You know,
Yeah.
it was her first Thanksgiving, and so we got to enjoy being with her. And then Bristol and Towns, Bristol's my youngest daughter. They ran around and played together. And the weather was really nice. And so we actually, despite it being fall time, we were able to sit outside on the pool deck for most of the day that day. In fact, Kirby got out some gold and silver, and my cousin was able to buy some from him that day. He was showing us some of his
That's
things.
James Michael?
Yes, correct.
Okay. Did they, during Thanksgiving, did you see Kirby pull out any gold, silver?
Yes,
coins?
I saw him bring it from inside to outside to the deck where we were.
Let's talk about the house. Where did Kirby keep his valuables?
So he had a room in the house we refer to as the safe room.
Mm-hmm.
But basically, when you walk behind the living room, there's a hallway, and to the left was Enola's nursery. And straight ahead, there was a restroom. And then to the right, there was a small room, and it was just full of safes. And so he had several safes in there, and that's where he kept his valuables.
Right. Do you know, were those combination safes?
Yes.
All right. Did you have the combination to it?
No.
Who had the combination?
Kirby, and Kirby had it, and I know my mom had it.
All right. What kind of car did Jeff usually drive?
It was a silver Cadillac.
All right. Did you ever see him drive a van?
I did.
When was that?
So I'm not sure exactly when it was, but at one point he had driven a maroon van down here. He had a load of puppies that Kirby was going to help him sell at First Monday at the trade day.
Okay. Is that the only time you saw him drive that?
Yes.
And you don't remember when that was?
No.
How was Jeff's behavior at, would you describe it at Thanksgiving that year? Was anything odd about it? Or was it normal? Or?
I mean, he was inviting. His behavior didn't seem off or anything.
All right. Okay. And the Spences, Jeff and Karen, purportedly or supposedly left on the 29th.
That's what we were told, yes.
All right. You didn't actually see them leave.
No, I did not.
Who told you they left?
Caitlin.
All right. All right. So we know that Kirby was killed on the 30th. When did you learn he'd been murdered?
On Friday, December 2nd, around lunchtime.
All right. And did you try to contact him on the 30th or the 1st? And you said that Friday was the 2nd, correct?
Yeah, correct.
So Thursday would have been the 1st. Wednesday would have been the 30th.
Yes.
All right. So did you try to contact him before you learned that?
The only time that I tried to contact him before I learned what had happened was, I believe it was actually earlier on Friday that day. He had a large camping like thermos of some sort that he and I and my husband had all talked about, and he had tried to sell it to my husband. And my husband at the time told him he didn't need it. Well, for some reason that day we were talking about it, and my husband was like, see if Kirby will still sell me that thermos. And so I had texted him about it, but didn't get a response.
Mm-hmm.
But I didn't think anything about it at the time.
Okay. And that was on the what day?
That was on December 2nd, I believe.
The morning?
Yes.
All right. And when did you learn had been killed?
It was around lunchtime. My husband and I were eating, excuse me. We were eating dinner at the Mexican place, and I received the call. It was actually from my mom's phone, but it was a first responder to let me know that Kirby had been found dead.
All right. And you said it was a first responder?
Yes.
And what did you do at that point?
I'm sorry.
Take your time, and if you need to take a break, that's fine too.
I answered the phone, and I could hear my mom screaming in the background, and I didn't know what was wrong, and I kept saying, what is it? And the first responder got on the phone, and he said, ma'am, there's a deceased male that's been found. He told me who he was and that he was with the fire department. And I was in the Mexican place, and the music was loud, and I stepped outside so I could hear what was going on. And I walked in and told my husband, I said, we have to go. Kirby's dead. And we left, and my oldest daughter was at home, and I didn't want her to hear it from anybody else. And so we went to the house, and my husband left in one vehicle, and I went in and told my daughter, and then I left and went directly to Kirby's.
All right. Now, when you got to Kirby's, who all was there? If you
I
remember.
don't remember completely. There were a lot of first responders and firefighters. Law enforcement was there.
Your mom?
I don't remember seeing my mom. I think she had already left.
All right.
I think she had already left at that time.
Caitlin there?
No,
No, Caitlin's not there?
not that I'm aware of. I can't remember.
Is it a
at the
blur to you?
Kind of, yes. But I think at the time that I got there, they had all already been instructed to leave. They wouldn't let anybody, come up the hill to the crime scene.
Right.
And I stayed for quite a while because I just like nobody that cared.
Okay. Was your husband with you at that time?
He was.
Do you remember how long you stayed?
A few hours.
Okay. All right. So you eventually go home?
We all left and went to Mom's. So everybody was gathering at Mom's house.
All right.
And so when I left from Kirby's, I went to Mom's. Everyone was there.
And who all went to your mother's? Besides your mom, you, your husband?
Caitlin was there. Her friend Bailey came. Lots of people came. I can't remember who all ended up coming. My sister and her husband and their kids eventually got there that evening.
What was Caitlin's demeanor like when y'all got to Maddie's, your mom's?
She and Bailey were just sitting in the living room, kind of chatting with one another. And of course, she had the baby with her.
Right. And another with her?
Yes.
And was Towns there?
No.
Towns with his mom?
He was with his mom in Memphis. Yeah, Kirby was supposed to have picked him up that day.
Okay. And so did you go home that night?
Yes, eventually.
Do you know that, so y'all stayed around?
We stayed at Mom's for quite a while. And at one point, my husband said, we need to go home and try to get some rest. And so me, him, and Bristol went home. My sister and her husband and them all stayed at Mom's that night. And then we went back to Mom's early the next morning.
All right, did Caitlin stay with your mom that night?
She did.
All right, so that's 12-2.
Yes.
All right. And at some point, Caitlin went back to the house, correct?
Yes. Actually, when I got to Mom's the next morning, Caitlin had already left to go back home.
Be the 3rd.
Correct.
Which is Friday.
Saturday.
Keep up with that because I'm
Okay.
having trouble. So the 3rd comes, anything significant happen on the 3rd? Let me ask
We
you
were
this.
all gathered at Mom's on the 3rd, and that is when Caitlin's parents arrived back at their house, and
Did you see him?
she and Jeff came to Mom's later that day.
All right.
For a brief time.
All right. What was Mr. Spence's demeanor like?
Just kind of standoffish. I didn't really converse with him or anything that day myself.
All right. Did you go to Kirby's house that night or that day?
Not that day, no, sir, I did not.
That was on the foot. Wasn't there an incident involving there was another car that Kirby had there, a Subaru maybe?
Yes, so he had a green Subaru, and it was parked actually kind of backed up in the area right where his body was here, and the car was backed up basically in front of where his body was, kind of.
All right. Did you see the body?
No.
You did not?
No.
All right. This Subaru, it was Kirby's car, and there's been some prior testimony about your mom and another individual, I can't remember who, grabbing some coins out of the Subaru.
Yes, so what
Tell
happened?
what,
Yes.
tell the jury what happened.
Okay, so on Friday night, after the scene was cleared, after Kirby's body was gone, and law enforcement had done whatever they had to do, they called my stepdad and they said, someone needs to come down here. We need to turn the house back over to you guys. So my stepdad asked me, he said, will you go down there? So I went, and Caitlin came. We went in separate vehicles, but we went down there, and they told us, that we were welcome to go inside the house. I believe it was a lady named Tammy from the MBI who was there with us, and she actually wanted to interview and speak with Kate for a little while, and I tended to Enola while that happened. And then she told me to escort Kate inside and let her get some things for her and baby to take back to my mom's house. And as we were about to leave, we were actually getting in our vehicles. One of them stopped me and said, hey, just so y'all know, the Subaru sitting over there is unlocked and there's a lot of silver coins in the back of it. And I went to Kate and I said, hey, they said that the Subaru is unlocked and that there's coins in it. We need to lock it. And she said, okay. So she put Enola inside her vehicle, and she and I walked over to the Subaru to lock it, but it wouldn't lock. Like, if you have your key inside your vehicle and you try to lock it, it just immediately unlocks. It kept doing that. And so Kate was fumbling all around inside of the car trying to see, is the key in here? Why is it not locking? And we couldn't get it to lock. So we went ahead and left and went back to mom's, and I told everybody in the carport that was there, I said, oh, by the way, Kirby's Subaru sitting down there and there's a bunch of coins in it and it won't lock. And so it's my understanding that later, after I had left, Mom and my brother-in-law went down there and retrieved those so that they wouldn't be open to just anybody.
Took him to her house.
Correct, yes.
All right, and then and that was on the 2nd?
It was the night that
night
his body was found.
All
Yes.
right, and was it unusual that the Subaru would have coins in them?
No.
And I believe on the Monday the 5th, got my day right?
Monday was the 5th, yes.
All right. And the state was open, correct?
Correct.
All right. And I believe everybody was instructed to bring whatever items they had belonging to Kirby to Bart Adams' office.
Correct.
He was the estate attorney.
Yes.
The person that y'all hired to
Yes,
handle
Mom
the
and
estate.
I went and met with him on Monday morning because of an incident at home on Sunday, so that we could get an estate established and ensure that items were not continuing to leave the home.
All right. We're going to get to that. But
Okay.
the items that your mom took that night, because y'all couldn't get the Subaru locked,
Yes.
were those returned to Bart's office?
Yes, they were taken to Bart's office to be put into the estate.
All right. Now, the third, you said the Spences, Jeff and Karen came back.
Yes.
Obviously, Caitlin's already there. She never left.
Right.
Spent the night with your mom on the 2nd, spent the night at the house on the 3rd.
Yes.
And then on the 4th, what happened on the 4th?
So on the 4th, I had gone to Mom's, and we were trying to make plans. We had been told that we didn't know how long it would be before they could get Kirby's body to Jackson for an autopsy. And we were just trying to think of things they needed to handle. So Kirby had always told us, even before he was successful and had things, he was a planner.
A planner?
Yeah, he was a planner. And so he was very particular about things, and he wanted his arrangements handled a certain way if something happened to him. Like I said, even before he was successful, he would always tell us that he would have what he wanted to happen if something happened to him written down for us, what he wanted to be buried in, all of that, in detail, that if something happened to him, and he's always told us where it would be. So he had told us that if anything ever happened to him, that those instructions would be found in Towns' safe, the safe that he had things stored for Towns in. So Mom and I had talked about it, and we went down to Kirby's house that day. We arrived, and Jeff was actually standing in the yard. There was a cardboard sign that had been strung up and tied to the side of Kirby's truck, like to the side mirror, along with a metal folding chair. And it said something along the lines of, please no visitors today, or something like that.
Who put that sign up, you know?
I don't know.
Okay. You didn't?
No,
Maddie didn't?
no. And so we got out of the car. Jeff was standing there. We spoke to him. Mom actually received a phone call, and she had kind of walked up the hill to talk on the phone. I was having a conversation with Jeff, and I asked him, you know, how's Kate doing? And he was like, as well as can be expected. I asked how the baby was. When Mom got off the phone, she came down the hill, and she said, I need to go in and use the restroom. We'd like to see Nola. And we need to look and see if the instructions that Kirby's told us are in his safe. So we walked into the house, and she went to the bathroom. I stopped and played with Enola. Enola was being held by Kate on the sofa when I walked in. And Mama went to the bathroom, and she came out, and she played with Enola for a minute. And then she rounded the corner behind the wall to go toward the safe room. And as she did that, I saw Kate's mom look at Jeff, and he did this to motion his, you know, he motioned his finger to his lips, like, be quiet, don't say anything. And I thought it was strange. And as Mom went around the side of the wall, I could hear Jeff followed her, and I heard him say, now, Maddie, we don't need you down here causing problems. And
Stop it there. Had your mom been causing problems?
no.
Okay. Not that you saw.
No.
All right.
And so I had this, you know, bad feeling in my gut, and I was like, what is he talking about? And so I walked around the hallway, and he was facing the door, actually kind of leaned in, blocking the door. And Mom was standing in the safe room, and I saw her turn around and say, how am I causing problems? And I actually asked him, I said, how is she causing problems? We have to bury my brother. And at that point, Jeff turned and looked at me, and he said, do you want to talk about this in the garage? And I said, sure. So I went to the garage, and he said to me, we heard you guys think that Kate had something to do, or saying that you think Kate had something to do with this.
Now, who said that?
Jeff said that to me in the garage.
And what did you say?
I said, I don't know why you've heard that. We haven't said that. And I actually told him, I said, I'm not sure how things are where you're from, but you're going to find that you're in Ripley, and you're going to hear all kinds of things that may or may not be true. In fact, I had heard that morning some completely ridiculous something, and I told him, I was like, I don't remember what it was at this point, but I was like, you're going to hear things like that. I said, but we have not said that we think Kate was involved in this. And at that point we didn't. So we continued our conversation, and Mom ended up coming out, joined in the conversation, and she assured him, you know, we've not said that. The conversation ended, and then Mom's words to Jeff were, now can I please go in here and do what we came here to do? And he motioned, like, sure, you know, toward the door, and Mom walked inside. I followed her in. I sat back down on the sofa to play with Enola, and I could hear Mom in the safe room attempting to get the safes, and they were making the noise like you had put in the wrong code. And
But did she have the codes?
yes.
Your mom did? Okay.
Yes. And so I immediately knew why he had said to her, we don't need you down here causing problems. In the meantime,
Because why? What's your opinion on that?
because he knew it would be a problem when she couldn't open, when she realized that she could no longer open the safes.
Okay. Who would have changed the codes on the safes?
Well, we asked that question, and we were told that he didn't know, that we would have to talk to Caitlin about that, which we later found out that Caitlin changed the codes.
All right. Go ahead.
So during that time, we don't have real good phone service down there. Mom's phone had actually died. She had placed it on the charger in Kirby's room. People were trying, a friend of Mom's was trying to call her and me and couldn't get us, and she had gotten concerned. And she had called my stepdad and told him that she couldn't reach us, that he needed to check on us. So my stepdad and my husband ended up showing up down there. We didn't know they were coming. I had actually texted my husband and told him, we've had some words with Jeff, just letting you know, because I was very uncomfortable. And so they ended up showing up down there, and my stepdad asked, well, actually my husband walked in first, and he was like, what's going on down here? Why are codes being changed and doorknobs being changed? And my stepdad asked a question to Jeff, and he said, we're showing you guys grace. Y'all are in our home. And
This is Kirby's son.
correct. And at that point, my stepdad said to him, this is not your home. This is Kirby's home. And there seemed to be a lot of tension. And during this time is when my mom discovered that the trunk of Jeff's Cadillac was loaded down with canvas bags of Kirby's silver.
How do you know that?
Because I saw it.
Was the trunk opened?
When I walked outside, yes.
All right. And when you're talking about loaded up with silver, were they in bags or?
Yes, it's like canvas style bags that are drawstring at the top of silver.
All right. And then
coins.
So what happened after that?
Mom removed things from the trunk, things from inside the house, and we left.
Okay.
We left and went to Mom's.
All right. And were those items taken to Bart Adams' office?
Yes, they were.
For the estate?
Yes.
All right. Any cash in all that?
No.
Mainly silver?
Yes, just coins.
All right. This day on the 4th, let me ask you this before we get to that. Are you aware of any items that your mom took from the house that did not get turned back into the estate?
I'm not.
And you know, based on your conversations with Bart, who the heirs are?
Yes, the children.
Right, the children.
That was the whole purpose of us trying to take things to him,
Right.
was so they could be placed into the estate for Towns and Enola.
You're not an heir?
No,
Your mom's not an heir?
no,
Caitlin's not an heir?
no,
Towns' mom, Whitney's not an heir?
no.
All right, just the kids.
Only Towns and Enola.
All right. All right. That day on the 4th, was Jeff filming?
Yes, he had his phone filming us.
All right. How'd you find that? I mean, was it, hey, this is normal business?
Strange. I mean, like I said, I felt like there was some tension, and I didn't know why he was filming us.
All right.
Yeah.
You have previously watched a couple of, well, let me get this tape off. Videos that were taken off of Jeff's phone, him filming off that. Videos
Yes.
taken off of Jeff's phone.
Yes.
That you were shown.
Yes, sir.
Would ask these be admitted?
Okay. All right, that's thumb drive.
Yes. Flash drive, thumb drive.
We needed 54.
Thank you. All right, see, that makes it easy. Make sure it's on. Now, let's see. Casey, should you step down? Can you step down, Casey?
Yes, sir.
All right, now this is short, right? Okay.
sorry this had to happen, Casey. Maddie's grieving, but this is not the way to handle it.
All right, Mitch, couple questions. You can sit back down. You said you found it odd that he was filming.
Yes, sir.
All right. Of course, I'm going to anticipate he's going to argue he's just protecting assets.
I'm sure.
Making sure that you guys didn't do a grab to take everything, even though y'all were taking everything.
Everything that we took went to the estate,
All right.
not to safe deposit boxes or storage buildings.
So did something happen, some argument that you witnessed, you have personal knowledge between Maddie and and Mr. Spence?
Not that I'm aware of, other than, like I said, he confronted her in the safe room that day and said, "We don't need you causing problems." And that was a lot of tension after that, yes.
All right. And again, you found it odd that he was filming all
Yes.
this, walking around the house?
Yes.
And you're seeing picking up something here. What is that?
That is actually, it looks like it's one of the Andrea Doria dollars from Kirby's collection.
All right. And you're obviously upset.
Yes.
This is on the 4th,
Yes.
just 2 days after
Yeah.
the body's discovered. All right. Did you find, what Mr. Spence said there, did you find something odd about that?
I did.
What?
He said, "I'm sorry this had to happen."
This had
Not,
to
"I'm
happen?
sorry this happened," or "I'm sorry about Kirby." It didn't have to happen, you know?
Can you see this from there?
No, sir.
Okay, I'm gonna show you one very
That's okay.
very quick video. All right. Now, that area is what?
That's Kirby's garage. That's the area we were told that Kirby was killed.
All right, and there's nothing of value in here, correct?
Correct.
Well, it doesn't look like it.
No.
All right. But that is the garage, that's where his body was, you were told the body
That's
was.
where we were told that he was killed, yes.
All right. Well, let me move this back some more. Can you see me? Yeah. Or maybe you should move it. You're a better mover. You okay?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, at some point after that, the codes were changed on the safes again, correct?
Yes, sir. So we went to Bart Adams' office on Monday and hired him to represent the estate. And so at that point, actually the next day on Tuesday, we went to Kirby's house. The attorney was going to begin an inventory. And the safe codes were changed by Bart Adams and his attorney Tony Faris together. So that they would be the only ones that could go into the safes at that time.
Right.
Yes.
Go ahead. Did that change after that?
What do you mean?
After the codes were, how did they change the codes?
Caitlin had written instructions to them how to do it.
And how did she know how to do it? Do you know?
I don't know.
Okay. And so at that point, only Bart and Mr. Faris had.
Yes, and it remained that way until everything was removed.
All right. The state is still open, is it not?
Yes.
All right. I believe Kirby's memorial funeral was on the 17th.
It was.
All right. Well attended.
Yes.
Your whole family was there?
Yes.
Was all the Spences there?
Caitlin was there and Jeff was there.
Okay. Karen was not? Was
No.
she taking care of Enola
No, Enola was at the funeral.
at the funeral? All right. So Mr. And Enola were at the funeral, and Miss Spence was not.
Correct.
And after the funeral, do you know when Jeff and Karen went back to Virginia?
Yes, they all, Jeff, Karen, Caitlin, and Enola all left the same day. And I believe it was the 19th or 20th.
And did they ever come back over the summer?
No.
Did you ever hear from Kate?
So initially, after they left, I was in contact with Kate, checking in on Enola. And that that relationship and ability to contact her and her response got slower and slower. And then there was a time where she wouldn't respond at all.
Did she ever ask you if you heard anything about the investigation?
No. In fact, that's something that frustrated my sister and I. We spoke about it often, that we wanted answers. Why did they not want answers?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Okay. Beg the court's indulgence, please. Couple more, Casey. The safes, do you know where they were purchased?
I believe at Tractor Supply.
Okay, and you originally Kirby had the codes and your mama had the codes, right?
Correct.
Kirby allowed that?
Yes, Mama had the codes to Kirby's safe long before any of this.
All
Yeah.
right. And do you know whether or not your mama had the ability to change those codes?
I don't think she would have known how to change the codes.
Stand the witness, John.
Everybody good on the jury? Don't forget, if you ever need a break, ask for it. There won't be no penalty imposed, okay? Feel free to, anytime you need to get my attention, okay? You may cross-examine for the defense.
Good morning, Ms. Barnes.
Morning.
Ms. Barnes, I don't have too many questions for you. You've never testified in this case at any hearing before, have you?
I have not.
And I think you've talked to law enforcement or gave a statement to law enforcement once. Does that sound right?
Correct.
And that was given to,
Yes.
and that would have been after Christmas the year. So about a month after Kirby was killed.
I
Right?
don't recall when it was.
Okay.
Whenever he.
Seems like about a month after.
Yeah.
Now, Maddie Jane is your mother, right?
Correct.
She raised you.
Yes.
And then she's Kirby's mother too, right?
Correct.
Now Kirby's dad is Jerry, right?
Correct. That's
Is-
not my dad.
Not your dad. Okay. I'm just curious, who is Todd? Todd Michael?
My cousin, my mom's nephew.
Okay. And he's close with your mom, Maddie Jane?
Yes. He and Kirby were always very close, and he's close with Mom.
I guess I'll talk to you a little bit about this investigation. Because, after the months went by, nobody was charged with your brother's murder, right?
Correct.
And that become pretty frustrating.
It did. We were, being reassured by law enforcement that they were working on it.
Okay, because you guys, obviously you'd called law enforcement and talked to whoever, and you're saying, we want updates, we want this or that.
We were asking for updates, yes. Of course, a lot of the time we were being told, that they were aware of information that they could not tell us, yes.
So they weren't sharing any information with you.
Right.
And were you all, whatever information you knew about this, were you sharing it with law enforcement in case it could help?
What do you mean?
I mean, if you or a family member or somebody knew something that might could help solve your brother's murder.
Yes, anything that we were told that we felt like was relevant at all, we would call and let them know, yes.
Okay. And I think at a certain point, maybe in the summer, it got so frustrating that was it you or somebody in the family started a Facebook group to try and help solve this case, right?
I opened the Justice for Kirby Facebook page on August the 1st of 2023. And it was to bring awareness to Kirby's case, yes.
You said 2023.
Yes.
Okay, so that would have been 22, 23. So that was before Caitlin and Jeff were arrested, right? And charged with this.
Yes.
Okay. And then I guess to raise awareness, you've given interviews on several podcasts and things like that, right?
I have given some, yes.
Okay. And you're big, you like to post on the internet and share what's going on with the investigation, with this case.
I never shared any information about what's going on with the investigation other than when arrests were made. And then anytime that there were news articles posted, I would share those.
Right.
Things that were already public, yes.
Sure. And people just, especially in Tippett County, they're curious, they're talking, they want to know what's going on, right?
Yes.
Matter of fact, I think yesterday you posted about you testifying today, right?
I posted that I would not be able to update anyone on what was going on because I would be testifying today and I was not allowed in the courtroom until after my testimony, yes.
Sure. Did Kirby's death, did it kind of cause a rift in y'all's family?
What do you mean?
I mean, I know that Maddie Jane and Aunt Kay have had problems since this case has been going on, right?
Yes.
And I mean, and you're aware that your Aunt Kay has been to visit Jeff several times as this case has been going on, right?
Hence the issue in the family, yes.
Sure. And Aunt Kay, I guess Aunt Kay is Maddie Jane's older sister, right?
Correct.
And did she kind of raise Kirby?
No.
Not at all.
I mean, she was his aunt and we visited her frequently, but she did not raise Kirby.
Okay. I'm just asking.
That's okay. I was just trying to figure out where you're going with that.
So let's talk a little bit about, I guess the day that Kirby's body was found. You were over there at the house for a little while, right?
Yes, sir.
And there, I guess when you first got there, there's, police, investigators, everybody, right?
Yes.
And I'm assuming that everyone who was close to Kirby wanted to come over there just because that's what you do when somebody close to you dies, right?
Yes.
And you said you were there Friday until, I guess, dark.
And it was close to dark when I left, yes. They had not removed his body, but they had told me that they were going to be doing so soon. Everyone else in the family left significant amount of time prior to me. I just felt like I didn't want him to be there with all the medical and first responder people only without someone who actually cared about him and his body.
I understand. And that Friday, were people going in the house Friday, or everybody was kind of told to stay outside until law enforcement?
Oh, no, we weren't allowed to go up the hill. So Kirby's house is at the top of a hill.
Right.
The crime scene was like taped off up there, but we weren't even allowed to go up the driveway or up the hill. We had to park on the side of the road and stand like in the ditch area down at the bottom of the hill. We were not allowed to go in the house or up the hill until they turned the crime scene over to us that night.
Okay, and you said you were there when the NBA agent talk to Caitlin?
I tended to Enola while she did so.
And that was that in like a police car or?
They were in they were in a police vehicle, yes.
Okay. And were all the law enforcement people still there when you left that Friday?
There were still several there, yes. When I left to go to Mom's, or when I left
Like
at
when,
the
like
end of the night?
like what was the last time Friday when Kirby's body was discovered?
So that
you were at the
night
house?
when myself and Caitlin came down there, when we left, there were still law enforcement people there in the yard.
Okay. Do you know if anybody, if you know, when did all the law enforcement people leave? When did they
They
clear the
left
scene?
as we were leaving.
Okay. Do you know if anybody else went back to the house after law enforcement left?
Not to my knowledge.
And Caitlin, you said went with you and everybody else over to your mom, Maddie Jane's house, right?
Yes,
She stayed the night there.
she
right?
did.
And you said, woke up Saturday morning and left pretty early to go back to the house, right? Kirby's
She
house.
did. I was not at Mom's when she left, but when I arrived to Mom's early on Saturday morning, she was already gone. I asked my sister, "Where's Kate and Enola?" And she said she's already left to go back to the house.
And that struck you as odd,
Yes,
because her boyfriend and the father of her child was just killed there, obviously, right?
correct. I wouldn't have gone back alone.
And she had Enola with her when she went back, right?
Correct.
Did she have maybe baby stuff over at Kirby's, or did she bring that with her to your mom's?
She brought things for Enola with her to Mom's. Like I said previously, the Miss Tammy let me and Kate go back inside the house on Friday night so that she could gather belongings for Enola.
Okay, and now we're into Saturday morning. You said you didn't go over there at all Saturday?
I did not.
Okay, and just no reason to?
No.
Were you with your mom? Were you with Maddie Saturday?
We were at Mom's house Saturday, yes.
Okay. And was
There
your
was-
mom at your house? Do you know where your mom was on Saturday?
She was at her house with us.
So if anybody was over at Kirby's Saturday, you wouldn't know who it was, right?
I was not there Saturday. I did not go to Kirby's.
Okay, and then Sunday is what you just testified about. You said you and Maddie Jane went over to Kirby's to check the safe, right?
Yes.
And that was because you were looking for a will or Kirby's last
Specific-
wishes.
yes,
Right.
correct.
And that was when your mom or Maddie realized that the locks had been changed on the safe.
Correct.
Can you say when the locks were changed?
Sometime between Friday night and Sunday.
Okay. And how do you know they were changed? Like, how do you know they weren't changed a week or 2 weeks earlier?
Because at some point on Friday night, law enforcement had Mom to go in and make sure that she could access the safes to make sure it didn't appear like everything had been cleaned out and Kirby had been killed. And she was able to open the safe at that time.
Okay. So she opened the safe Friday night.
At the instruction of law enforcement, yes.
Were you there when she opened the safe Friday night?
Yes,
Law enforcement was with her when she opened the safe.
correct.
And when you guys went over there Sunday, the codes have been changed, and you said something about the locks to the
The locks
house.
on the doors were changed, the codes were changed.
Hold on, let me back up. When you say locks on the doors, you mean the doors to
The
Kirby's
doorknobs.
house?
Correct, the doorknobs, the exit doors.
Do you know who had changed those?
I do not.
So your mom, did your mom end up being able to get in the safe on Sunday at all?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Is one of those safes like she would maybe call it a gun safe, but like a really tall, big white safe?
He had a light colored safe on the right side of that room, yes. I don't know that it was white, but yes, it was a light colored safe.
Okay, but there was one that was like as big as like a closet door. Is the one I'm
Yeah,
talking
they
about.
were all, yeah, there
Okay.
were
And the
1,
codes.
2, 3, 4 or 5 safes in that room.
Sure. And did they all have codes on them?
I believe so. I didn't specifically look at them to see, but
Okay. And so when Sunday you guys realized those codes had been changed, you weren't able to get into any of those safes.
no.
Can you, court's indulgence, Judge, I just need to have a conversation with the opposing counsel.
Everybody good on the jury?
Judge, may I approach? Ask you 2 photographs. Looks like they were taken from a phone. Now that first one is a picture of, does that look like, I mean, I know that's a rear end, but does that appear to be Maddie Jane?
It does.
And who, I don't know who this guy is next to her. Looks like he's picking up a box.
The picture I'm looking at, there is no go. Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry, the
Oh,
second
yes.
picture.
Yes,
I know it's just a bald head. Do you recognize that guy?
my stepdad.
Okay. Now the first picture you had, do you recognize that? What is that white safe or cabinet?
It's a safe that was on the right side of Kirby's safe room.
Okay. And so that's, I mean, you recognize that safe from Kirby's house, right?
Yes,
And does it appear that Maddie Jane is going through that safe?
it looks like she is taking an item out of a box on the floor in front of the safe.
Right. And the safe is wide open, right?
It is.
Okay. I'll take those back from you. Were you with Maddie Jane all day Sunday when y'all were over there?
I was with her until we left that day, yes, and then I went back to her house.
Was she there when you went back to her house?
She and I left Kirby's house at the same time to go to her house.
Okay. So she obviously got into one of those safes on Sunday, right?
It appears, yes.
And you just weren't there when she was getting into that safe?
I was not in the same room with her the entire time that we were down there. Like
Sure.
I said, we were having conversations with Jeff and trying to figure out what was going on.
And did you go back over there that Sunday night?
Did not.
Were you aware of like a posse of people who went over there armed with shotguns Sunday night?
I was not. No.
Okay. Let me ask you about this James Robert Smith guy. You said he was at Thanksgiving, right?
He was.
And that was about a week before Kirby was killed.
Thanksgiving was on Thursday. Kirby was killed on Wednesday. So yes,
6 days. Now you said that's the first time you ever met this James guy,
it
right?
is.
And Kirby had been hanging out with him for like a few months, a few weeks prior.
That's what we were told by Caitlin after Kirby's death.
Okay. And he was letting James Robert Smith, I guess, leave his like camper or RV
There
at the
was
house.
a camper parked at Kirby's that was not there on Thanksgiving, that was there on the day that Kirby's body was found. We did not know at the time. When we got to Kirby's, when we were told that he was dead, the camper was parked there. We didn't know who it belonged to or where it came from at that time.
Okay, so you know that camper arrived sometime after Thanksgiving, but before Kirby was killed.
Correct.
You don't know whose camper it was.
We were told by law enforcement later on that it belonged to James Smith.
And James Smith struck you as odd in the days following Kirby's death, right?
He did.
And that was because I think you told Josh Bateman that he and Jeff left together at some point.
So they did leave moms together on Saturday, the day after Kirby was found. Jeff and Caitlin came to mom's house, and at some point James Smith came and Jeff did leave with him. That's not what struck me odd about him, not the fact that they left together. What struck me odd about him was some of the things that were said and how he seemed to insert himself in conversations that were strange to me for him to be involved in. And then also
Well,
on
let
Sunday.
me hold on a sec. Let me ask you, did you tell, when you talked to Josh Bateman, I know it was a long time ago, but did you say Jeff left with James Robert Smith, which was strange?
Did I write that in my statement?
That's what I'm asking.
I don't recall what I wrote in the statement that day
Right.
is what I'm saying. But if I wrote it in the statement, that's what I told him.
Okay.
But the reason that his involvement was strange to me is because when mom and I went to Kirby's on Sunday and things were being removed from his home and we found Jeff Spence's trunk loaded with Kirby's silver, Jeff's phone was ringing and he had it set to where you could hear who was calling, and he was getting frequent calls while we were down there from James Smith.
Okay. So Sunday, Jeff was there, but James Smith was somewhere else calling Jeff.
Correct.
Do you know why James Smith or Caitlin called the police on Sunday?
I do not. I didn't realize that they did.
Do you know if anybody had permission to change the codes on the safe or to change the locks?
Permission by who?
Law enforcement.
I
Just
have-
asking if you know.
I have no idea. It was Kirby's home. I don't know who permission would have been given to change locks.
But it would seem a lot less strange if somebody were given permission to change those codes and those, right?
I guess.
And you weren't over there Saturday, so you don't know who was over there Saturday or if anything was taken from Kirby's house on Saturday, right?
I was not there on Saturday.
Okay. And same thing with Friday night after law enforcement left. You don't know who was over there or who was taking things from Kirby's house, right?
Correct.
All right, that's all I have. Thank you, Ms. Barnes.
Everybody's good on the jury? You got to redirect?
1 second, Your Honor. No redirect, Your Honor.
This witness be finally excused from remaining in the courtroom?
Yes, sir.
Okay. If y'all will, y'all can retire to the jury room for a short break, 10 or 15 minutes. Remember court instructions, don't forward express any opinions, don't allow any express any opinions to you to investigate the case in any manner. And, I'll see y'all shortly.
Yeah, I'm not gonna use that.
I just think that's kind of humorous.
Am I free? Oh, okay.
Yes, okay, I'm sorry, yes, sir.
next week.
Tracy Dell.
Tracy Dell. Good, raise your right hand, face the floor, and be sworn in.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this cause will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Have a seat right
Have
here.
a seat, sir.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
You may.
Tracy, tell the jury who you are
Tracy Delp, a friend of Jeff Spence
and where do you live?
in Hillsville, Virginia.
Is that in Smith County?
No, it's in Carroll County.
Carroll County? Did you, are you originally from Smith County?
Yes, sir.
And is that where Saltville is?
Yes, sir.
All right. You drove down from Virginia, correct? You gotta give a verbal yes or
Yes,
no.
sir.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's a long drive, isn't it?
Yes, sir. Long drive.
Long drive. Go through every part of terrain you can pass through, don't you? Mountains, hills.
Yeah, it's a long ways down here, buddy, a long ways.
You ever been here before?
No, sir.
Having come down here, you don't want to be here, do you?
No, sir. Absolutely not.
Are you being promised anything for being here to testify?
No,
You being, other than getting a free trip to Mississippi, which a lot of people would like, are you getting paid any money to be here?
no, sir.
Are you getting promised anything by Mississippi law enforcement?
No, sir.
You getting promised anything by Virginia law enforcement?
No, sir.
You're just here. Tracy, do you mind if I call you Tracy?
That's my name.
That's-
Yeah, that's my name, buddy.
Do you know Jeff Spence?
Yes, sir.
You see him in the courtroom?
No, sir.
All right, thank you. You have the record reflected, the witness identified Mr. Spence. All right, my understanding is you've lived in Virginia most of your life.
Yes, sir.
Other than, I think you worked in Knoxville for a while.
Yes, sir.
That was fairly recently though, wasn't it?
Yes, sir.
All right. And you got kids, older kids, I believe, grown. All right. How long have you known? Do you recall when you started knowing Jeff?
Probably 99, 98 or 99, I guess, 2000.
2000?
More than that, from probably 2020, I think,
All right.
or 2019 is what I meant to say.
All right. 2019, 2020. And at that time, you were living with a woman, correct?
Yes, sir.
Was that Ruthie?
Yes, sir.
All right. And Ruthie passed away, correct?
Yes, sir.
When did she die?
July 23.
All right. Now, how did you meet Mr. Spence?
I was riding around one day and he had some puppies for sale. I didn't know that's for sale at the time, but I just seen some puppies in the lot and stopped and was looking at them, and that's how I met Jeff.
All right. And did you buy a puppy from him?
Yes, sir.
Did you buy that for Ruthie?
Best dog I ever had.
Still got him? What type of dog is it?
It's a long-haired shepherd.
All right. Tracy, after you bought the dog from Mr. Spence, did you continue to, let me ask you this. Where did you live? Where did Mr. Spence live? Do you know the address or the street?
Roan Lane.
Roan Lane,
I think that
R-O-A?
was the name of it.
Sorry.
I think that was the name of it.
Okay. And did you live close to Mr. Spence?
Miles up the road, maybe 3 miles.
All right. And it's in like a hollow, correct?
Yeah, where he lived was, yeah.
All right. And so after you bought that dog, did you continue to be around Mr. Spence?
Yes, sir.
Did you work for him?
Well, I go with him to get vehicles or dog cities animals or.
Okay. And at that time, you were dog sitting his animals, and you're a mechanic too, aren't you?
Somewhat.
Well, you probably know more than me. You're not a certified mechanic,
No,
but
sir.
you can work on cars.
Yes, sir.
Did you do that for Mr. Spence?
Yes, sir.
Did he have a lot of used cars in his yard,
Yes, sir.
and you would work on them for him, and he would pay you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you said you watched his animals. You're talking about dogs,
Mhm.
and he raised dogs, correct?
Yes, sir.
Did you consider Mr. Spence a friend?
Yes, sir.
He treat you good?
Yes, sir.
Paid you money?
Yes, sir.
Did he ever do anything else for you? Give you anything else?
Motorcycle, a couple of vehicles.
So he never did anything to you that you're trying to get back at him for today.
No, sir. He was always good to me.
Always good to you?
Yes, sir.
So you worked for him in 2020, 21, and 22? Did you have another job at the time?
Just self-employed. I done odd jobs helping people build stuff and things like that.
I'm sorry, helping people what?
Build decks, porches, put doors and windows in houses and stuff like
Okay,
that.
all right, so basic construction work.
Yes, sir.
All right, now at some point, did Mr. Spence talk about his daughter and her daughter's boyfriend?
Yes, sir.
All right, and did you ever know, I know you know now, but during that time, did you know what his name was?
Yes, sir.
What was it?
Kirby Carpenter.
Kirby Carpenter? And the daughter you're talking about, is that Caitlin?
Yes, sir.
And did you ever meet Caitlin?
No, sir.
Would you know her if you saw her?
I don't think I would. I met Karen once, but
Karen being his wife?
yes, sir.
So all the time you were around Mr. Spence, you met Karen
This once.
once? All right, so you said he started talking about Kirby. What was he telling you?
Just about how he was mean to his daughter and the son he had, and
Mean to his son?
yeah, his
And
own
me.
son.
All right, and he was worried about what? That he would do what?
He was going to be mean to the little girl Caitlin just had.
All right, so Caitlin was, her name is Anoa. I don't know if you know that, but she was born in July of 2022. So this was during that time he was saying these things.
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir.
All right, and how long did he talk about this to you? Do you know how many months? Was it one
The whole
time?
time I knowed him, he spoke of him, just different ways.
All right, was it always a bad way, or?
It wasn't a good way.
All right. All right, did Mr. Spence ever talk to you about doing anything about the way he felt about Kirby?
Yeah.
What did he say?
He wanted him killed.
All right, and you said he wanted him killed. Did he tell you that more than once?
Yeah. I had to have my phone cut off when I went there. I couldn't even take a phone there. It was just.
All right, so he didn't like you having a phone there
No, sir.
at any time?
No time.
All right. Did he tell you that you can't have your phone here?
Yeah.
All right. Did he ever ask you to do it for him?
Yes, sir. He asked me to find somebody to go with me to do it.
All right. And did he offer to pay you money?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember how much?
I think he said $5,000 to split with someone.
Okay. And did he ask you this more than once?
Yeah. Every time I talked to him there in the end, he did.
All right. In the end being Kirby died on November 30th. So that was during the summer,
Yes, sir.
fall, summer. Did you agree to do it?
No, sir.
What'd you tell him?
I told him no.
Now, did you ever see him make any preparations
He
to,
wanted me to get a book bag or a backpack and have certain things in it.
like what?
His hair nets, he wanted me to cut my hair. I had long hair at the time.
How long was it?
It's pretty long. It's way down my back.
You feel better now it's cut?
Yeah, it's cool.
You didn't cut it for that, did you?
No.
Why would you say hair nets? Anything else?
Makeup to paint your face with, gloves, tape, just all kinds of stuff.
All right.
I guess whatever you thought you might need.
Why would he want you to cut your hair?
Keep from leaving evidence.
Okay. Did
I
he
had
tell you
long
that?
hair, yes.
Did you know Mr. Spence to carry guns himself?
No, sir.
No?
Never seen him with a gun.
All right.
Never seen a man with a weapon.
All right. Now, he asked you to, throughout your relationship, to watch his animals while he went on vacation. It came a point where the last time you did that, he asked you to watch his animals, right? And then when was the next time you saw him, what was he driving?
His daughter's vehicle.
All right. Was she there?
No, sir.
Well, it was her vehicle, right?
Yes, sir.
Was Karen there?
I never seen her. I'm sure she was there, but I didn't see her.
All right. And was anything in that black Suburban?
It was full of stuff he got out of that house down there.
All right. Like what?
A bunch of money, and I'm not sure what I was.
Well,
in.
wasn't you see? He told me that. Was it coins
It was
or
coins, I guess, silver and gold coins.
were they wrapped in anything?
No, it's just in bank bags.
In bank bags?
Yes, sir.
Now, when you talked to him when he got back, then what did he tell you?
Said he shot him in the face with a pistol.
In a pistol.
Yep.
All right. That's what he told you.
Yes, sir.
And what did he tell you
He
about?
sat for so long, he thought he was going to have to get up and leave, or he'd sat so long waiting on him to come.
All right. So he said, I'm sorry. Say that again.
Said he'd sat there so long, he thought he was going to have to leave, or he'd sat there, I guess.
So he waited for him.
Yeah.
And did he say anything about the body?
Said he covered him up with a tarp outside and left his leg hanging out from under it,
Why would he do that?
so they would find him,
So they could find
so
it?
they could see him, I guess.
All right. Did he tell you that, or are you just guessing?
Nah, that's what he told me.
All right. Did he?
I don't
Say-
want to do this at all, but I'm just being truthful about it.
All right.
That's what the man said.
Well, we've already said you're not you're getting a trip to Mississippi out of it.
Yeah.
Now, did he say anything that Kirby said to him before he shot him?
I know you was coming.
He said, he told you that Kirby said,
You know he was coming.
Oh.
Yes, sir.
all right, I'm just trying to make sure you sat, the last time you sat his dogs, and I don't think you remember exactly when that was. He was going on vacation.
I don't remember the exact dates or nothing.
All right. And
I watched these dogs several times.
sure, but the last time you sat with his dogs, and then the next time you see him is when he's in the black Suburban.
Yes, sir.
And that's when you find out, according to him, what he had done.
Yes, sir.
After this happened, were you concerned about him, knowing what you knew?
Yeah, he got to where he sat across from my house and watched my home.
He was in his vehicle, or?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What kind of car did he usually drive? I know you said he was in the black Suburban. When they
Yeah,
come.
he was in a Cadillac or a little truck.
All right. He had several vehicles in his
Yeah,
yard.
just, I guess whatever, he went out there and got in, I guess, but
Did he say anything about the coins being hard to get in the vehicle or anything?
he said that it was heavy.
All right. Said they were heavy?
Yeah.
Tracy, before all this happened, I think I know the answer to this, but I'm going to guess, do you watch social media,
No, sir.
television much? So you never saw anything about,
I never knew that he'd been arrested till Brad come and found me.
All right,
Said
we're gonna-
it took
we're gonna-
him
we're gonna-
2 years to find me.
we're going to get to that.
No, I didn't have a clue.
Yeah, you don't watch social media. That's good. You shouldn't. When he told you that back when he came back with the black Suburban, did you really believe he did it? Or you think he just thought he was just talking?
I just thought he was being no, I never thought that. Not,
Did you-
not for once.
Because did you hear anything on the news that there'd been a murder in Tippah County, Mississippi?
Not to hear just a few days ago.
Okay. Well, when Brad met you,
Yep. Yeah, I never had a clue. I didn't know he'd been arrested or nothing. Didn't have no idea.
and all right, so you truck along. Y'all, when was the last time you saw Mr. Spence?
Whenever it was, he's sitting across, from my house there.
All right,
That was,
summer of 23.
yeah,
Did you stop hanging around him?
yeah.
Why is that?
I was concerned about him.
All right.
He's sitting watching my home. Something was up.
Okay. So you were concerned. So that's the last time you saw him.
Yeah.
All right. Best of your recollection.
Best I can remember.
Okay. And at some point, Brad Johnson came to talk to you. And that was, I believe, in January of this year.
Yes, sir.
And that was, you were in a rehab facility in Galax. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And when you started talking to Brad, was that the first, for lack of a better word, confirmation that Kirby had actually been killed?
Yeah, that's the first that shocked me because it's the first I'd heard about it. It'd been several years and, I hadn't heard a thing about it.
Right. So the last thing you'd heard is what Jeff Spence told you until Brad Johnson came.
Yep.
Did you ever talk to Mr. Spence or anyone from his first defense team about being an alibi witness?
No, sir.
Never did? Did you eventually find out you'd been listed as an alibi witness?
Through Brad.
All right.
Never heard a word from nobody.
Until you talked to Brad. All right, Tracy, we're about through here. Just to get everything out on the table, and I've talked to you about this, and you have a criminal history.
Oh, yeah.
All right. And you have some felony convictions.
Yeah.
You've done some jail time, not prison time, but I'm assuming local jail and local
Yes, sir.
jails. All right. And what were your convictions for?
Entering a dwelling of the nighttime, grand larceny, got caught, I wrecked a vehicle and was convicted of that for a felony driving, declared habitual offender.
Okay. And you, it was also a false,
Yeah, false information to law enforcement.
all right. And you gave some false information to law enforcement in Virginia.
Yes, sir.
And what was that about?
A guy had stole the TV and took it and put it in a house or a trailer. And the law had asked me about, what Alex had done with the TV and stuff that he had stole. And I told him I didn't really know, but I did. And that's how
Okay. So you were covering for him.
I got a year over it.
Okay. Covering for him.
Yeah.
All right. And also, and I just mentioned that Brad Johnson found you in rehab. You had a prior drug problem, right? Or a history of drug. Now, what was your drug of choice?
Any kind of pain medicine.
All right, so opioids.
Yes, sir.
All right, a lot of opioid problems in that part of Virginia, aren't there?
Yeah.
In that, I guess you call it. Is that called Appalachia?
Yeah.
Like, you don't have to agree with me. You never heard that, but there's a lot
That's
of
what it's called. Yeah.
a lot of pills around there.
Yeah.
All right, and did you ever reach a point where you decided to get yourself straight?
Yeah, I hadn't done no pills or anything like that in about 12 years.
All right, so you're still recovering.
Yes.
All right. Still have counselors?
Mm-hmm.
You got one counselor you talk to in Galax?
Yep.
Okay. You doing good? Are you clear-headed today?
Yep. Straight as a judge, babe. Straight as this man sitting right here.
That may not be much of a reference.
I ain't done no dope in a long time.
To the witness, Your Honor.
All right. False examination, anybody want to do?
Good morning, Tracy.
Good morning, buddy. Good evening, whatever time it is. I don't know what time it is.
I think it's still morning. I can't find the clock in here. Oh, we haven't had lunch yet.
We're gonna quit at 12 for lunch anyway, so I'll tell you when lunch. is.
There we go. Tracy, the state, the government here was very, right off the bat said you drove down from Virginia. Did you drive?
No, sir.
You didn't drive down here from Virginia, did you?
No, sir.
Who brought you down here?
My girlfriend.
Okay. Are you currently in custody of the state of Virginia?
No, sir.
Are you on bond?
No, sir. I don't guess.
So the cases that you had pending, pretrial conditions, failure to appear, forgery, obtaining money, false pretense, these all say they were pending in the
I don't
future
know.
file.
I don't know.
Were you at, if I understand correctly, let me back up a minute. They asked you, had you been promised anything, right?
I hadn't been promised a thing. That's God's honest truth.
Why would they ask that if there wasn't something that you needed a promise in?
You'll have to ask him that, but I don't know.
Well, I'm curious because were you not, when the officers came and spoke to you just 2 months ago, were you not in a rehab facility?
Yes, sir.
And you
I
were
went
just,
there myself. I wasn't put there or anything else. I went there to get help for myself. I don't know what you're looking at, but
okay. So you went there on your own.
yes, sir.
I was thinking you had testified that you weren't on drugs. You hadn't been on drugs for a long time.
I hadn't been.
Why are you in a rehab?
I take methadone to keep from the, to keep me away from the drugs. And when I was in Knoxville, Tennessee, they took me off the methadone at the clinic in 9 days because I couldn't pay the bill. It was $600 some bucks. So they detoxed me off the medicine in 9 days, and I was so sick. I had to do something. So I went back to rehab to get back on the methadone.
So you don't consider being on methadone, which is an opioid, that you're still on drugs?
No, it's,
I mean, you're on an opioid, right?
yeah.
As you sit here today, you're on an opioid.
Mhm.
Is that yes?
Yes, sir.
And that opioid,
It's prescribed to me through the federal government, so.
Sure, it's prescribed so that you don't take illegal drugs,
Exactly.
but it's still an opioid, just like the drug you're addicted to.
I can't help that. It keeps me away from it.
Right, because it's an opioid. And your addiction is to,
Who we down here on trial for, me or him?
right now it's you.
Now, what's up?
So right now it's you that's on trial. So how long have you been on opioids?
Since 2006.
So for 20 years, you've been an opioid addict? And you've given false statements to police officers before?
Yes, sir. Sure did.
Now, when did you become aware a warrant had been issued for you to come down here and testify?
I guess what y'all said there, the 1st of January.
Okay, so you left the rehab and they had to issue a warrant to try to find you to bring you down here to testify. Correct?
Now, say that again. I didn't understand.
In January, you spoke to police officers. They told you a trial date was coming up in March. You left the facility and they had to issue a warrant for your arrest to try to get a subpoena on you.
No, sir.
You weren't aware of
I
that?
come down here on my own.
Did you get issued a subpoena?
Yes, sir.
Did you have to go into court?
No, sir.
You just took it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Were you not aware there was a motion for issuance of a bench warrant filed in this court? For
Yeah,
you?
if I hadn't showed up, it would have been.
Okay. So you're showing up knowing that they had either had or were going to get a warrant for your arrest if you didn't show
If I
up.
hadn't showed up, I know myself that they would have come after me. So
Okay.
just made it easier to come on down here.
And so when you gave a statement to police in January of this year, about 60 days ago, that was the first time you'd ever told law enforcement any story about this case.
Yes, sir.
And you referenced the fact that the weapon in this case was a pistol
That's what I was told. That's all I know, but
and that Mr. Spence was in a black Suburban.
when he come back from down there,
Was that what he told you?
that's what he was in the last time I seen him. So that's,
So you just guessed?
I don't know where he was coming from, you know.
Well, that's what I'm saying. You said you saw him come back in a black Suburban.
Yes.
The implication was he went and came back in a black Suburban.
I don't know that, but that's the last thing I seen the man in.
Okay. So if you said that he did go and come back in the black Suburban, you just guessed.
No, I wasn't guessing. That's the last thing I seen the man in.
You said he left. He told you that after he had killed Tracy, he left him out where he could be found.
He didn't kill me. I'm sitting right here.
I'm sorry. It's good. It's good they did. Very good. He said he left the body out where it could be found.
Yeah.
Do you know how long it was before
I
the body was
couldn't tell you,
found?
buddy.
What's that?
I couldn't tell you
He
that.
didn't tell you that part?
No,
Did he tell you who found the body?
no, sure he did.
He didn't tell you that part, did he?
No.
Now, he told you that he was hiding in a basement, waiting to kill him?
That's where he said he sat downstairs, so I assumed it was a basement.
Okay. Again, you're making assumptions.
Just telling you what the man said, buddy.
Well, you told police back in January that it was a basement.
Well, downstairs.
Well, that's not the words you used, right? What word did you use to describe it?
I guess basement.
Jeff told Tracy he laid in wait in the basement area of the house. That sound familiar to you?
Yes.
And you also, Jeff said that he had face paint on his face like he was turkey hunting.
Yes.
Did you assume that? Somebody tell you that? How'd you get that information?
That's what he told me.
Okay.
He wanted me to have it for the backpack he asked me to get.
Say that again?
He wanted me to have some in my backpack in case I went to do it. Where he asked me if I wanted to go down there and kill him.
So back in 2022 and 23, you were still addicted to opioids,
I was taking methadone.
methadone, but you stopped going to the clinic because you couldn't afford it, right?
No, that was in Knoxville here just a while back.
Say that again?
I was in Knoxville and they detoxed me off of it.
You were in Knoxville when?
The last of this past year.
Okay. Back in 2022, where were you?
In Virginia.
Yeah. And you're still doing drugs?
No,
No?
it's going to a methadone clinic.
Which is a drug, right? And you have to pay for it,
Yes.
right? You have to pay for it?
No.
So you'd be looking for money to pay for your drugs, correct?
I went on
Well,
to pay files.
you were going, correct?
Yep.
You were paying them, correct?
Yep.
And they would give you Suboxone or some kind of opioid, right?
Yes.
So you were still doing prescription or not, still doing drugs, right?
Whatever you want to call
Well, were you paying for them
it. Yes, sir.
with the opioids?
Yes, sir.
So you needed money to buy opioids, right?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. And you're telling this jury that you were offered how much money?
$5,000.
You remember telling the police he offered to give you $100,000 to kill Kirby?
That's if I come down here and told him that I was with him. He was with me for an alibi.
Well, you told police in January, Jeff told you that he gave you $100,000 to go kill Kirby.
No,
No?
no, sir.
Police just wrote that in the report.
I don't know what happened there, but
So the police lied on you.
I couldn't tell you.
You didn't tell them
Read it wrong
100,000?
or something. I don't know what happened, but
And you said you'd done a lot of shit, but he wasn't going to kill somebody for money?
no, sir. I ain't.
Well, I mean, you said that though, right?
Yes, sir.
Based on the fact that he was offering you 100,000.
That was to come down here and tell y'all that he was with me the day it happened.
Well, that's not what you told police, right?
He got something crossed up.
So he was going to offer you 5,000 to kill somebody, but $100,000 to lie. Is that your testimony?
I don't know, but
I mean, all your crimes what we call crimes of moral turpitude has to do with lying. When you steal from people, you're taking things away from them, right?
yes, sir.
And you're a thief
Yeah, I have been. Yes, sir.
because you got to pay for your drugs, right?
Yes, sir.
And you're not very truthful to police officers. You've gotten in trouble before giving false testimony.
Yeah, once.
Once that you got caught.
No, just once.
You're telling this jury that in those 2 years between the time that of the death and January 2026, you didn't see anything on the TV, internet, or anything from anyone else about this
No.
case.
Sure didn't have a clue.
You told the police that Jeff told you he had to wait a long time, right?
Mhm.
Yeah, she writes it down. And it's yes or no, so I got to get you to say yes.
Yes,
or no.
sir.
So that was Kirby was going to come home. Jeff didn't know when, and he had to wait a long time in Mississippi before he supposedly shot him.
That's what he said. I wasn't there. I couldn't tell you.
Okay. Did he tell you how long?
No, sir.
Did he show you the pistol he used?
No, sir.
Did he describe the pistol he used?
No, sir.
He say he shot him in the head,
Said he shot him in the face.
in the face with a
Man said.
pistol.
Yep.
And was your testimony you saw these big bank bags full of money?
Yeah, he's in the back of a Suburban.
When you say a bank bag, what do you mean?
Just like a bank bag, like a,
I got deposit bags, but you're not putting a lot of stuff in a deposit bag. What's a bank? You know about like in the cartoons where the duck is holding the big bag of money with the dollar sign on it, and it's. What are you talking about then?
just a bag. I just said a bank bag.
Well, a bag, you can pick that up. You described it as something so big it couldn't be picked up.
No, they was pretty good sized bags. He said they was so big he couldn't lift them.
Say that again?
He said they were so heavy he had a hard time, he couldn't lift them.
Who told you that?
That's the man sitting right there.
I thought you just testified you saw the bags.
I did in the back of a vehicle.
Well, that's why I'm asking you to describe them.
Well, I didn't see, I looked through the glass at them. I didn't see them like right here. Look through the glass of the vehicle at them.
Why were you looking in the back of his Suburban?
I was just standing there talking.
Did he tell you there were big money bags back there?
Well, yeah,
Of course he did, because he told you everything, right?
yes, sir.
He said, hey, look at these big bags of money in the back of my car. They're so big, I can't even pick them up. And what'd you say to that?
I don't remember what I said.
Okay. Why did it take the police coming and finding you at rehab before you told the story to anyone?
No, I wasn't asked about it, so
I'm sorry. He admitted to a murder and somebody has to come ask you about it?
well, I didn't know if he killed that man or not. Hell, people tell you crazy stuff every day, bud.
People exaggerate every day.
Exactly.
They make up stories. And you're kind of one of those kind of guys that people don't always tell the truth to, right?
Well, I told the truth. That's all I can say.
You may, but people kind of play games with you sometimes, don't they? Right?
I can't answer that, no.
Okay. You don't think you're just one kind of a neighborhood guy that they get to come do the chores and do the light work and maybe fix a car? Maybe talk about you behind your back?
Probably.
Yeah. Tell you stories about how important they are and what all kinds of stuff they did.
Yeah, blow you full of smoke.
What's that?
Blow you full of smoke, ain't it?
Blow smoke up your.
Yep. Exactly.
And that happens to you on occasion, right?
Yep.
Yep. All right. How long I'll withdraw that. Court, give me just 1 minute. I think I kind of asked this, but I'm not sure I understood your answer. Are you saying that while you were in rehab in January, you didn't have 2 active warrants? One for larceny of checks and the other for obtaining money by false pretense?
I don't think so, no.
Have you been to court since
I don't
January?
know, sir.
Do you have a court date?
I'm not sure.
Do you have an attorney?
No, sir.
So nobody's mentioned to you anything about needing to go back to court?
No, sir.
All right. How long was the drive down here?
About 10 hours, give or take a little bit.
All right, thank you.
All right, leave it at, everybody good over here?
Just briefly, Your Honor. Tracy, back
I don't
When
think
you,
I was on trial for a minute.
sir,
I was on trial for a minute.
when Brad Johnson came and talked to you in January, he was at Mr.
Yeah, that's the first time I'd heard anything about it. You know, I told him man the truth.
Right.
I think he believed me,
But what I want to ask you is this. You could have just as easily said, I don't know nothing.
I know.
You could have said,
I wish I hadn't even come down here now,
or
but
you could have been, his alibi.
yeah, I could have been.
But you told the truth.
Yeah, I had a lot of money when I got back, but I didn't. You know what I
And
mean?
everything you said, everything that you know about it, when you met with Brad, your
Everybody's got it
information
fast.
came from who?
Do what now?
The information you know about this came from who?
That man sitting right there. I have no reason to lie. I ain't getting nothing for
Did you, did Mr. Spence have more than one phone?
it. Yes, sir.
How
We
many?
always had two cell phones.
Inside the cross.
You may be released.
All right, you're welcome to stay, or you can go back again.
Out of here, see y'all.
You can go for this, and you can go anywhere. All right, it's, y'all approach, and tell me what's next.
Yes, sir.
All right, announcer, face the court before you hear this lady, raise your right hand before you.
Yes, Your Honor.
You solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this cause will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, help you God?
I do.
Sit in this chair there, and, you may proceed.
Todd, tell the jury who you are.
My name is Richard Todd Jones.
Richard Todd is an Alabama quarterback.
Yes, sir.
All right. Shows how old I am, and you too.
Yes, sir.
Who do you work for?
I work for Virginia Farm Bureau Insurance.
All right, and what do you do?
I'm a special investigator for the company.
All right, and are you familiar with Mr. Jeff Spence?
Yes, I am.
All right, and have you reviewed his auto insurance policies?
Yes, I have.
And how long going back?
To the year 2019.
2019. And on his auto insurance policy, did he have multiple vehicles, one vehicle, two vehicles?
He had multiple vehicles on the policy.
All right. Was the Cadillac insured?
At one point, it was insured on the policy.
All right. And he also owned a 2002 GMC Safari van. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And when was that insured?
That was added to the policy in 2019.
All right. And were any changes made to that subsequent to that date?
When the added on 2019, it had liability coverage only.
All right.
Means that if he was involved in an accident, it would pay for somebody else's damages, not his damages.
All right. And did that change at some point?
That did change in 2022.
Do you know when in 22?
Yeah, 12/13/2022, the
Right.
coverage changed on the 2002 van.
To what?
Full coverage, which means he had liability coverage on it, comprehensive coverage, and collision coverage.
So with that change, any damage by fire, would that be covered?
Yes, it would be covered.
And you've reviewed, are you familiar when claims are made?
Yes,
And on your review of the records, was a claim ever made on the van?
no, it was not.
And it was eventually taken off the policy, correct?
Yes, in March of 2023, it was taken off the policy.
Now, the Spences also suffered a house fire, correct?
That is correct.
Did they make a claim on that?
Yes, they did.
When did they make that claim?
That would have been in June of 2023.
Ten to the witness.
Hello, Mr. Jones.
Hi, how are you doing?
I'm all right. How are you?
Good.
I don't know if I have any questions for you. You don't personally deal with just insurance, right? You're just kind of investigator for Farm Bureau.
I am the investigator. I'm not an agent for Farm Bureau as
Okay.
far as a writing agent.
So like when people file insurance claims, you're the guy who comes in and tells them, no, you're not getting this money.
No, not that person.
Okay. So Jeff had, did he have several vehicles in the house insured through Farm Bureau?
Yes, he did.
Okay. Would those, it was kind of like a bundle, insurance bundle?
Just multiple vehicles on the policy. We don't use the term bundle as like some other insurance companies do.
Sure. No, I don't want to compare you with one of those other guys, but yeah, I mean, it's the fact that he had this van, which is over 20 years old on the policy. It's not like he went in there and specifically said, I really need to have this old van insured, right? It's like whatever synonym you would use for bundle.
He would have had,
Package deal, right? With all of his vehicles, house, whatever else, right?
no, sir.
Well, tell me about it.
He would have to have called either the agent's office or Richmond to add that coverage to his policy, to add that liability, to add comprehensive, which means when something hits his vehicle or collision, he would have had to physically change that and make a note or call the company to do that.
Any idea how much a 2002 GMC Safari is worth?
I'm not sure right off the top of my head.
Any idea how much money you would get if you scrapped a 2002 GMC Safari?
I'm not sure with that.
Probably about the same amount, right?
Could be.
Thank you, Mr. Jones.
Yes, Your Honor, one question. Mr. Jones, Todd, would that change in policy that he made, would that cover an intentional act?
Not if it was deemed to be intentional, no.
And that's where you would come in?
I would have been notified of a fire on that vehicle, which would have started an investigation.
That's all I have. Yes, sir.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I'm here till tomorrow morning, Your Honor. I may take a seat.
Your Honor, may I excuse me?
Just a second, and I'll be right back with you. Hang on just a second. little right like stop in the middle of it, go easy to go.
Stakeholder Bart Adams.
Come around, Mr. Adams, face the court reporter there, raise your right hand and be sworn in, please.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this call will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do. I proceed, Your Honor. Bart, tell the jury who you are.
I'm Bart Adams. I'm an attorney in Ripley, Mississippi.
Lifelong resident of Tippah County?
Not lifelong, but close enough. I've been there for quite a while.
Okay. Describe the practice. Tell the jury what you do in your practice.
Sure. I am in my 5th term as the county prosecutor there in Tippah County. So in that role, I prosecute all the misdemeanor crimes in Tippah County. But in my private practice, we have a typical small town practice. We do a little bit of everything. I do deed work. I used to do divorce work, child custody stuff. Fortunately, I don't have to do that anymore. I do everything from wills, estates, closings, personal injury cases, just whatever walks in the door.
All right. Did you know Kirby Carpenter?
I did.
How long did you know him?
I guess I knew Kirby probably 12 or 15 years.
Did you know his family?
Not well. I knew a couple of his sisters. I knew his sister.
All right, Casey.
Casey, that's right.
And since this has all happened, you've met Maddie Jane, is that correct?
Absolutely. I've learned a lot about Kirby's family since all this.
All right. And you're familiar with his businesses he had?
I am. I helped him with some of his businesses. I dealt with him I'd had business relationships with him.
All right. Dealing with coins and stuff?
That's right. Yep.
You're a collector?
I am, or was.
Not anymore?
No.
All right. Did you handle land transactions for him?
I did,
Well,
yes.
You and Mr. Permenter did?
That's right, yep.
Did you see Kirby a lot?
At times, Kirby's gold and silver store was right across the street from my office. I might go 3 weeks and see Kirby every day. I may go 3 weeks and not see him at all. It just was kind of random.
Did you know him to carry anything with him?
Sure, he always seemed to have, I don't know how to describe it, a bag or a satchel or a man purse, if you will, however you want to describe it.
That's what you're calling it.
That's probably what I would call it, yes.
All right. And do you know what he did with that?
If I carry something like that, don't call me man. Some other word.
Do you have any idea what he had in that satchel?
Yeah, in my dealings with Kirby, he would bring paperwork to me in the office, and it would have paperwork in that satchel. The times I had bought or sold coins to or from Kirby, there were coins, cash, gold bars, silver bars, that type stuff.
All right.
I guess that's what he used to transport a lot of times.
All right. And you said you handled some transactions for him, transactional work.
I did, yeah.
Did you handle a transaction involving Ray Palmer?
I did not handle, so he sold a liquor store over in Boonville to Mr. Palmer.
All right.
I did not handle that sale. I was involved with Mr. Palmer later down the road, I guess, when we opened the estate.
All right. We'll get to opening the estate, but let's go ahead and just jump forward. And when the estate, did they take any action against Mr. Palmer for a debt owed?
We did.
All right. And how much was that debt?
I don't recall exactly. It was roughly $200,000, I believe.
Right.
The estate ended up hiring Chandler Rogers to pursue those notes.
All right. And he, Kirby wasn't the only creditor that was owed money on that deal, was he?
Definitely not. When I reached out to Mr. Palmer early on, handling the estate, trying to round up some of the assets of the estate, I reached out to Mr. Palmer and he was very upfront about it. He was not ugly or mean or anything else. He was just very matter of fact about the fact that he couldn't pay it. I believe he owed the bank 3 or 4 times what he owed Kirby. So he was behind the 8 ball.
All right. And so based on what your testimony is, this was a transaction that involved, he owned the store in Booneville and sold it, and then it was financed by.
Yeah, so Kirby owned the liquor store in Booneville. He opened one over there after he sold the one in Ripley, went to Booneville, opened the liquor store. When he got ready to sell that liquor store, he sold it for whatever the price was. I believe it was Merchants and Farmers or Farmers and Merchants Bank, whatever it was in Booneville, financed a portion of that sale. The buyers, Mr. Palmer's group, came up and paid a little bit of cash down, borrowed a big chunk from the bank, and then Kirby financed the rest of it personally.
All right. So you had conversations with Ray Palmer.
I did.
And any unpleasantries at all?
Not at all.
Are you aware of any controversy between Kirby Carpenter and Ray Palmer?
Not to the best of my
Did
knowledge.
Kirby ever say anything to you about it?
No.
Now, that debt, you said this.
That's not accurate.
Okay.
The last time I saw Kirby alive
Which was when?
would have been sometime a week or 2 before Thanksgiving.
Okay, 22?
Yes, sir, in 22. He was coming out of Mr. Permenter's office. He had parked in front of my office and came across the square to Mr. Permenter's office, and he was getting in his car as I was walking out of the office, or his truck rather. He and Towns were getting in the truck and just figuring out what was going on. I asked him what he was doing. He said he had been to Freddie's office to write a letter to collect those debts.
All right. Okay, so being in the legal, is that a first step that you do when you go to Bart Adams and say, hey, this guy owes me X dollars?
That's right.
Okay. All right. So he was taking a legal step.
That's right.
All right, let's talk about, when did you learn Kirby had died, had been killed?
Saturday or Sunday evening, like December the 4th, maybe.
All right. And you are the county prosecutor, correct?
That's correct, yes.
Was there any, do you have any at that point as a county prosecutor?
Well, so the reason I was told that he had passed away is the sheriff's department or law enforcement in general in our area. I also prosecute for several municipalities. They will call me when there's a problem. They have a question, don't know how to handle a situation. At this particular time, I believe it was Chris McAllister that called me. I'm not positive. Somebody from the sheriff's department called and stated that there was a dispute between 2 parties about who was getting stuff out of a house. I don't ask who it is at that point because I don't want it to change my answer or have any bearing on my response to the situation. But after we sorted through it and I told them I thought it was a civil matter, if both parties were claiming ownership of it, they then told me that it was Kirby, that Kirby had been found dead.
Okay. And at some point, you were approached about opening an estate for Kirby?
The next Monday morning, at some point, I met with Maddie Jane and Casey.
So that would have been on the 5th.
I believe that's right.
You do a lot of estate work.
Yes,
Kirby had a will when he died.
he did not.
So he died without a will. Who would that make his heirs? Who are his heirs?
When you die intestate in the state of Mississippi, it's your spouse and children. Kirby did not have a spouse, so it was just his 2 children, Enola and Town.
So everything in the estate was going to go to the 2 kids.
Correct.
Now, be held in trust for them
That's right.
until they turn to a certain age,
That's correct.
whatever's designated by the trustee. All right, so as one of the, you're getting information that what's going on out there, excuse me, on the 4th, that people are, what's going on out there?
Basically, what was told to me is that somebody was loading, I think, coins or bags of coins is what I was told. They were loading stuff up into a trunk of a car.
Right. This is information coming from law enforcement to you in your capacity as county prosecutor.
Correct.
Okay.
And what they told me was that there was a dispute as to who it belonged to. And 2 different sides were there saying it was theirs. And at that point, I told them, if you can't determine who it belongs to, then it's a civil matter. You need to tell them they got to deal with each other over it, whether that's through lawyers or however that's going to work out.
Right. And were you aware that when they came to open the estate that Monday on the 5th, one of the jobs, your jobs is to, well, actually it's the job of the administrator, right, of the estate to marshal the assets?
That's correct.
What does that mean?
You got to have an inventory. You got to get everything together and under your control.
All right. And did you give anybody instructions as to what had been taken or whatever on the 4th?
Absolutely. I told them that they need to get all that stuff back. All that stuff belonged to the estate.
Mm-hmm.
If it was Kirby's at the time of his death, it belonged to the estate. The estate had to account for it at some point. I told them initially I was trying to do all of that myself. I didn't realize the extent or the volume of the stuff.
All right.
So ordinarily the way that works in an estate is I will start helping the administratrix to do an inventory, to prepare an inventory that would be filed with the court in the form of an accounting.
All right. And then all right, let me ask you this. When you instructed everyone to bring everything to Bart so we could start the inventory, was that done?
There was a lot of stuff brought to me. I don't know that everything was ever, I don't know what was taken, so I don't know what was brought back.
Well, did Matty Jane bring you stuff?
Matty Jane brought stuff. I believe Casey may have been with her when she brought stuff back. Jeff and Caitlin brought stuff back.
Okay. So you're starting the inventory, and I believe that you said it was a lot. You even had your boys helping, right?
At the office, they did not. It was just me and my staff helping. There were several of the totes like these that are sitting in the courtroom. There were totes full of coins and bags of coins and just all kinds of stuff.
Okay.
Once I got out to the house, I believe it was a week or 2 later, I finally went out to the house with Matty Jane to kind of help do an inventory out there. And that's when I realized the enormity of it.
Was this before the funeral when you went out there?
I don't recall.
All right. Was an auction company or an auction company brought in to finish up the inventory?
Yes. So I started getting everything together, started preparing the inventory. Once we realized that we're going to have to do something with all this stuff, that we can't hold it until the kids turn of age and we can give it to them. I discussed with Maddie and Casey, and I believe Caitlin was involved in that conversation as well about what to do with it, how we were going to handle that. We discussed a couple of different auction companies and ended up hiring Mid-South Auction and Realty, I believe is the name of it.
All right. And before that auction was held, there was an auction, correct?
There were several auctions.
All right. Before that first auction, there was an inventory finalized.
Correct.
Right?
Yeah. Once we decided we were hiring the auction company, I stopped doing the inventory. There was just no point in the estate paying me to do it and paying the auction company to do it. The auction company had to do their own anyway because they had to itemize everything and list it.
Report back to the estate.
That's correct.
All right. And that money is placed in the estate. Right.
That's correct.
Did you review the inventory?
I did.
You familiar with what all was in Kirby's estate?
I am.
And was there a lot of cash?
There was not.
You recall how much cash was there and what the source was?
Kirby had roughly $2,800 in his pocket when they found him. And there was very little other cash in the estate. It was very insignificant.
All right. Did you find it unusual?
I thought it was really odd that he didn't have more cash in his safes or laying around or somewhere.
What do you know about the codes on the safes? Kirby had safes in his home, is that right?
Right. So there was a room in Kirby's home that had 3 safes in it, gun safes. And there was some other little, I call it just a locking cabinet. It really wasn't a safe, but there was another. So there were 4 things in there. The 3 gun safes, when I got there to do the inventory at the home, the combinations had been changed.
Do you know how that happened?
Miss Maddie tried to open them for me. She couldn't open them. Caitlin came in and said, I changed those a few days ago or something. Caitlin came and opened the safes for me. At that point, law enforcement and I changed the codes so that we were the only people that had the access to them.
Did Mr. Parise have access?
He did not.
Okay.
Not to the best of my knowledge.
All right. When did that happen? Do you know?
So about 2 weeks after we opened the estate.
All right. 10 to weeks.
Hey, Mr. Davis. How are you today?
Doing well.
Good. Don't look so nervous. Don't look so nervous.
Oh, I'm used to being on that side.
I know, but I promise I'll be nice to you.
Well, I thank you.
Because you're an attorney, right?
Correct.
And you have a duty to this court to tell the truth,
Correct.
tell all of the truth,
Correct.
and not hold anything back.
That's correct.
We all try to live up to that standard. People outside the law may not think we do. They probably think we're thieves and criminals, but we try real hard.
That's right.
All right. You're handling the estate right now for the 2 children.
Well, it's Kirby's estate. It's a guardianship for the 2 children. But yes.
Got you. I understand. I do criminal defense, so everything you're going to say to me is going to be really, really far outside my comfort zone.
Understood.
The beneficiaries are the 2 children.
That's correct.
The estate is in the name of the dead person.
That's
When I die, it's going to be a estate of Claiborne First.
Correct.
But I'm not getting any money because I'm dead. Who chose who was going to be the administrator of this estate?
Maddie Jane came to me and somebody had to be the administrator. She was the logical person because she was there to handle it at that point in time.
And tell me what you mean by the logical person. What does it entail when you're the administrator?
So the administrator doesn't have any special powers. They can only do what a judge or what the law tells them to do. She was there, she was ready, she was willing, and she was able to do it. There was no objection to her doing that. So she was chosen.
Now, you're aware that the 2 children are, well, let me back up. That right now, Enola is the custody of her split between 2 different families.
Okay.
I mean, I guess that was a question. Are you aware of that?
Yes, kind of. I've never seen the custody order, but that is what I've been told.
Okay. Between Maddie Jane and Doug Spencer, my client's brother up in Virginia.
Okay.
Does that sound correct?
Somebody in Virginia. I don't know who it is. Yes.
All right. During the course of knowing Kirby there within a few weeks before his death, it's my understanding that he was coming across from another lawyer's office saying that he was filing suit against Ray Palmer?
That's correct. The other attorney's office had written a letter. I found out later that they had written a letter, just a collection letter, a standard collection letter.
And was it for two different debts or two different notes of about $100,000 apiece?
That's correct.
So Kirby was owed $200,000 by Ray Palmer.
And the rest of the group that had borrowed the money, yes.
Oh, do you know how much? Oh, you do, because you actually, as part, well, the estate filed a claim against Ray Palmer, correct?
And his group, that's correct.
And his group. What was the total amount of that claim?
I don't recall. It was roughly $200,000.
Okay. And before the estate filed that, Kirby was going to another lawyer to start that process of collection.
He was, Mr. Carpenter and his firm do not actually do collection work, but they were starting the process.
And you start the process by sending the collection letter.
That's correct.
Dude, you owe me money, give it to me, or I got to take the next step.
That's correct.
Do you know anything about the conversations during that time period leading up to having to issue this letter? What Ray Palmer's and Kirby's relationship was like?
I do not.
Well, it had taken on the debtor-dettee relationship, obviously. That he was owed money and he wanted his money back.
Sure.
$200,000 is a lot of money.
It is to me.
Was the estate able to collect any of that money?
That lawsuit is still pending. It has not been settled.
Sorry, I forget how this works. You hired another law firm to do it.
That's correct.
Or administrator, one of the two of y'all got another law firm that does collections too after that money.
That's correct.
Okay. So when I asked you that question, you're not the one that on a day-to-day basis is responsible for that collection suit.
No, I'm not.
At some point, you began to collect all of the things, the stuff that was going to be part of the estate, correct?
Correct.
And you had to find some place to put it.
That's correct.
Were there some places you looked at before you finally settled on a place?
Sure. I checked with the sheriff to see if he had somewhere at his jail or at the sheriff's department that we could store the stuff. He didn't have enough room for it. I checked with the Chancery Clerk's office because they had a vault and they did not have enough room for it either.
How much, when we talk about how much stuff he had, what kind of space are we talking about?
So the stuff that would easily be taken is what we were trying to control.
Right.
I say control. That's what we were trying to secure.
Protect.
That's right. Protect, secure. We'll say the room that we the vault that we ended up using was 10 by 15, probably 10 feet by 15 feet.
And what was most of the stuff that you were trying to protect? What kind of stuff was it?
Guns, gold and silver coins and bars, and there was a bunch of ammunition. There were other collectible items that Kirby had. There was a bunch of liquor that was there. It's really all I recall.
Okay. And so where did you eventually find to store this material?
At the National Guard Armory in Ripley.
And that's kind of off to its own side. It's not really around much of anything else.
It's at the fairgrounds. There's not much there.
Broken into.
You did.
But if I understand correctly, nothing was really taken.
That's correct.
Somebody busted the windows to a vehicle that was being stored there.
There were 2 or 3 vehicles there. There was an enclosed trailer that was there. All of that stuff was outside the vault, obviously.
Right.
They busted the windows out of one of the vehicles, and that was it.
So they couldn't get to the coins and guns because it was in a vault.
Correct.
And that's not the first time that facility has been broken into.
I'm not aware whether it's been broken into before or not.
No, fair enough. At some point after that, once you found that location, did you have to do something with the inventory at store? His shop?
Oh, the gold and silver store?
Yes.
Yes. Kirby had rented that place and the landlord called and wanted his building back. We had already hired the auction company, or maybe we had already contracted with them on approval from the court to hire them. They were involved at that point. I met the auctioneer and his wife, Miss Maddie, and maybe Casey was there at the time at the store just to see what was there. There were a few, I would call them higher end items that would easily be taken. There was a couple of handfuls of coins. I don't recall what else was in that stack now. It's been 2 years ago, 3 years ago. So, but all of that stuff, we just moved over across the street to my office.
And who let you in the building?
Maddie Jane.
Okay. So Maddie Jane was there when you got into the building.
Correct.
Were you surprised by the lack of gold that was in the business?
Not necessarily. Kirby didn't typically keep a lot of real valuable stuff in that building.
What was mostly in there then?
There was everything in there. There were
Guitar.
old guns, there were old ammunition, there was antiques, there were, he had some guitars in there, other musical instruments. He had metal detectors in there.
So just about anything you could trade.
Yes, sir. It was a pawn shop, I would say.
Okay. And on this day, is that when it was brought over to your office?
That's correct.
Why was it brought to your office?
So that it could be inventory and then secured with the other property.
Do you have a security system on your building?
I do not.
You have cameras?
We do now.
You do now because why?
Because our building got broken into that night.
That very night, your building was broken into.
That's correct.
What did they take?
They took most of the stuff that we had brought back from the gold and silver store. They took a pistol out of my office that belonged to me. I believe they took, my law partner had a fireproof safe that he kept deeds and wills and that type of stuff in. They took it. Seems like maybe they took our petty cash, but nothing major other than that.
Was any of that stuff ever recovered or returned?
No, sir. Unfortunately, it was not.
Now, we as attorneys, we have a duty to preserve our client's property.
That's correct.
And was this about, in your estimate, it was about $4,000 or $5,000 worth of stuff?
Maybe.
Did you have to return that money to the estate?
I have not.
Okay. Was a police report filed?
There was.
But there had been no inventory done of the material yet, so it would have been very difficult to list exactly what was taken.
That's correct.
Was there any inventory list in the building at the shop that would have told you what?
No, sir.
Did the police try to look at other cameras to see who had broken into your place?
They did.
They were able to locate or not locate?
They had a vehicle, a suspected vehicle. They never had a person of interest, I guess.
Do you know what that vehicle was?
I don't recall at this point.
Do you normally keep a lot of valuables in your office?
No, sir.
Did it seem surprising? Was it strange? Not surprising, but fortuitous, strange, surprising that the very day that you put in Kirby's property into your office that didn't have an alarm system on it or cameras, that it got broken into?
It didn't, only because a short time prior to that, there had been a string of burglaries. They broke into a lawyer's office on the other side of the square, Permenter and Elliott office,
Sure.
got broken into a few weeks prior. They broke into several businesses around the square, and it was basically the same MO. They came in and cut all the phone lines, cable lines, internet lines, and went in a back door.
So in yours, the cable lines were cut,
That's correct.
phone lines were cut.
That's correct.
Somebody had enough time to go in and cut lines.
They're right beside the back door, so it wouldn't have taken long to cut that.
I got you. Okay. Other than the people you've already named, was there anyone else that would have known that that property was in your office? You didn't go tell anyone.
No, sir, I had not told anybody other than my office staff and the people that helped us move it across the street.
Okay. One moment. We're good. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Judge.
Are
Pass.
you ready?
No redirect, Your Honor.
All right, well, I'd like this time, Mr. Adams, you're welcome to stay, you're free to go, whatever you want to do.
I'll go back to work.
All right, that's a good place for a break for lunch. It is 12:09. Let's be back at 1:15. Everybody handle that okay? Be back at 1:15. Remember, course instructions, don't form or express any opinions, don't let anyone express any opinions, talk about the case with you, got anything else to say, don't investigate the case. Come back in the jury room, be ready to go at 1:15. Don't carry it around, you may be worried. All right. Let's let the jury go before anybody leaves, okay? Y'all, everybody knows to stay with us. Of course, we'll be in recess until 1:15. I'll be around if y'all need to take anything up. I'm not doing anything.
So I have to read this one. Well, hello. Hello. Oh. Mae ar y sgrin am eiliad. Right, we're going to read now, so we'll see you later.
like everybody's back, thank you, hope you had a good lunch, plus no one had any problems following court instructions. If you have any problems in that regard, let me know, okay? I believe we're ready for another witness.
Yes.
State College is next witness.
Your Honor, the state calls Russ Gordon.
Around, Mr. Gordon, face the court reporter, raise your right hand.
Don't trip.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this cause will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
Have a seat there with us.
Yes, sir.
Did you see me, Russ?
Yes, sir.
All right. I proceed, Your Honor?
You bet.
Yeah. Is that good? All right. Tell the jury who you are.
Russ Gordon. I'm a criminal investigator with Mississippi Bureau of Investigation.
All right. And what is the MBI?
It's a state investigative agency under the Mississippi Department of Public Safety.
And what's your position?
Criminal investigator.
How long have you been in law enforcement?
26 years full-time this year.
Go ahead. I was going to say, tell the jury briefly your history in law enforcement.
Started out as a deputy sheriff, was that 5 years full-time, and went to highway patrol. And this is my 20th year under the Department of Public Safety. I was a drug interdiction officer, handled a drug detection K-9 for 7 years, was the criminal interdiction officer for 10 of that, and have been a criminal investigator for, this will be my 7th year.
Okay. All right. You're here and you obviously had a role in the investigation, correct?
Yes, sir.
In the murder of Kirby Carpenter?
Yes, sir.
What was how'd you get involved in it?
Tippah County Sheriff's Department investigator Chris McAllister contacted me, I think it was October the 1st of 2025, and requested I check I think it was 2 license plates with automated license plate recognition system that our agency has access to.
All right. And was one of those, if you remember, we'll get to this if you don't, USF 8847?
That sounds correct.
And was that a Virginia plate?
Yes.
And that was given to you by Chris McAllister?
Yes, sir.
All right. Tell the jury, I mean, everybody's heard about running a license plate on a tag reader. Could you tell the jury what that involves?
In this particular instance, I used a platform called Clear. It's Consolidated Lead Evaluation and Reporting. It is a comprehensive online database that is comprised of public records, some open source records that you could find on the internet, as well as some proprietary data. With the subscription that we have, we also have access to Vigilant Solutions, which is an automated license plate recognition system on what is considered the commercial side. There's a law enforcement database and a commercial database. This commercial database is, the license plates are collected by like repossession companies for if somebody doesn't pay their car note, for example, a vehicle riding around, if they've got it on their list to be repossessed, then it would tell them, hey, this is the car you might be looking for. And that was the type of data that I was looking at in this particular instance. So I log in, I type in that particular license plate number, and then I determine, is it the correct state? Is it the correct letters and numbers in that particular sequence, and determine, is that, the correct license plate number?
All right. You've just told them what Vigilant Solutions is. What does Vigilant track specifically? Does it track date, time? Do you enter a date range? I'm looking on this date.
You can enter a date range, or you can keep a
a wide range to go back, however far the retention time is on that particular system. So in this instance, I looked for, I think it was November the 29th and November the 30th of 2022, and did come up with a positive citing.
All right. And so does that information that you get provide the location?
Oh, yes. Yes. You get a location as far as off GPS coordinates, date and timestamp as to what time zone in the United States that license plate was read, as well as a color photo if it's during the day, and at nighttime sometimes you get maybe a black and white photo, and depending on lighting you might be able to determine what type of vehicle it is. Sometimes you may not at night. And you'll also get another image from the infrared camera, which will display the license plate through reflectivity. Sometimes you can see the state and any other writing or maybe a decal and the letters and numbers of that license plate.
Now, I believe you're the administrator for CLEAR.
I am one of the administrators for the
your
agency.
office.
Yes.
And that's that troops in New Albany. Is that right?
Yeah, I'm based out of headquarters in Jackson.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
And you're an administrator. What does that mean?
That means I can add or remove users from the system.
All right. Is the use of CLEAR, Vigilant, is that common practice in law enforcement?
For those who subscribe to that particular data platform, that it is used quite a bit for that type of thing.
And you've used it in the past?
Yes, I have.
On many occasions?
Quite a few, yes, sir.
All right.
Your Honor, may we approach? Sure.
Russ, you're the administrator for CLEAR, which incorporates the Vigilant, right? And you've explained what Vigilant is.
Yes, sir.
Explained what CLEAR is. That is something, it's a program that you're authorized to use as law enforcement.
Yes, sir.
Law enforcement is a subscriber to that,
Yes.
which gives you the authorization. You have authorization to access CLEAR Vigilant, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you testified that you've used this before many times.
Yes.
And is the report or is the information you gather, is it reliable?
Yes.
Is it accurate?
Yes. I will add that there have been, in very, very few cases, the GPS coordinates have been completely off, like in the middle of an ocean. But in this instance, through my experience, the GPS coordinates did appear to be accurate.
All right. Was a report generated?
Yes, in portable document format or PDF.
And is that part of your investigative process?
Yes, sir.
Is this the type of document, the report, the type you would regularly receive in the ordinary course of business as a law enforcement officer?
Yes, when I generate that report, I get the option to generate it in PDF, Word, and I think one or two other different options. I always just do it in PDF.
All right.
Judge, one more time.
Let me do this. I'm gonna ask Jerry to step back into the jury room just for a minute, so he can tell us. Speak freely.
And two, that if we got a confrontation clause issue, I don't think we're gonna have, this is similar to an officer entering in somebody's bank records without a certificate of service.
Your Honor, if the state would cite the case of McCollum, MCCOLLUM State, which is 372 Southern 3rd 980. That's a 2023 Court of Appeals case out of Mississippi. In that case, the investigator offered testimony that determined that the defendant's vehicle was involved in the subject crime based on his use of something called Leads Online, which is a aggregate database similar to Clear. He testified he used the database to track the scrap that was sold at a scrap yard. And the defendant argued hearsay. The investigator testified he ran the defendant's name through NCIC, the driver's license and tag database, testified the NCIC report is the sort of document an investigator would receive in the ordinary course of business as a law enforcement officer, testified the tag number on the NCIC report matched the tag number he identified as belonging to the defendant. The court held that statements do not constitute hearsay when admitted to explain the officer's course of investigation or motivation for the next investigatory step by that officer. And also the court held that testimony showed that Leads Online is commonly used by officers seeking to track sales of illegally acquired goods and that it was a step in the investigator's process. Because the Leads Online testimony described the course of conduct of his investigation, it is not hearsay. And like it stated, likewise, the report itself is admissible as illustrating the investigative process. Not aware of any confrontation clause arguments made in that case. So it's a similar situation. We're using an online database that's Officer Gordon has stated it's regularly used in the course of his investigation, has been used by MBI before in the past. It's accurate, reliable, etc.
And Judge, the response is, I don't think that Mr. Mueller's trying to get this in so that Agent Gordon can explain his course of investigation, the next step into it. I think, correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Mueller, but what he's trying to do is enter in the report from Clear that was not generated by Mr. Gordon. It was only requested by him.
It was generated given the data that Mr. Gordon entered into the system that he was authorized to enter into, that he said it's stated as in the normal course of his investigation, that he's done this many, many times.
Right, so the objection is that we need to hear from somebody from that company to say.
You've got a more confrontation clause question than you do a hearsay objection, the way I read it. Let me look at the Collins case right quick.
I've got it.
You got a copy of it.
Okay.
add to Mr. Mueller's arguments that the results in and of themselves are non-testimonial. It's just a automatic operation of reading a tag that passes by that camera. And so the evidence itself is non-testimonial.
I do agree with that, but I think if that's the case, we still need some kind of authentication from a custodian.
And Your Honor, we've had this witness disclosed as sponsoring this evidence. I don't know when as soon as we found out.
Let me ask you this, if this witness was attempting to introduce the NCIC record, that he is the person with the highway patrol that is trying to introduce an NCIC record, would there be an argument that this is not Mr. NCIC here anyway? I think I see those two things as very, very much related. If he was trying to introduce a person who's certified to operate the NCIC machine versus somebody who's certified to retrieve data from the clear system, I see it as very analysis, very close analogy between them anyway. If y'all will, I don't know if the McCollum case is necessarily dealing with confrontation clause, but I want to read it anyway, and I'll hear back. I'll give you an opportunity to say a little more, okay? Maybe. All right, I'm going to find this case, and I'll give you that opportunity to make any record like.
Yeah, Judge, same objection, but just want to make it clear that I think that the case we're looking at only deals with law enforcement saying, I use this system to take this next step. What we're doing here is saying, I use data from this system. I don't work for, he doesn't work for this company. He doesn't make these records. And he's saying, here's records that were given to me by a third party, and now I'd like to enter them as an exhibit. For the truth of the matter asserted, to say that whatever vehicle was in whatever spot at whatever time.
All right, I'll reject the notice for record. I am going to find that these clear report is very, very similar, same vein, same date as an NCIC report. The report in the file says that that was admissible, and through my course of practice, it has been over the years. Defense attorney stated they did not think this was testimonial evidence. They this is non-testimonial evidence, then, Crawford would not apply. And so, if it's non-testimonial evidence, we've got to state it's non-testimonial evidence, Crawford would not apply. Court has, precedent is that things of this nature will not be considered hearsay, and I'm going to allow the introduction of the record much the same way I would allow an NCIC report in the evidence. Okay? All right, if everybody's ready, we'll show the jury back in.
Thank you, John. Russ, back where we were, was a report generated?
Yes, sir.
Can I approach, Your Honor? And again, this is part of the investigative process, correct?
Yes, sir.
This is the type of document you would receive as a law enforcement officer.
Yes, sir. From this particular technology here, which is clear, and the
Vigilant.
vigilant ALPR sighting report.
John, you seen this? I'm gonna hand you a document. Could you identify that for the jury?
Yes, this appears to be the report that I generated for this particular license plate sighting.
All right. And, well, is this a true and correct copy of the report you generated?
Yes.
If not, it's the original.
Yes.
Your Honor, we'd ask this be admitted. I understand this objection. Into evidence.
Objection having been noted, the record, court's going to allow it into evidence, and I'm going to call that a tag reader report.
Yes, sir.
Is that a word?
Yes, sir.
Right, that's going to be 55, I believe.
Yes, sir.
We'll cut the volume off. All right. Your Honor, I'm going to publish that report to the jury. I believe you said earlier, if it's been admitted, I can publish. That's the rule?
That's the rule.
No problem. All right. Russ, could you mind stepping down here?
Yes, sir.
Whoop. I'm not real good with computers. Okay. This is page 1 of the report. And what is this?
Yes, sir. Here. Can we get that bigger?
So
it'll go all the way across.
I don't know, Russ, can we?
Yes, if you'll hit that right there.
Oh, okay.
Yes, this is page 1 of the clear report. There's 3 pages contained in this particular report.
This is basically a table of contents.
Yes, sir. Table of contents.
All right. And what is this?
This is the first page of it, which shows another report section summary, as well as the user search terms.
And what user search terms did you use?
For the license plate, I looked for license plate USF8847, and I did a limited date range from November 29, 2022 to November 30th, 2022. If you scroll down just a little bit here, this will be the license plate recognition sighting here. So this will give us the vehicle information, location, and images. It displays here, brings that up for the license plate, the date of the sighting, the time of the sighting. The date was November the 30th, 2022. The time was 9:32 and 6 seconds, 8 p.m. Eastern time, which is going to be 1 hour ahead of us. We're in Central Time. Gives our latitude and longitude reading for our GPS coordinates, and it shows that it's scanned by a commercial data system, which is going to be, for example, a repossession vehicle that's equipped with those specialized cameras. The agency, this is going to be through Motorola commercial data, and it does not state what type of camera that it was. The system is commercial, and this is a commercial camera asset. Here on the left is what I talked about earlier, the infrared image, which captures the reflectivity of the license plate. And to the right here is the image of the license plate. Part of it is cut off in this particular report here, that it depicts the back of this vehicle here, which appears to be like a GMC Safari.
Can you make out the color of that?
Yeah, it looks maroonish or red.
All right, that's all the second page.
Yes, sir.
Now, is this part of the report that's generated?
Yes, sir. This is included in the clear report. It will show you an overview map of the GPS location of where this ALPR system was at the time when the vehicle was scanned.
A little bubble thing north of where it says Wood.
The little blue dot.
All right, that's where it was.
Yes, sir.
And you've also got latitude and longitude coordinates that you use to.
Yes, those are up on I believe that was the second page that we're looking at just a second.
All right, and can you tell what highway this is on?
Looks like Interstate 81.
All right, so that's the entire report, correct?
Yes, sir. Scroll down, I think that's going to be unloaded because it's got the permissible purposes.
All right, which one of those permissible purposes is law enforcement, correct?
Yes.
For official use, okay.
Yes.
Number one. All right, you can step back up. Now, at this point, you've got latitude and longitude, correct?
Yes, sir.
And what do you, as part of your investigative process, what do you do with those numbers? What did you do here?
In that particular report, you couldn't really nail down exactly where that vehicle was by that map that's shown. So I went to Google Earth Pro and I copied the GPS coordinates exactly, plugged them in so that I could get an overview of where that was and zoom in to see what it was close to.
All right. And let's see here. I'm going to hand you two documents, John. Can you identify those?
Yes, sir. This appears to be the Google Maps overview and a closer up view of the GPS location of this particular license plate recognition.
Your Honor, we'd have to ask these be admitted.
Okay. All right, I've been to the meeting.
Can we take 7?
Let me look at
Uh,
this.
Let's do Shepherd. I'm trying to use all your stickers up.
Is that what the 56 is? Is it
56 and 57, yes.
56 and 57?
Yes, sir.
You would pass those up, let me look at those.
Russ, again, you said you used Google Earth to generate those maps,
Yes, sir.
and you used the information provided by the report, latitude and longitude specifically, to plug into Google Earth.
Yes.
All right. Is Google Earth something you regularly use in the course of your job?
Yes, sir.
If you could step down, see if I can. All right. Is that one of the pictures I handed you?
No, that's kind of one of the ones in the middle.
All right.
You handed me like the bigger overview and then the one closer.
Was this the second one I handed you?
Yes, that's the second one.
Do you want me to?
You want to do the overview first?
Okay. All right. I'm trying to make it bigger. Is that the overview?
Yes.
All right. Can you show the jury what we're looking at?
All right.
If you don't do it.
So this is Kingsport, Tennessee, and here is Spurgeon, Tennessee. Along here runs Interstate 81. And the GPS coordinates for this license plate scan was right here, kind of, I guess you'd say, halfway between Spurgeon and Kingsport on Interstate 81.
And that pin drop is where the picture was taken?
Yes.
The location of the
The
bank.
location of where the GPS coordinates or where the license plate was scanned.
All right. And let's see. Well, that's not it. All right. Now, what is this?
This is a zoomed in view of the GPS location where the license plate was scanned. And according to this, it appears that the license plate was scanned in the southbound line.
All right. Now, I-81 is an interstate that runs what direction?
North and south.
So it's pointing where the drop pin is right there.
Yeah, according to those GPS coordinates, and when they're plugged into here, it puts that in the southbound line.
What time was that?
Early 9:32, and I believe it was 6 seconds
Okay.
a.m. Eastern time.
All right. That's all.
I'll need to take it out of the-
Does that report tell you who the tag was registered to?
No, it does not.
It does not?
No.
That would come from the VIN number, correct? Tag number related to the VIN, related to the owner, correct?
Yes, I didn't run it in
Right, I
NCIC. I
understand
was
that.
going off of.
Okay. You're just talking about that particular van at that particular time on that particular day at that particular location.
That, yes, that particular license plate, which was Virginia, with those particular letters and numbers, was scanned at that particular location on November the 30th, 2022 at 9, was it 32?
36.
9:32, 9:36 and 6 seconds. I don't have it in front of me for the exact time.
Oh. Russ, I want to show you what's been marked as states 29. And I know you didn't take this picture, but does it What vehicle does it show in that?
That appears to be a GMC Safari van, maroon or reddish in color with, appears to be license plate matching Virginia USF 8847.
And that is the tag number that you ran?
Yes.
And I'm also going to hand you what's been marked as, or accepted as states 32. Can you tell the jury what that document is?
This does not appear to be one from Mississippi, but it appears to be a vehicle inquiry. Registered to Jeffrey Dean Spence of 5060 Rowan Lane, Saltville, Virginia.
All right.
To, let's see if I can find.
Does it have a,
Yeah.
does it have a tag?
GMC Safari 2002 model.
Does that provide a license plate number, that report?
I'm looking for it. This layout's a little different than ours. Yes, USF 8847.
So it appeared to be the same vehicle that you got the hit on, correct?
Yes, it's very similar at minimum. Yes.
Take to the witness, Your Honor.
All right. You may cross it out.
Let me cut this off.
Without yanking blood.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, Agent Gordon.
Afternoon.
I don't have too many questions for you. Is this your only involvement in the Kirby Carpenter murder?
Earlier on, there had been a Google geofence requested, but there had not been any data that was relevant. So that was the only other involvement.
Okay, and you were never asked like early on to run tags from a Cadillac or anything like that?
I remember hearing something about that. I think somebody else did that.
Okay, this was the only time you were ever asked to run tags through that system?
Yes.
Okay, and this was Chris McAllister is the one who called you and asked you to do this?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember when that was?
I believe it was October the 1st of 2025.
Okay, it's about 5-6 months ago.
Yes, sir.
Now you were given a date range for this, and it's just those 2 dates, right?
Yes, sir.
So you can't tell, if that vehicle travels on that road often, or if this is the only time, things like that, right?
I did a search without a restricted date range, and that was the only sighting that I was able to locate with that particular system. That's the only system that I know of that has a data retention that will go potentially that far back.
And that area where the license tag was captured, that's less than an hour away from Saltville, Virginia.
I think it's approximately 1 hour. Yes, sir.
And it's about 1, maybe 2 hours northeast of Knoxville, right?
Without looking at the map,
Sure, I get you. I get you. And then it's, by my count, about 450 miles from Tippah County, Mississippi.
From what you would put in, if you typed in Ripley, Mississippi for approximate city center, that would be approximately 7 hours.
Okay. Which is, I'm assuming about 450 miles. Right? You don't know. It's far.
I remember I checked it to see how far, and yes, it was approximately 7 hours away.
Right.
From
A lot closer to Saltville than Tippah County, Mississippi.
Yes, sir.
Right. Thank you.
Are you ready?
No, Your Honor.
Has witness be finally excused?
Yes, sir.
There you go.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Everybody good on the jury? All right, who would take cause as next witness?
Let's take off Brad Johnson.
All right, somebody find Mr. Johnson, please.
Huh? Yeah, probably.
Johnson? You would come on around the TV there. Face our court forward here, this young lady. Maybe she gets to the electrician there anyway.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this cause will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do, ma'am.
Brad, how are you?
I'm good, sir. Are you?
Tell the jury your full name,
I'm Brad Johnson,
and you come from Virginia.
Smith County, Virginia. Yes, sir.
All right. Who do you work for,
Smith County Sheriff's Office.
and what's your position?
I'm an investigator in the investigations division. I'm a sergeant. That's my rank.
You're a sergeant?
Yes, sir.
And how many years you been in law enforcement?
Nearly 17.
17, and you're 41 years old?
Yes, sir.
That's your whole life?
Most of my adult life.
All right. Is that all in Smith County?
Yes, sir. My law enforcement career is.
Is that where you live?
I live in Grayson County now.
Okay. Not familiar with the area, but I'm
Just
just
one
assuming
county
that's
over.
close.
Yes, sir. Just one county over.
And where is Smith County?
Southwest Virginia.
All right. In the mountains?
Yes, sir. Our county seat is Marion, Virginia.
And that's where your office is, isn't that right?
Yes, sir.
How'd you get here?
Came down 81 to 40, 75, 24, 22.
Long way?
Pretty good ways.
All right. From you left from Marion,
Mhm.
and how long did it take you to get to, you say Knoxford?
Not for the motel, about 9 hours and a few stops.
All right. Yeah, that's 9 hours of driving, because I know there's a time change. You're on Eastern time in Virginia, correct?
Yes, sir.
Did you, I believe Mr. Gordon testified this, but did you pass through a town called, or near an area called Spurgeon, Tennessee? And how far was that from Marion?
About an hour.
Okay. And from that point, how much further to, well, to Oxford adds another hour. Would that be fair?
Mhm.
All right. To Ripley, Mississippi, how long did it take you to drive to Oxford?
From Marion,
From Spurgeon.
from Spurgeon, it'll be about 8 hours.
All right. So you took off an hour extra?
Yes, sir.
7 hours. So I-81 would be a common route used from getting you from your area to Virginia to Mississippi?
Ah, yes, sir. Comes right through our county.
All right. How'd you get involved in this case? Why are you here?
So the United States Marshal Service, some of our guys are TFOs.
What's a TFO?
Task force officer. So if the marshal is looking for someone and they're in our jurisdiction especially, we help them to do that.
All right.
More local resources. So they had requested some help there, looking for the Spence family. They got some information that they was living in the Sugar Grove area.
All right. Can you speak up just a little bit?
Yes, sir.
You got some information they were living where?
In the Sugar Grove area?
Sugar Grove. Is that Saltville?
No, sir, that's a different area of the county, Smith County.
All right.
Sugar Grove.
Okay. Were you the lead investigator for Smith County in this affair?
Yes, sir.
Who else was involved in the case?
Lieutenant Tony McCormick, Sergeant Carol Smith, Sergeant Dusty King was involved in a follow-up investigation after the initial arrest.
All right. After the initial arrest?
Mhm.
Tell the jury about the arrest, how that came about. You arrested, who did you arrest in Virginia?
So we were watching the house there at Sugar Grove on Charlie Taylor Drive.
All right.
Where the information was they were.
Not Roan Lane, but Charlie Taylor Drive.
Charlie Taylor Drive.
All right.
Yes, sir, in Sugar Grove. We was watching that house, had information that they may be coming back there. Mr. Spence was seen leaving the residence there on Charlie Taylor Drive. He went just up the road to what we call a convenience station. It's a trash depot for the community in a silver Cadillac. And he was stopped and arrested there.
All right. And you weren't actually at the arrest when it occurred, were you?
Not there, sir.
All right. Did you come a little later?
I did.
All right. Brad, I'm gonna hand you 6 or 7 photos. Can you look through those and identify them?
These are the photos that Sergeant King took on scene at the trash depot of Mr. Spence's car and what was taken from Mr. Spence.
All right. And these were taken, you didn't have a warrant, right? Were these taken like search incident to arrest?
Yes, sir.
All right. And you didn't take the photos, but you were on the scene, correct?
Yes, sir. I was there with him.
All right. And do those accurately depict what you saw at the arrest scene that day?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, we'd ask that these be marked as a collective exhibit. I think that'd be arrest photos. Yes.
Okay. All right. How many pictures are there?
7. Yes. You want me to clip it?
Well,
All right, Brad. Again, you did not have a search warrant on this, correct?
No, sir.
All right. What was Mr. Spence's demeanor at the arrest?
I would say solemn, didn't have a lot to say.
All right. Could you step down? We're going to go through these photos pretty fast here. Step down in front of the people, but not in front of it, but so the jury can see. But all right. That first photo, what is it? Oh, I guess it's not showing in there. What does that show?
Nothing I can do there.
All right. What does, those were items taken at the arrest?
Yes, sir. Back at our sheriff's office, we laid them out to photograph them better.
So y'all took them back to the SO, took these pictures?
Yes, sir.
All right, and I noticed it looks like there's some, appears to be money wrapped in aluminum foil.
Yes, sir.
And then some loose money. All right. Is this actually at the arrest scene?
Yes, sir. That's on top of his vehicle. The files are laid on top.
All right. Same thing?
Same thing on the trunk area.
Same thing?
Same thing, sir. Overall shot, same thing. And again, top of the vehicle related to the items.
Now, what were these?
They were envelopes from safe deposit boxes, key envelopes that he had on his person.
All right. And obtaining these, did they lead to searches of whatever these keys opened?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, you can step back up. Brad, we're going to talk about a series of search warrants you got to continue your searches, all right?
Yes, sir.
Just tell the jury basically how you go about getting the search warrant.
So we use information from the case to establish probable cause with the judge. We have to appear before the judge, and they determine if that probable cause gives us the right to search a certain place or thing. That paperwork then we take there and do the search.
All right. And before you searched the house, the first place you went was the house at Charlie Taylor Drive?
The Chilhowie branch.
The Chilhowie branch?
Yes, sir.
All right. We'll go ahead and start with that then. I'm going to hand you a document, see if you recognize that.
I do.
All right. And what is that?
This is the search warrant that I obtained for the Bank of Marion Chilhowie branch, box number 11.
All right. And when was that search warrant obtained? Well, let me ask you this. Would that be introduced?
12/4/23.
Back up one second, right? That letter, that letter marked, that can be S-59.
Yes.
And which place,
This is the Chilhowie.
Chilhowie.
No wonder I'll pronounce it right.
so let him cut, perhaps top hole for the.
Or Lafayette County. All right, Brad, what is just the general procedure? You got a search warrant, then what happens?
So we take the paperwork to the bank and speak to them, and then they escort us to the box and help us open the box.
All right. And you open the box. Now, question. Was it your job as an investigator for Virginia to look at the items in all the places you searched and determine who they belong to?
No, sir, I don't think I would have the knowledge to do that.
So you were your job was what?
Well, due to the circumstance they told us, we were looking for gold and silver bars, coins, or bullion, cash, firearms, documents for the trade, sale, or transfer of precious metals, or large amounts of cash and agreements for places of storage or safekeeping.
All right. And that information came from Tippett County?
Yes, sir.
So what led you to the Chilhowie branch?
So upon Mr. Spence's arrest, the small envelopes that we saw, the key envelopes, that give us an indication that he had a safety deposit box.
Was the key to that box in his possession?
Yes, sir.
And so you go with the bank officials, you go to the box, and that was box 11?
Yes, sir.
All right. And you open the box, correct?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to hand you a set of photos, and let me count them so we know how many we've got. Here's a paper clip. All right. Look through those and see if you can identify those.
Yes, sir. This is photographs of the items we found in the box. In Chilhowie.
Your Honor, we'd ask these to be introduced into evidence. Collectively, 17 pictures.
Any objection? Okay. Photos from.
Chilhowie. Now, when we said that Chillowee brought, oh, I'm sorry.
You said how many feet?
17. When we said the Chilhowie branch, that's a branch of what bank?
Bank of Marion.
And there's several branches in that area?
Yes.
Bank of Marion? All right. You could step down one more time. All right. And we're going to quickly run through these. Is that the number of the box?
Yes, sir.
This is not a good picture. Let's move on. Were items in here just bagged up haphazardly? Was there any organization to the box?
Didn't seem to be. It was in a bag. Seemed to be thrown in.
All right. And those appear to be what? What are those?
Gold coins.
Okay. This is taken, I assume, at the station.
Yes, sir. Back at the sheriff's office, we laid it out in better photograph what we
All right.
found.
Okay. More taken out of the Chilhowie branch? What do these appear to be?
Gold blue,
All right.
gold bars.
What was this?
They were plastic packages of coins.
Okay. Did you open those?
No, if they were taped up, most of the time we didn't open those.
All right.
As long as we could identify what they were looking through.
Okay. More coins.
Yes, sir.
That you marked on this evidence bag. Now, let me ask you this. All this evidence is put in bags and coded, is that correct, with barcodes?
Yes, sir. When we put it in our evidence room,
Mhm.
we do have an inventory system, has a barcode and a number that associates it back to a case.
Okay. Same here?
Yes, sir. Same.
Same.
Some miscellaneous jewelry that was in there.
All right. Same.
Picture at the sheriff's office. Yes, sir. Picture at the sheriff's office.
All right. Let's talk about this. This. Trying to enlarge it. This is what?
Appears to be a check. Mr. Kirby Carpenter's account to David Barnes.
To David Barnes. Do you know who David Barnes is?
No,
No idea. And is that, you see Kirby Carpenter's account, what bank is that? Can you tell?
I believe it says People's Bank.
All right.
Mississippi.
All right. Now, these documents or papers right here, they were contained in the Chilhowie branch box?
Yes, sir.
Number 11. What were these?
Some receipts and money bands and then a banking envelope.
All right, the banking envelopes from People's Bank.
Yes, sir. It says the same, I'm pretty sure People's Bank, yes, sir, Ripley, Mississippi.
And the bank bands?
They are $100 bands and I believe $1,000 bands.
All right. Was there anything inside those? Or were they just loose?
I can't recall, sir. They may have fell off or I can't recall.
All right, and then these other documents, are they receipts?
Yes, sir.
All right, and does it indicate what account? I know it's hard to see. We actually got those.
I can't read on the picture.
Okay. What's up? The Chilhowie box.
Maybe wire clippers. How are they opening these?
need to wait for anything, okay? Let me ask you this, it's gonna take a minute, let's take a little break anyway. Y'all might not need a break, but I'm gonna give you one anyway, you're not find somewhere more comfortable, see if you stand. We'll, I don't know how long it's gonna be, we'll let you know when we're ready though, okay? Courts will be in recess while they get the dole over there. By the way, we could really do separate.
Yeah, but,
Here it is.
yeah. Van.
The receipts and the van should be there.
I'm gonna ask these compared. Yeah. Yeah, and I'm. Okay. Yeah, but. Yeah. Oh.
Y'all want to do this? I'm gonna have him, I'm not gonna do like right last year. I just want to go.
Yeah.
Like of the clock, so I'm not like watching this, find this point here. I mean, they're cool with it.
Yeah.
So I don't think I want anything in the show has. Most of them is thank you very much. We have two. So what I'm looking for is. There should be two separate $10,000 groups of $10,000. So, yeah, it's right here. So that's 89. So we discuss this. Right here. Right there. I know there's
after Easter egg, hunted down and stuff. Now, yesterday, or one day I told them we'll take a break. I'm not back, we're just not back there eating donuts and drinking Coke anyway, but in this particular case I was anyway. They didn't need me to sort stuff out anyway, so, if you're ready, you may proceed.
I'm ready. Brad, I'm gonna hand you, you can pull that out and identify it for the jury. And that is,
Well, that is a check from Mr. Kirby Carpenter's account.
what's that account number? Can you tell?
0842054520401.
All right. And is that in the amount of,
$90.
so this is the same, this is the actual check that we just showed the jury a
Yes,
picture
sir.
of.
Picture of, yes, sir.
Your Honor, would ask this be admitted?
Any objection? All right. That's the check for David Bowman.
Yes, sir. All right, I'm gonna hand you a package containing certain items. Could you identify those?
A receipt from the People's Bank, Ripley, Mississippi.
Same account number as the check?
It's, this is a card number, 4683.
Okay. And then there's some envelopes.
Some envelopes.
This is some scribbling on it.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
This is the envelope from People's Bank, Ripley, Mississippi.
All right.
The money bands that we saw in the picture, $100.
From what bank?
The People's Bank,
All right.
$1,000 money band from People's Bank. Piece of paper with some scribbling. A receipt that bears the name the People's Bank.
Okay.
Another receipt, the Panthers Den.
All right.
And-
Where's that? Where is that?
Dumas, is it Dumas?
Dumas.
Dumas, Mississippi.
Ma-
Master-
ma-
I try to be careful, sir. It looks like a credit card receipt.
All right.
9293 is the last four of the credit card number. This is Bank of Marion envelope.
All right.
Our location in Smith County, Virginia. And then a Huddle House receipt, Ripley, Mississippi.
All right. Again, all these items were found in the Shell Howie box.
Yes, sir.
All right. If you could put those back in, Your Honor, we'd ask that be the bag of paper be accepted that receiving that. Brad, at the, again, y'all cataloged, inventoried everything you took out of each storage unit or bank box, correct?
We did.
Does your did you attach the inventory that you take to the back of the search warrant?
Yes, sir, and file it back with our court.
Could you look at the inventory? By glancing through it, can you tell approximately how much cash is in that box?
I have one instance here, it's $3,344.80. And just speaking of cash, there's other pieces of money, like five $20 gold coins, $142 bills,
140 what?
$2 bills,
All right.
36 $10 gold pieces, a 1909 S penny, several different types of monies.
All right. Now, have you compared that inventory sheet that what's inside the Chilhowie box?
So what is in the Chilhowie box would be how we made this inventory.
All right.
That came from,
So these
what we
would
found.
be the same.
yes, sir.
All right. Now, also as part of your search, you were able to obtain some documents from the bank, correct?
Yes, sir.
And could you tell the jury what you're holding right there?
This is an agreement with the Bank of Marion for box number 11.
All right. And when was, and what's the second page?
Second page is the entry log.
All right. And you obtained this from the bank?
Yes, sir.
All right. John? Ask this be introduced, received into evidence.
63, is that right?
Yes, sir.
How do you spell that 19 again?
Chilhowie, CHILHOWIE.
If that's 63, we received in evidence.
Thank you. All right. Could you step down?
Yes, sir.
Brad? All right. This is the safety deposit lease agreement that you just identified.
I did.
Accepting the evidence. When was this box opened?
12/2 of 22.
And opened by who?
Jeffrey D. Spence,
And,
Karen E. Spence.
all right. At the bottom here, it makes a notation that was done after your search.
Yes, sir. That was where we removed the items.
So the search you conducted was on 12/4/23.
Yes,
And the box was open 12/2 of 22, correct?
yes, sir.
And let's see. All right. This page is the second page of the document, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that indicates what?
Anytime someone comes into the bank to enter the box, they make a notation.
All right. First notation, signature tells you, are you required to sign in when you enter your bank box?
Yes, sir, that's their requirement.
All right. So who signed the first time it was entered?
Jeffrey Spence.
And that was on 12/2 of 22.
Yes, sir.
At what time?
11:40.
All right. And that would be AM, obviously. The bank's not going to be open at 11:40 PM.
Yes, sir.
And that's Eastern time.
Yes, sir.
So Central time would be 10:40.
Yes, sir.
When was the next time the box was entered?
9/25 of 23.
So 9 months later, almost 10 months later.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So it's entered there. All right. Thank you. All right, so you conducted that search on 12/4/23. All right. Had the Spences been arrested by then?
Yes, sir. They
All
were
right.
arrested on 11/30 of 23.
All right. And you went to the house at Charlie Taylor Drive, correct?
Yes, sir.
Well, show you a document. Identify that, please.
This is the search warrant that I obtained for 5817 Charlie Taylor Drive, Sugar Grove, Virginia.
All right. Your Honor, this is the search warrant.
Okay.
Charlie Taylor Drive. Brad, after Mr. Spence was arrested, we've been through that, you went to the home at Charlie Taylor Drive initially, correct?
Yes, sir. We arrested Karen there.
All right. Now, you didn't have the search warrant at that time, did you?
No, sir.
All right. Tell us what happened when you, how that whole scenario went down when you went arrested Ms. Spence.
We went there. She came to the door. She was calm and cooperative. There was a U-Haul there on the scene. I'd actually spoken to Mr. Spence about the U-Haul and asked him if I could help get that back to the place of business. And he agreed. There's some items there in the U-Haul up front that I placed in the house for him.
Okay.
And secured.
All right. And did you check the bed of the truck?
We did. There was nothing in the bed.
Nothing in there. All right. And you left with Ms. Spence, correct?
Yes, sir.
And at some point you went back?
Yes, sir. It was pointed out to us that the property owner, landowner, was there on the scene at the rental property. He was cutting off some lights and things in the residence. He had pointed out that there was a cell phone there in the residence.
All right.
Later found out that it belonged to Karen. We spoke to Karen and went back and obtained that cell phone with her permission.
All right. And still, you don't have a search warrant yet?
No, sir.
All right. And so the third time you go back, it was you and Tony McCormick, right?
Yes, sir. The four that I mentioned earlier, myself, Tony McCormick, Carol Smith, and Dusty King, along with a road deputy, as per our code, that we have to have a uniform officer to execute search.
And that search warrant was executed on the 4th
Yes, sir.
of December of 2023.
Yes, sir.
And that's when you got the search warrant.
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, where were they taken? Where was Mr. Spence taken if he held in custody?
To the Smith County Sheriff's Office, the processing center, as we call it. That's where they would go before the magistrate, either in person or by video, to determine bond.
All right. And when they're incarcerated, are they allowed to make phone calls?
Sometimes an officer will allow someone to make a phone call if that's not going to interfere with anything.
All right. And are those phone calls recorded?
So the phone call from the sheriff's office would not be, but the phone calls from the place where they're institutionalized,
All right.
the Southwest Virginia Regional Jail, yes, sir.
All right. And the inmates are advised, hey, we're going to record your calls, so they're aware of this?
There's actually an automated voice that comes on that says that it's being recorded.
All right. And as part of your investigation, did you review phone calls made by Mr. Spence?
I did.
Were you able to obtain any information from those calls?
Yes, sir. On 12/4, he had a video call with his brother.
Just hold on. Brad, I'm going to hand you a flash drive. Now, you've listened to all the calls, correct?
All the calls
And
were on, yes, sir.
they were made on 12/4/23? Some of them?
One was, there were multiple calls.
All right. Have you reviewed the contents of this flash drive? And is it a true and correct copy of the phone call that we're about to play?
Yes, sir.
All right. Move to introduce.
Okay. Right.
Phone call.
This will be S65, this is phone drive, a phone call from jail.
Yes, sir. Dated 12/4/23. Thank you. All right. All right, this phone call is between who?
Phone call 12-4 between Mr. Spence and his brother Doug.
All right, and we'll just play it.
Hey, Doug. Okay. Hey, I'm just out for my few minutes out of the cell. Just want to see if I get through to you. Caitlin's going down today, you said?
That's what I heard, yeah.
Okay, did you, Karen? Have you been able to get in touch with Karen at all?
Carol talked to Karen, and Carol told me she was doing amazingly well.
Okay. Anything else you can tell me?
We need some information in terms of stuff in Virginia. If you want us to get Kate's car and get the Cadillac and get the possessions, anything that
We have all the addresses and
we need keys for cars and
Yep.
access to storage.
Okay, all those keys were all confiscated from me by the U.S. Marshals or the county sheriff department
Okay.
there. And I had the keys for Kate's car. I had the keys for the storage units or the stuff that's at the house, the locks that might be there. All that stuff was taken by them. And I'm hopeful whatever they're going to confiscate to send to Mississippi, I don't know, but hopefully everything else can be from the sheriff's office there. That is where the car is, in impound, and I don't know of any reason they should want or need or have to keep it after they search it, confiscate whatever they want to confiscate. They should, I don't know. But anyway,
This county sheriff, not,
yes, Smith County,
all right, great.
and that's in Marion, right off State 81 in Marion.
We'll find it.
Yeah, and like I said, there's very little. I mean, there's in the house, in the rental house, there's just a few things that would be, bag of with deeds or not these titles to the cars. I had a so if they freeze my account, the automatic payments for the unit in Abington, that's at A1 Storage, which is on Route 11, just below Abington. I believe it's off of exit 10 on Interstate 81. I believe that's the exit, but it's A1 Storage and it's under my name, and I have automatic pay on the checking account, but they may not allow any payments to be made. That needs to be taken care of. And I don't know whether to bother paying the Verizon bill. You know, they're going to keep our phones, I'm sure. So, I mean, that's automatic pay too. But like I said, I don't know. And then the gas and electric at 7-Eleven is,
That's the end.
Yes, sir.
So these calls are paid for by the, inmate, correct?
Yes, I think they can call collect as well.
Okay, all right. So apparently the time just ran out on that call. Now, you did conduct a search on the house, correct?
We did.
All right, and let me. Brad, I'm gonna represent to you that this is a shotgun. If Your Honor, you want him to.
I'm gonna carry it out in the hall there and open it up and make sure it ain't loaded. I know it's not, but better safe than sorry.
All right.
Can't walk out there with it, but I'll be well. I'll keep an eye on it.
7 photos, Your Honor. Yes, sir. Brad, how'd you know I was gonna ask you to step down?
I'm learning, sir.
All right, these, what I'm gonna show you are, digitized on my computer of what I just handed you. And is this just tell the jury what this is.
This is the residence on Charlie Taylor Drive and Mr. Spence lives.
All right, is that in Smith County?
Yes, sir.
And there's the address?
Yes, sir, on the post. That's the interior when you walk in the, what I would call the front door.
All right. What condition was the house in? Was it inside of the house?
Kind of disarray. There's a lot of papers laying around, kind of unkept.
All right.
That's
That's the shotgun we just saw?
yes, sir, that's the shotgun I just showed you. Dirt on the end of the barrel.
All right, so there was dirt at the end of the barrel?
Yes, sir. The action had been opened at this point.
Was so the shotgun was loaded when you found it?
Yes, sir.
Was it fully loaded?
There were 6 rounds
All right.
in the
And
shotgun.
And that's the jacket that was just introduced into evidence?
Yes, sir. It was wrapped in that jacket. It was stuck up the sleeve of that coat.
All right. Now, that's a pump shotgun, correct?
It is.
That's how you ejected all 6 shells? They're green and they're red. What's the difference?
The red is double buck and 4 shot is the green.
All right, so there were both types in the shotgun.
Yes, sir.
Now, after you search the house and thinking about that phone call that we just reviewed, did something strike you funny about it?
Yeah, what Mr. Spence described was true and accurate. What we found, there was a lot of titles and things we took pictures of in the house. The nightstand he described in the bedroom, there was money laying on the nightstand, and then under the bed we found a coat, although it was wrapped around a gun.
And all right, did you take an inventory of everything?
We did.
In that? Where is that? House. It's an exhibit.
Oh, the,
House content. Well, I don't know if they were actually, they were in that bag. Do what? While you're doing that, would you review your inventory list and just tell the jury what was found in the house aside from the shotgun shells, the jacket, and the shotgun?
Have you got the that exhibit?
Oh, the search warrant?
This is the Chilhowie branch.
Oh, okay. The search warrant for Charlie Taylor Drive.
That would be 64.
I'll give you this back.
So the inventory from 5817 Charlie Taylor Drive was $179 in cash, $570 in cash, partially full box of 12 gauge number 4 shot Keyman brand shotgun shells, Tommy Hilfiger extra large blue winter jacket found, a round shotgun, black 12 gauge pump RIA import shotgun, bearing serial number R003770 and 6 shotgun shells.
All right, have you compared that list to what's in this bag?
Yes, sir.
Does the inventory accurately reflect what's in this bag?
Yes, sir.
You also, on the 7th day of December, went to the Saltville branch of the Bank of Marion, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, and with that search warrant, I'm sorry, just can you identify what I just handed you?
This is a search warrant that I obtained for the Bank of Marion Saltville branch, box number 302, belonging to Jeffrey Spence.
All right, and the, okay. Guys, we asked these to be introduced.
Okay. Search warrant, Saltville branch.
Yes, sir.
You be interviewed.
Now, attached to the search warrant would be the inventory you took at the end, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And have you compared that inventory list to what's in this box?
Yes, sir. We compiled the list from the box.
All right, and that's the contents match what's on your inventory list?
Yes, sir.
Now, you also obtained some documents from the bank. I'm going to hand you this and you can identify that.
This is a safety deposit box lease agreement with the bank for box number 302.
All right. Now, what day was the Saltville branch box open?
12/12 of 22.
12/12 of 22 or 3?
22.
22.
Depending on this. Yes.
And is attached to that a log?
There is, sir.
All right. What was the first log entry?
The date of the first entry was 6/20 of 23.
So according to the documentation, again, the log entry should indicate when the box was entered, correct?
Yes, sir.
And on the Chilhowie branch, it was opened and entered the same day.
Yes, sir.
But that box was different. It was opened on 12/12 of 22 and not entered until when?
6/20 of 23.
John, are we introduce that? We asked this to be introduced.
Okay. All right, what do you see? That's 70 right there.
I'm going to hand you a document. Could you identify that for the?
This is a search warrant that I obtained for A1 storage units, unit number 846, which belonged to Jeffrey Spence.
All right. And you know, I would ask if that be introduced into evidence.
Okay. All right, let me see, the 71.
Now, you searched A1 based on what information? What caused you to go to A1 storage?
When Mr. Spence was initially arrested, there was a small keychain that bore their name. Appeared that he had a storage unit from A1 Storage.
All right. And he also mentions it in the phone conversation with Doug, correct?
Yes, sir.
And where did Doug live? Do you know?
I believe Pennsylvania.
Now, could you review the inventory?
Yes.
And you've compared that inventory with these two boxes from A1 Storage?
Yes, sir.
All right, do they match?
Yes, sir.
All right, and I believe that out of the A1 Storage, did you identify these?
Yes, sir, that's,
Before were these items taken out of A1 storage?
yes, sir.
All right. Your Honor, we'd ask that these two boxes collectively be received into evidence. All right. Go ahead and tell the jury what that is.
It's a keepsake, money keepsake. It says on here it's salvaged by the Doria Project from Italian line flagship SS Andrea Doria, which sank July 26th of 1956 in the Atlantic.
All right. Encased in that glass is a
partial dollar bill.
Partial dollar bill. And then in the second box,
The same, although it's not an American dollar bill.
it's Italian, isn't it?
It's a different, not sure what it is, to be honest, but
Well,
it's
a lira, but that's,
it's a money.
yeah. It's a money. All right. So you're familiar with Andrea Doria?
Yes, sir.
And it was an Italian ship that sank
In the Atlantic.
in the Atlantic, I believe in 56. And that, I'm sorry.
You marked that, but I didn't mark it.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I thought 2 blue boxes collectively 72.
All right, finally, we've been through the Chillaway box, the A1 storage, the Saltville branch, the house. All right. All right, last box. Did you identify this document?
This is a search warrant that I obtained for First Community Bank in Abingdon, safe deposit box 138.
Now, what is Abington?
That's in our neighboring jurisdiction, Washington County.
All right, and that search warrant, do we have this introduced in the evidence? Search warrant for First Community.
It will be admitted, search won't be 73.
Hey. No. All right, so you searched First Community Bank in Abington on the 4th day of December of 23, and you took an inventory, correct?
We executed this search warrant on December the 5th of 23.
Okay, December 5th.
I obtained it on the 4th.
Okay, and the inventory matched the contents. Again, they were taken from the box.
Yes, sir.
Now, everything here was shipped or put together, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And it was picked up by Tippah County, correct?
Yes, sir.
And they had to sign for that?
Yes, sir.
So everything that you gathered, put together, taken back to Mississippi by Tippah County, the sheriff's department?
Yes, sir. The only thing that was not, there was a video recorder in the Saltville branch box.
Okay. That didn't have any relevance?
I think they were the state police.
That was not relevant to this investigation.
They were interested in that for
Something
a different thing.
All right. Now, again, I asked you this in the beginning. You got a lot of stuff, right? You're not here to testify that this stuff belongs to this person or this stuff belongs to this person.
No,
Right?
sir. No, sir. I don't know.
You don't even know any of these people.
No, sir.
You were just doing what you were asked to do by Tippah County.
Yes, sir.
And then send it all back to Tippah County.
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, you stayed involved in the investigation, didn't you?
I did.
All right. We and I talked several times.
Yes, sir.
All right. And it was you that located Tracy Dell, was it not?
I did.
All right. And Did you know Tracy?
No, sir.
All right. Did you, as part of your investigation, try to find him?
I did.
Why'd you do that?
We got information from Mr. McAllister, Investigator McAllister. His name had came up in my
All right.
investigation.
As an alibi witness?
Yes, sir.
All right. So you were trying to find him to find out what he was going to say?
Yes, sir.
Never were able to find him, were you?
Not initially, no, sir.
All right. And then, but eventually you found him in January, correct?
Yes, yes, sir, I did.
And you're familiar with, and Tracy testified to, his criminal history. At this point, as far as you know, does he have any pending charges in Virginia?
I believe he has 2 misdemeanor cases out of a different jurisdiction, out of Washington County.
Now, you may want to explain to the jury what a cape is.
It's a bench warrant. It's saying he needs to appear in court. He didn't show.
All right. That's in another county?
Yes, sir.
Do you have any jurisdiction over that?
No, sir.
As far as you know, is there a manhunt going on for Tracy?
No, sir.
Did he come down here with you? Did he ride with you?
No, sir.
Rode with his girlfriend, did he?
Yes, sir.
No, I think he's already gone.
He left the courthouse. Yes, sir.
All right, almost done. You continued your investigation into a van, did you not?
I did.
And that was done at the request of who?
Investigator McAllister.
You approach, Your Honor, and hand you 2 documents, Brad. Could you identify those? Just, are there photographs? Did you obtain those photographs?
I did.
Where did you get them?
From Barry's Iron and Metal.
Do you recall when you went there?
No, sir. I don't recall the date exactly.
All right. Was it this year?
Yes, sir.
All right. Your Honor, we'd ask these be marked as collective pictures from Barry's,
Barry's.
Berrys.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
All right. Now, so, all right, first of all, tell me what Barry's is.
It's a scrap iron facility. A lot of people from the area take junk cars, anything with metal. We have even thefts for people steal scrap metal and they take it and sell it.
All right.
They recycle it.
And I'll ask you to step down. Last time, I promise. I bet. Let's see. No, that's not the right one. All right. All right. Is this the picture I first handed you first?
Yes, sir.
All right. This is taken at Barry's.
Yes, sir.
What's the date on it?
1/20/23.
And this is what type of vehicle?
Here's me a van.
And which shape is it in?
It's burn up.
All right. Now, were you able to determine who brought that van there? Whose vehicle it was?
Yes, sir.
What type it was, the VIN number, et cetera?
Yes, sir.
All right. And that information was provided to you by Barry's
Yes, sir. The van was provided, by what Mr.
McAllister?
had sent me, but I was able to verify that was the same vehicle through Barry's as they keep records.
Okay. And this is just a black and white picture of that, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Second document. All right, this is, I don't know if I can blow this up at all, but I'll give you a step up. This is the same picture, is it not?
Yes, sir, it is.
All right, and then the customer is a guy named James Harper. Did you talk to Mr. Harper?
I did.
I don't want you to tell me what he said, but what did he do?
He is a tow truck driver.
He's a tow truck driver. Had he hauled for Mr. Spence before?
He had.
And it's got a VIN number here. Did you verify that that matched the VIN that Deputy McAllister gave you?
I did.
It did, and it's saying it's a GMC van 2002.
Yes, sir.
All right. And it was sold for scrap, right?
Yes, sir.
Is that the amount?
Yes, sir.
All right. And that's again in Saltville?
That's actually in Chilhowie.
Ah, Chilhowie. Okay. Thank you. And that was on January 20th of 2023.
Yes, sir.
So about a month and a half after the murder.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, David Court's indulgence. All right, Your Honor, at this time we'd ask that the two A1 storage boxes be entered into evidence.
You're gonna have to keep me in the court report to figure out what in particular you're talking about.
Well, just the entire box.
Let's do them one at a time,
All right.
right, so we know where we stand, all right?
Well, I guess let's do box one for A1 storage.
Is it numbered in some way?
One, it's one of one, and then two of two. One of two.
Bring them to Kathy and let
You
her
don't have to
get the
bring it.
number on it, okay?
You mean,
I can bring you the number. Oh, yeah, I'll give you the number. I know this box is right.
John, just,
You get-
We're not gonna pull everything out. By all means.
So 75, do you want 75 AB?
Sure. 75 AD.
We went for 75, A,
And B,
A and B.
yes.
And those are,
A1.
box one from A1 storage,
No, 75 is box, 75A is box one, 75B is box two.
75A is box one from A1 storage. 75B is box two from A1 storage.
Next one will be the box from the Chilhowie branch.
Any objection? Any
No
objection?
objection.
Okay. This gonna be S76?
Yes, sir.
And then the Saltville branch box.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, that's gonna be 77.
Yes.
All right, everybody good on the jury? You may cross-examine me.
The TV. Can we get the TV out of here?
Angie.
Good afternoon, Sergeant Johnson.
How are you?
Now you've come down here before, right, to testify at a prior hearing?
I did.
Okay, and I'm gonna try not to, like that last guy did, make you pull every single item out of those boxes, all right?
I appreciate it, sir.
Now let's just, I guess we ended with Tracy Delp. I guess we'll start with him. You were contacted by Investigator McAllister October last year. Does that sound right?
I believe it was, sir.
And he wanted you to go check on that vehicle we just saw, right? The van.
So I was asked about Tracy Delp prior to that.
Right, and that's when y'all couldn't find him, right?
Yes, sir. We couldn't locate him. We
Okay.
actually thought he may have been deceased.
Okay, and am I confused or when he called last October, was he asking again about Tracy Delp and this van?
Conversations were maintained about Delp and his whereabouts, and another initiative was made to find him later.
Okay, so let's talk about that. Because I guess you tried to find him, I guess a couple years before and weren't able to. Nobody knew where he was.
I'm not familiar with a couple of years before. I'm not sure if I was involved in that.
Okay, but in any event, you did go up to Barry's Iron and Metal, right?
Yes, sir. That's where I obtained the picture of the burnt van. Yes, sir.
Okay, and then from there, they sent you over to James, I think he goes by Craig Harper, right?
Harper's Towing, yes, sir.
And that's the tow truck guy. And you spoke with him about the van and about Mr. Spence, right?
Yes, sir.
And he was very familiar with Jeff, right? He knew him.
Yes, sir. Doesn't work for him.
And did it seem like Jeff had used that tower a lot to tow different vehicles, scrap, stuff like that?
He spoke of multiple times working for Jeff Spence.
Sorry, I didn't hear that.
He spoke of working for Jeff Spence multiple times. Yes, sir.
Okay. And now from there, it seemed like you kind of went around and talked to just a bunch of people in Saltville. Looks like maybe it was neighbors of Jeff and Karen. Is that right?
Yeah, it seemed as if when we would speak to someone, another name would be mentioned, and then we would track that person down and talk to them.
Right, and I'll just take you through the chain real quick. It looks like you talked to a Kevin Campbell, locally known as Gump.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and then you were made aware that he knew Jeff, right?
Yes, sir.
Something about worked on cars with him.
Yes, sir.
And then you talked to somebody named Patricia who also knew Jeff, right?
Yes, sir.
And then next link in the chain, you get to Swanson Puckett, right?
Yes, sir.
Also knew Jeff. And then you get to a Kelvin Davenport. Did you talk to him?
I did.
And that was, he was, I think, a neighbor of Jeff and Karen. Does that sound right?
On Rome Lane, yes, sir.
And that Davenport, he was like a retired, somebody said he was the FBI, but they were wrong, right?
Yeah, he was, he worked in the service and also local law enforcement. I don't think he was federal law enforcement.
Okay, and then I see a name, Paul Thompson, who you also talked to and also knew Jeff, right?
Yes, sir, by phone. Yes, sir.
Okay, and were you talking to these people, were you trying to get information about Jeff or were you looking for Tracy Delp or both?
I guess both, just any investigative information that we could find. Again, Mr. McAllister, Investigator McAllister had asked us to check on the van, which kept leading us to someone else. So yes, sir, any information we could find to help with the investigation.
Did you know Tracy Delp prior to investigating this case?
No, sir, of course, in law enforcement, we talk about people that other officers have dealt with, but me, as far as me personally knowing him, no.
Sure. And I think, were these people telling you, were they kind of side-eyeing you when you asked them where Tracy Delp was?
Most of the people that I talked to didn't like Tracy.
Right. I think they were saying he was bad news or something like that.
Yes, sir.
But in any event, you find Tracy Delp, looks like January of this year, right? Almost exactly 2 months ago.
I'm not sure of the exact date, but I did find him recently. Yes, sir.
And I guess I'm just looking at your interview notes. If they say January 21st, 26th, does that sound right?
Yes, sir.
Now, where was Tracy Delp when you found him?
He was in the Life Center of Hillsville.
And what kind of center is that?
It's a rehab center.
You know how long he had been there?
Approximately 2 weeks. I think he had been there before, but at that time, approximately 2 weeks.
Okay, and you went in there and spoke to Mr. Delp, right?
I did.
About Jeff.
I did.
And then he gives you this story about how Jeff told him all these details about, you know, the murder he committed, right?
He did.
And let's see, I guess one of the first things he asked you was, he asked you what you could do for him, right?
He did.
Why did he ask you that, if you know?
I don't know. It didn't seem that he followed up on that. He immediately started divulging information.
And do you know how long he'd been in that rehab when you were talking to him?
I think about 2 weeks.
Tracy told you that Jeff offered to pay him $100,000 to go kill Kirby Carpenter?
Yes, sir.
And then he described some bank bags that were in Jeff's car, Jeff's possession, right?
And I believe a black Suburban.
Black Suburban. And kind of the gist of what he said was that he saw Jeff leave before committing a murder in a black Suburban, right?
He did recall.
I think that's a mischaracterization of the evidence.
He may be right, Judge. Let me find it.
And it's hearsay.
Okay, but Tracy told you about these bank bags that were, you know, so heavy you couldn't carry them, right?
He did describe bank bags and being very heavy.
Okay. And did you ask him if he'd seen any gold?
I believe I did.
And you remember he told you he hadn't seen any gold bars except on TV?
If it's in my report, sir, I'm sure it's.
I've got.
I can't recall exactly what he said.
Let me grab a copy.
No, we're rejected.
It's
Reading
impeachment,
the
Judge.
report is hearsay.
Well, it's impeachment, Judge.
It's improper impeachment.
All right, now Sergeant Johnson, Tracy Delp said a lot of things. Do you remember him telling you about Jeff disclosing to him that he had killed Kirby Carpenter in the basement?
Yes, sir, he did say that.
And he said that, according to Jeff, he did it with a pistol, right?
He told me a pistol.
And according to Jeff, he threw the pistol into a lake or something. Does that ring a bell?
Into a body of water. He wasn't sure what it was.
After you spoke with Tracy Delp, did he end up leaving or walking out of that rehab?
He did. I found out from a counselor later that he had left.
Okay. And did you have to go find him again, or did somebody?
I made a phone call and was able to make contact with him.
All right. Let's talk about the arrest for a minute. The arrest of Jeff Spence. Now he had keys to, was it each one of those, I think 3 lock boxes on him?
So he had keys to the Chilhowie branch. He had keys to First Community, Exit 19. He had keys to A1 storage.
Okay.
That was the keys that we saw.
Okay. And could that indicate that somebody uses those lock boxes or visits them frequently?
I'm assuming you're saying that if he had the envelopes and the keys on him, is that what you're asking?
Right. I'm just saying, if you're only going to a lockbox once a year, you're probably not going to keep the keys on you, right?
I wouldn't know, sir.
Okay. And the house y'all picked him up at, that's a rental house, right?
Yes, sir.
And you said there was a U-Haul next to that house.
Yes, sir.
Did you learn that the Spences were in the process of moving to Pennsylvania?
At the time, we did not know that, but later through the investigation, we had heard that they were going to move, and that was the purpose of the U-Haul.
Right. And did you learn that they had bought a house in Pennsylvania where their family is, I think, about a month before the arrest?
No, sir, I didn't know that.
I'm gonna ask you a few questions about storage. Now, there's a box here from A1 storage, correct?
Maybe 2. That was a lot that was taken from there.
And did you go to A1, or have you seen photographs of A1 storage?
I went there personally, yes, sir.
I'm gonna pass you up some photographs. All right, Sergeant Johnson, just my approach. Passing you 3 photographs. Tell us what those are photographs of.
The storage unit at A1 storage.
Okay, and that accurately depicts the way that A1 storage looked the day you guys executed that search warrant?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Judge, if we could have this marked and entered as the next exhibit.
No,
Yes, sir. 3. We can do collective, it's fine.
need them back.
He doesn't need them back. Now, Sergeant, that's, when you opened that box, there was just a ton of junk in there, right? Were you told to look for, you said you were told to look for specific items, right? I mean, we don't have, these boxes don't contain every single thing that was in A1 storage, right?
Oh, no, sir.
You were told specifically by Investigator McAllister to look for gold and cash, right?
We were looking for gold and silver coins, large amounts of cash, firearms, documentation of such.
Okay, and in that storage unit, there's just a bunch of stuff, right?
I would call it, looks like household items that you would accumulate over a lifetime.
Right, something that would indicate people are in between moving houses, right?
Could be.
Also, there's the logs on these when Jeff Spence or Karen Spence or whoever went in and out of these storage boxes. There were several dates on these, right?
The two that we talked about today, there was multiple entries into the storage unit boxes, the lock boxes, not A1. We didn't see a log from A1.
Sure, because it's a storage unit.
Yeah.
But there's no way to tell, like, when somebody goes into one of these storage units, there's no way to tell what items they're putting in or what items they're taking out, or if they're putting items in or taking them out, right?
I don't know if there is. No.
There's no log. I mean, there's no log that you found, right?
No.
I am going to have you pull just a few items out of the box. If you could step down here for me, and we're going to find the Bank of Marion Saltville box, which is here. S77. And what I'm going to have you pull out is, it says number 89. 89. And while we're here, let's go ahead and pull out 83. And then 88 will be the last one from this box. All right. And you can take your seat. I think I might stand up the whole time.
Y'all come here and talk about these
All right, so you have up there a bag from the Bank of Marion Saltville, box 302. And what I want you to pick up first is been previously marked as item 89. See that one?
Yes, sir. If you're referencing to our tag number,
Say
our
that again?
inventory tag number,
If you want to reference those inventory tag numbers as that will,
Whatever the court prefers. If we want to go in, is inventory tag number is fine with me.
yeah, let's use that inventory tag number. That way, okay?
Okay, so inventory tag number 89. Will you tell the jury what that is?
that's a bag that contains $20,000 Federal Reserve in plastic.
Okay, and that's, is that separated into two $10,000 stacks?
Yes, sir, it appears to be.
And is there a date on both of those items?
On the money, on the item itself inside the bag,
Yes. It should be, are they in bands?
it appears that the plastic is stamped inside 6/29/20.
That's the date I was looking for.
The date.
So would that indicate to you that that money was given to somebody June 29th, of 2020?
I don't know what that would mean, sir.
That's the date on the band though, right?
That 6/29/20 is the date.
Okay, and then it also says, does it say Federal Reserve, Richmond, Virginia?
FRB Richmond.
Now let's pick up item number 88, which is also from the Bank of Marion Saltville box.
Yes, sir.
Do me a favor.
Let me see. Just for record purposes, there's a white sticker on the bottom of each of these bags, and it's got a tag number. This particular one is 016279-88. That's the number we say their evidence number. That's the number we refer to.
All right, do me a favor and will you pull out just the foil? There should be some aluminum foil in there.
This is sealed. Is it okay that I open it?
Okay with me. Okay with y'all? You open it?
That's, you can open it and, we will, let's make that reseat it and get through, okay?
Right.
Just the foil?
Just the foil, fine. Now, when you found the foil, it was obviously the cash was inside of it, right?
I do remember there being some cash inside the foil. We did take it apart to count it and verify what it was.
Right.
Yes, sir.
So does that foil have some writing on it?
It does.
And if you can read it, can you tell us what it says?
Says 10K, 12 pup, PUP, Valentine, and either 24 or 21.
Okay. You may put that back.
Yes, sir.
All right, and now we're talking about item number 83. Do you have that one up there?
Yes, sir.
And tell me what that is.
Our description is 2 10-ounce gold, 1 coin, and 1 bar.
Okay, and I'm asking you about the bar. Is there some kind of a number on the bottom middle of that bar?
It appears to be serialized.
Can you read it, or you need your glasses?
No, sir, I'm fine. 371356.
371356. All right. If you can put that down for me. I'm going to hand you now what's been marked and admitted as defense exhibit 39. Can you, are those text messages? That wasn't a trick question. Those are text messages, aren't they?
Yes, sir. It appears to be, yes, sir.
And I hate to keep asking you to read small print, but can you tell when those text messages, when that text exchange happened, what the date was? Should be on the bottom right of the text bubbles.
Here's a date of 3/18 of 21, 12/22, 13. The date and time.
I got you. So those text messages are from 2021, right?
Appears to be, yes, sir.
And then at the bottom left text, does that appear to have pictures?
On the front page, yes, sir.
And then now look at that bottom, the little bitty picture on the bottom left.
Very bottom picture.
You can't really tell what that is, right?
It appears to be what I just looked at here.
Okay, and now do me a favor and flip to the very last page. Should be a photo. And that's a Canadian gold bar, correct?
Yes, sir.
And can you read the serial number again on the bottom of that bar?
It appears to be 371356.
All right, thank you. I am done with what you have in front of her. Here, I'll take that exhibit back. Judge, you can put these back in the box, or we want to wait to recess?
Just give me the open.
And Sergeant Johnson, do you also recall in one of those bank boxes? Let me tell you which one. Same box, the Bank of Marion Saltville. You recall some documents in there from an auction?
I do remember seeing some like auction tags you'd hold up at an auction. I can't say for sure which box they came from without the inventory.
All right, Sergeant, I'm going to hand you 3 more photographs. Do you recognize those, or do you recognize that list as coming from or being found in the Bank of Marion Saltville box 302?
Yes, sir. I do remember the picture of the box. I don't want to mislead the court. It's hard to tell from the photograph exactly where I'm at there. But
Sure. And one of those photos you can see, those are y'all's evidence logs.
Yes,
I mean, does that appear to be the box that was searched at the Bank of Marion Saltville?
yes, sir. It's Yes, sir. And these two photographs here, it appears that were taken at our sheriff's office
Okay, but
afterwards.
I guess, can you say that stuff was found in the box and then
Yes,
photographed
sir. It was
later?
found in a box, and it is. I do remember the box. Can't say for sure which branch I was at. Exactly which box this was at.
You don't find it admitted or? Okay. Judge, if we could have those marked and admitted as the next exhibit.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
I'll do every D79. And, you get the total, you get the
And we can do that collective, Judge.
three photos, three,
Yes.
three photos, and this also from, is that from Saltville box?
It is from Saltville, Bank of Marion, Saltville, box 302. All right, and Sergeant, if you can read for me, well, this is it's a bill of sale, right? And you can look at, oh, you don't have them yet, I'm sorry. I'm just looking at the top of all three of those pages.
Yes, sir. It appears it says bill of sale. Yes, sir.
And then it says Mid-South Auction and Realty.
Yes, sir.
And then if you're looking at the top middle and you go down to that last line in the middle, you see where it says auction sale.
Yes, sir.
And then there's a -7.
Yes, sir.
And then what does it say after that?
Kirby Carpenter Estate.
And then is there a date on, is there a date on the right?
I believe it's 7/14 of 23.
I believe you're right. And then what, no, you may not be, well, you can read some of the things on this list, but does it look to you like there's, some of this stuff is random? Burt Reynolds, White Lightning poster, wood, so there's a lot of posters from bands on this, right?
There's a wooden bench, utensils.
You don't have to read it all for me, but somewhere in a lot of these, there's, Eisenhower dollars, Mercury dimes. So there's some gold and silver listed on here too, correct? You see the coins listed on there?
Okay, so here's 1922 piece dollar, half dollar, quarter dime, Eisenhower dollars, penny, Buffalo commemorative coin.
Okay, and does that indicate that that those items were legally purchased at an auction for Kirby Carpenter's estate?
It appears to be a bill of sale with these items on there from an auction sale, Kirby Carpenter estate.
All right, thank you. You can put that to the side. Also found in either one of the storage units or one of the boxes, you listed there was counterfeit money, right? Now, when you put counterfeit money, it's basically play money, right? I mean, it's not money that you would ever try and pass off as real, is it?
It's money that appears, it looks like real money, but it is marked that it's not real.
Right, it says fake money on it, right? Or something of that
Something to that
nature.
effect, yes, sir.
And there's also a $90 check in there that we already talked about from Kirby Carpenter to a guy named David Barnes, right?
Yes, sir.
And that would have absolutely no value to Jeff, would it?
Unless he probably tried to cash that.
Right. I mean, he couldn't cash it unless he had maybe David Barnes' ID, right? It's a useless check for Jeff.
He should not be able to cash that himself.
Right. All right, let me ask you a little bit about the warrant arrest and that phone call we heard, or the video call. Now, the warrant in this case, the warrant for Mr. Spence and Mrs. Spence and Mrs. Spence, those were issued November 8th, 2023, right?
Are you speaking of our warrants?
You're right. Well, I guess you had one Mrs. Spence. So for Jeff and Karen Spence, those warrants were issued November 8th, 2023.
So if we have an out-of-state warrant, we have to get what we call a fugitive from justice
Sure.
warrant so that we can arrest in our state.
Do you remember when you received that?
I don't,
When you got
sir.
that?
No, I don't remember.
Were they arrested shortly after you got the fugitive from justice?
They were arrested on November the 30th.
Right. And you don't remember if that was close to the time you got the fugitive warrant?
I believe it was close to the time because we were actively looking for them. I think we looked for around 2 to 3 weeks. Who's watching the house?
Okay. And the reason I'm asking is because they're arrested on November 30th, 2023, which is, I guess, just coincidence. That's exactly 1 year from the day Kirby Carpenter was murdered.
Yes, sir.
I'm sure you know.
I do remember hearing that after the arrest.
Now that jail video call that we saw, that was between Jeff and his brother Doug, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that call was December 4th, 2023, right?
Yes, sir.
So that would have been 5 days after his arrest, right?
Yes, sir.
He's been in jail for 5 days. And that was not the first call that Jeff made since his arrest, was it?
There were multiple calls. I can't recall the dates on the other calls.
And in that call, he indicates that he basically knows that you guys or somebody is going to search his things, right?
Yeah, he made mention in there, we may confiscate.
Right. And he basically, I think what he says is he's telling his brother to get everything that law enforcement does not get, correct?
He made mention to him that we may confiscate some things and told him of other things in the house.
Right. And he's talking about, titles to cars, important documents,
Yes, sir.
his granddaughter's toys, and he's worried about auto payments for, I guess, storage units and other things, right?
Mhm.
So it's not like he called his brother and said, will you get that gun from under my bed, right?
He did not say it that way, no, sir.
Of course, indulgence. Ten minutes.
All right, please direct.
Yes, Your Honor, correct. Brad, Mr. McNeil just asked you whether or not, he didn't specifically say go under the bed and look for the shotgun.
No, sir, he didn't.
He was aware the call was being recorded, was he not?
It should have been, it's common knowledge.
They're advised that.
Yes, sir.
And you reviewed many phone calls, correct?
Yes, sir.
Out of all those phone calls you reviewed, and you found multiple guns, correct?
Yes, sir.
Were they ever directed to a certain place in those phone calls? They say, go look under here, go look under there, anything like that?
I don't remember another conversation in which it was a location he said to look that there was a gun found.
Thank you. That's all I have.
All right, this witness be finally excused.
Yes, sir.
Thank you for being here. You're welcome. You're free to go.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Remember we stopped hanging out Bruce on the way home. Right, where I got square a couple times, something like that.
Okay. I appreciate that.
All right, I don't know that time, what time is it? 4:15, yeah, what's your piece next week, how long it gonna take?
If we could take just a small break, I think we could give Carolyn a Vallejo in.
Let's take this small, need to be short, because we're getting too close to quitting time anyway. Y'all take a short break, don't get talked about. everybody's ready, show the jury in. That took a little longer than I hoped, but we're going to proceed a little longer today anyway. Who would state call us next week?
Carolyn Aguayo.
Mr. Boyo, if you would come face the court report, raise your right hand and be sworn in.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony about to give this cause will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God?
Have a seat, the witness stand there, and chair, and you may proceed with the witness.
Thank you, Honor. Can you tell the jury who you are?
Carolyn Aguayo?
Okay. And are you married?
Yes.
Who are you married to?
Giovanni Aguayo?
Okay. And you've got children?
Mhm.
More than one?
Yes.
All right. All ages? Okay. And I'm going to just do a little background to begin with. You grew up in Pennsylvania?
Yes.
Is that right? You had a younger sister?
Older. Older.
Caitlin's older than you?
Yeah, just a
Okay.
little.
Just a little bit?
Mhm.
All right. How much older is
A
Caitlin?
year.
1 year? All right. And you went to college nearby where you grew up.
Right.
What city did you grow up in?
Brookville, Pennsylvania.
All right. And what college did you go to?
Grove City College.
All right. When you graduated, I believe you became a teacher and went down to North Carolina.
Yes.
Is that correct? Was that Oak Island, North Carolina?
Yes.
All right. And what did you teach?
Middle school, 6th grade.
What subject?
It changed, but a little math, science, history.
Okay. Now, at some point during that time, did you meet your husband, Gio?
Yes.
All right. Is his full name Giovanni?
Yes.
Okay. And he was in the Navy, I believe. Was he a Marine?
Marine. Mhm.
All right. When did y'all get married?
June of 2014.
Okay. Did he move in with you to your home in Oak Island, North Carolina?
Yes, when we were married in June of 2014, he moved into the house I already had.
All right. Now, at some point, did you and your husband discuss having Jeff and Karen Spence move in with y'all?
Yes, they had told us they wanted to move to the area. We suggested that they could go ahead and look around, like stay with us while they're looking for a spot, basically.
Okay. And were there circumstances, financial circumstances that also played into the you and your husband making that offer to your mom and dad?
Yes, so around that time they were filing bankruptcy. So Gio and I had discussed it, and we wanted to offer that they stay with us. So, you know, them staying with us and us covering the bills. We gave them a car, covered insurance. We didn't ask for rent or anything to chip in for bills. We just thought that would kind of give them a good footing to kind of start over. They were moving to a new state, struggling with bankruptcy. This was our hope that they would have a nice start in North Carolina.
And when did they move in with y'all?
It was September 2014. So a couple months after we got married.
Was part of that consideration to help with any children at
We-
that time?
Not at that time, we didn't have children. We didn't have plans to have children right away or anything like that.
Okay. Now, how long was it that y'all were together, living together, not only in North Carolina, but later Virginia, even when they had an apartment? I just want to get a time frame of when they first moved in to the time that y'all went separate ways.
It was about 2 years because by then we were in Virginia and they had lived with us for a while in Virginia. And then they ended up getting like a basement apartment in like the fall of 2016.
All right. But while y'all were together, did y'all watch TV together, just like a family?
Yeah, we we would barbecue and take beach walks, and we watched a lot of movies and television. So we enjoyed doing that together.
Did Jeff Spence have any interest, unique interest in what he watched, and were there any comments that were significant to you during that time?
Yeah, one, we watched a lot of shows like Sons of Anarchy, Blacklist, a lot of detective type crime shows, Breaking Bad, things like that. But the comment that sticks with me to this day is, we're watching one of those shows and he said, if he would ever kill someone, he would use a shotgun because you wouldn't have to worry about the casing. And even if you had to shoot twice, which you shouldn't, it would be a big casing to look for.
All right. And during this time that y'all were close, that 2-year time frame, did Jeff Spence was he particular about his cell phone?
Yeah, I mean, it was his practice to be on his cell phone, kind of like you would assume like a teenager now. Like he'd check different things, message people. He got a lot more phone calls than I ever did. He's a busy guy on his phone.
Busy guy on his phone. Did he ever have a normal job?
No.
Okay. What did he do primarily?
He had some beehives, or he would do the thing where somebody's giving away a piece of farm equipment and he'd hang on to it and try and sell it later. Kind of buying, trading, that sort of thing, just at random times.
Okay. Now, if he ever had to go, say, across state lines, what would he do with his phone?
So one time when he was living with us, I asked him, why were you gone for so long? And he said, I had to run down to South Carolina to get this tractor. And I said, well, how did you do that without getting in trouble? And he was like, well, anytime I cross state lines, I just leave the phone with your mom.
Okay. Now, from North Carolina, yourself and Gio ended up ultimately buying 10 acres in Virginia that had a house on it.
Mm-hmm.
And did y'all talk about building a kit house? Carving out a little bit of acreage to build another house on?
Yes.
For your dad?
Yeah, so in 2016, we were excited. We found a cabin on 10 acres in Virginia, and we were excited for that to be like our forever home. And then, with it being 10 acres, we got the idea, for Jeff and Karen to kind of live down the lane, because at that point we were starting to think about having little ones. And so we separated off a couple acres, and we had presented the idea to Jeff and Karen and said, we know you guys have gone through the bankruptcy, so you wouldn't be able to get a loan, but we see these cute little cabin type kits you can get, and it's not too expensive. We could get the loan as long as you guys could make the payments. We could get the loan in our name if you guys can make the payments, because we wouldn't be able to do 2 mortgages, but we'd love for you guys to be down the lane.
All right. And during this time, did your dad have any normal job, or was he buying and selling old cars and junk and beehives, still doing that?
Yeah, he pretty quickly had some beehives on our property. And then once we separated off the acres, he started bringing some of that stuff onto the land, as far as the junk pieces we were talking about. And then he got goats at one point, just little things like that.
Now, was it shortly after y'all began to build the kid house that some tensions began to arise? And you don't have to go into that in detail, but is that an accurate statement?
Yes.
Okay. Now, did you feel like because of the issues that you were having, that the loan that you had secured yourself and Gino could be in jeopardy based on the manner in which decisions were being made with the construction of that house?
Yes, we had to be very careful, make sure everybody was licensed, bonded. You couldn't move to the next step in the loan and the build of the house unless you did everything correctly.
Did you feel like that those issues were getting worse or better after you addressed them with your father?
We would try and have sit downs with both of them, but Karen was pretty much kept out of it. And it just, Jeff wanted to do it a certain way, and we had to do it the right way for the bank, or else you can't move forward. So we had to keep having discussions about who could do certain things on the property and who couldn't.
So the concerns that you and your husband had were not getting better?
No.
Okay. Ultimately, did that result in yourself and Gio asking for your father and mother to meet you at McDonald's so that you could figure out a way forward from this?
Yes. We asked them to meet us at McDonald's when I came home from work, and there was a well driller on the property. So he had his machines in the ground. We had no contract. We didn't know the guy, but it was all happening. So that was the McDonald's meeting that night, was to try and clear up what was going on.
Can you tell the jury about that meeting?
Yes. So we asked Karen and Jeff to come and just meet with us. I couldn't get a hold of Karen. We tried to just go over to the house to talk to her. Jeff was already irritated that we were even trying to get in touch with her. Said, no, I'm already at McDonald's. You guys just come and meet me at McDonald's. So when we sat down, Gio and I were expecting that it was going to be okay, what's going on with this contractor? How are we going to move forward? We don't have paperwork. We don't know how much he's charging us. Just trying to settle it out. And when we began discussing that with Jeff, he just got increasingly angry. I can't do it the right way for you guys. He's like, I'm out. It's yours. Do whatever you want. I'm done. And as we tried to prompt him, just saying like, well, what do you mean you're done? Like, you and Karen are still going to live there, right? And he was like, no, I mean it. I'm completely done with this. We're out. Buy it, sell it, burn it down.
Was there anything about his demeanor that was significant to you?
At that point, there's blood in his eyes. I knew that we were done. I'd never seen him quite to that level before. But the way he was looking at us, and particularly Gio, I was like, I looked at Gio, we're done.
Okay.
Um,
After that, did you ultimately tell Jeff Spence that he needed to get any property that was his off of your property by a certain day?
Yes, we ended up having to give him a deadline to move this stuff off, because once he was done, things started happening where the stakes were out, like pulled out for the foundation, driveways were blocked, so there was sabotage happening. So we needed him just completely off.
Did you give him a deadline?
Yes.
All right. Did he get his property off, his personal property off of your property by that deadline?
No, when he finally came to grab stuff out of the garage, he noticed that we had put up a camera. So he first went and cut the camera cord before he even tried to go to the garage.
Okay. On what day was this? Was that the day of the deadline?
Yes, this was the day of the deadline when everything was supposed to be off. And there were 3 tons, literally 3 tons of junk on the land. So there was no way he was going to get everything on that day.
Right.
But he came on that day. But the problem arose. Yes, I was in the house. So was Gio. The problem that arose was when he cut the camera cord.
Okay. So he was on your property. He cut the security camera.
Mm-hmm.
Did y'all ultimately call law enforcement out that day?
Yeah, when that happened, Gio said, I'm going to double check and make sure, something weird didn't happen. So he went out to where, Jeff had gone behind the shed, and sure enough, it was cut. So at that point we called the sheriffs. We knew that we had tried talking and it didn't work.
And when law enforcement comes out to your property, is Jeff Spence informed not to be back on your property?
Yes, he was told he was not allowed to return. He was told it would be considered trespassing if he came back on the property.
So did he come back on the property?
2 days later, he was back. He cut the cable on our gate to get back in. And so we called the sheriff again.
Okay. Now, as a result of that relationship souring, did you have concerns going forward, and what did you do about those concerns?
Absolutely. I knew how bad it had gotten. Gio knew how bad it had gotten. We had involved the sheriffs twice now. We tried to get restraining orders. Eventually we were able to get a no contact order. And we knew that I had tried to bring Karen into it to see if that could ease tensions.
Yeah. Ultimately, let me ask you this. How long was it after these events? Was it before you moved your family away from Virginia?
Well, there was a mess to clean up. We ended up, as far as I'm sure we would have done it sooner if we could have. But we had quite a mess to clean up at that point, as far as having to finish the house because it had already started. And then ending up having to sell our house because we couldn't sell the other house fast enough because there were 2 mortgages. So we had to take care of all of that first. It was probably about a year and a half before we were out of that area completely.
Okay. And in the meantime, you still had concerns
Oh yeah.
about what?
Just our safety in general, looking over our backs, bumping into them or other people. It's a generally smaller area, so it wouldn't be weird to bump into someone.
All right, and when you left the area, did you take any steps that would alleviate any of your concerns about contact with Jeff Spence?
I had to pretty much cut off contact with family and friends because people didn't understand the level it had gotten to. And
Right.
so it was very easy for someone like my mom to get information about us from, say, like an old friend I had, from back home. They just, thought it was a casual conversation, but they were being manipulated.
Okay. What about the whereabouts, the location of your family, the identity and number of children you have? Any safeguards to make sure that those things were not revealed to others?
Yeah, we have lived very differently since then. We don't do social media. We safeguard things. We have moved several times. And we do look over our backs. It's a different way of living.
And why did you do that?
Because I saw the blood in his eyes and
What she's done,
I'm gonna give you a little more road. Let's get where we're going, okay?
Are there any other reasons other than your father that you would take those steps to safeguard yourself and your family?
I mean, I know the importance of, I wanted to keep my husband safe. I wanted my children to be safe. And I also didn't want my children brought up in that environment.
Okay. And I'm going to ask it one more time, yes or no. Are there any other reasons why you would take those steps to keep your family safe?
I feared.
Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Other than because of your father, Jeff Spence?
Oh, no, we'd be living
Okay.
totally differently if all of that hadn't happened.
Okay. Now, after you move away, were you aware that Kate was living in Mississippi?
I knew she was living in Mississippi, yes.
That she was living with Kirby Carpenter in Ripley or Pine Grove, Mississippi?
Yes.
All right. Were you aware that they were expecting a child?
Yes.
Okay. That would have been, around July to November of 2022.
Mhm.
Were you aware that Jeff and Karen Spence had been staying down there in Mississippi
Yes.
with Kirby and Kate?
Mhm.
All right. Did you have conversations with Gio about that situation?
I had started talking to him about, I'm concerned that, we don't know Kirby. So it may seem weird if we reach out to him, but I said, I'm nervous now that they're down there. I'm afraid the same thing's going to happen that happened for us.
Okay.
And so that was the discussion
Was that
do we-
around Thanksgiving, fall of 2022?
Yeah, because the holidays are coming. You're starting to think, things like that, and and I found out that my parents were still there with them. So they had passed the initial just visit the baby type thing, and they'd been there. So I just felt like the same thing was repeating.
Okay. Now, how did you find out that Kirby Carpenter had been killed?
When we were having these discussions, it was, well, let's just look him up, see if we can find anything. And then we found the newspaper article that he had been murdered.
When you saw that he had been murdered, Did you and your husband send any, like an anonymous letter to the Tippah County Sheriff's Department?
We did. At this point, you know, it almost felt like we were too late. You know, we wanted to warn him. And so now we wanted to help if we could, you know, with information we had.
Tend to the witness, Your Honor.
How long do you expect?
Oh, just a few minutes.
We're gonna keep it a little bit longer, not long, just stay there.
Is your last name pronounced Aguayo?
Ohio.
Aguayo. Ms. Aguayo, you were concerned about Kirby Carpenter. Were you aware that he was selling drugs?
We didn't know Kirby.
Had you ever met Kirby?
No.
But you were saying to the jury you were concerned because of your father being
Yes.
there. But were you aware that Kirby was also selling drugs during this time?
Objection, Your Honor. May we approach?
Disregard the last question as to whether or not she knew, this witness knew Kirby Carpenter was, I believe, they was drug information, if you could rephrase that.
Were you aware there were allegations that he was involved in drugs?
Objection, Your Honor.
Is that not what you just?
I'm gonna let him ask,
Did you?
do you know whether, person, go ahead.
Do you have any personal knowledge or awareness that there were allegations?
No,
Okay. Would that have caused you concern?
if anybody's involved with drugs, that would cause me concern, yes.
Because it's dangerous
Yes,
and it invites violence into your life. Is that correct?
yes.
Did you really know anything about Kirby?
I didn't know him. I never got to meet him.
Did you learn of any of his personality, characteristics, what he did for a living? Did you know any of that?
I knew initially a little bit, like he liked music, some very minor things like that. Caitlin and I didn't talk a lot.
I know he likes music too because I looked at him on Facebook.
I don't have Facebook.
How do you know he likes music?
Like I said, when I found out Caitlin was pregnant, even though we weren't talking, she was upset that I had called the police on Jeff. But I found out she was pregnant and I reached out and she told me very minor things, mostly just about the baby coming.
So this was after Kirby was killed?
No, before.
Okay. Did you have any contact with her after Kirby was killed?
I tried to call her a few times after I found out he was killed. She didn't return my phone calls.
You talked about the beehives. I'm just curious about that. Were the beehives kept on your property up in Virginia?
He had beehives on our property, like behind the garage.
Did he have them in other locations too?
When we moved to different areas, he would find, some land that he would put a few on, things like that.
So I do beehives, and we would take them out to other people's property where there were like different trees and pollens and things like that. So he would take some of his bees and take them to third parties, other people's property.
I think it was more where he was allowed to keep them versus trying to pollinate them in different places.
Okay. So if he was renting a piece of property and the landlord said you can't keep your bees here, he would find some other place to keep them. Is that what I understand you're thinking was going on?
Basically, if he could just ask a favor of someone to keep him on their land, he wasn't renting places.
You said he cut the cable on the gate. I just want to make sure we're real clear on that one. It wasn't like a video cable, it was a zip tie?
So it was two separate incidences. The first time he cut the cord of our security camera.
Right.
And then 2 days later, he came and he cut the cable on our gate so that he could get into our gate.
And it's not a cable that's running electricity or anything. It was just holding the gate together. Was it a zip tie?
It was a zip tie, so you had to cut that in order to get in.
Okay. And what was beyond that gate that he would be cutting that tie for?
The garage. But again, sir, he was trespassing at that point,
Was
no
this
matter
stuff-
what he had left behind.
I know that. But was this stuff still on the property?
He left 3 tons of junk on our land.
And when you say literally 3 tons of junk, you mean
We had to
literally-
haul it off of the land
'Cause you had
and pay for it to be
right?
removed.
Because you have to pay per ton.
Yep.
So there's no doubt in your mind how much it
Nope.
weighed. It's not an exaggeration.
No.
Okay. So you had the falling out with your father. Was last time you really had any meaningful? Maybe I'm just asking. The last time you had a conversation with your father, was that in 2018?
The McDonald's conversation.
Was that about August of 2018,
Mhm.
somewhere in there? Have you had any conversations with, say, your mother?
Further out from that, like the December December time period of that same year, I tried to reach out to her again. I had just had my first child, and
Nothing.
you're not. I mean, you can't change people, they say.
So it's been a long time since there's been distance.
Well, Karen would continue to text me things, but it was things like, hope you guys are enjoying Texas, heard you had another kid. So to me, that came as a warning, not as a friendly text.
You were suspicious.
Mhm.
She's typing it down, so you have to say yes or no. You were suspicious?
Yes.
You talked about watching crime shows, and so this statement that your father made about using a shotgun, was that 2017, 2016, 2018? Do you remember what year that was?
It was probably around closer to when we were newly married. I think it was when we were in North Carolina. So like more like 2015, even 2014.
Did he have guns at that time?
Yes, he's always had guns.
He's always had guns. Did he take you shooting?
We would hunt when I was younger.
Have you shot a shotgun?
Yes.
And has Kate shot a shotgun?
Yes.
Now, you said that statement stood out in your mind, but it wasn't just a one-time thing for him. Every time you watched The Blacklist, Breaking Bad, probably Law and Order, since everybody watches Law and Order, me, 4 hours a day, he would constantly dialogue with the TV, I think is what it was called.
Yeah, it was more like taking notes or thinking, what would I do in that situation? Or how would I do it differently? How would I do it better?
How can I do it better?
Mm-hmm.
And he would talk about, look at that show, and this is how they're getting it wrong. Or something like that.
I'm trying to figure out how to say that yes or no.
I guess I get stuck on the word dialogue. He's one of those kind of people who talks to the TV and he looks at y'all and says, they're doing it wrong. This is what he should have done.
There's a comfortability level between like when someone says something that kind of catches your attention and you think, oh, that's kind of weird. Why would you even reference that? Like, I don't watch a television show and think I would kill that person differently.
Well, when he was watching Breaking Bad, did he go, oh, they shouldn't put the lab there. They should have put it over and done something else to hide it?
I mean, maybe I watch TV differently, but like even watching Breaking Bad, it was too much for me. It's not where would I put the lab? It's why would anyone even put themselves in that situation?
Okay, that's fair. Mine would be like the last episode where the machine gun pops out of the trunk and I go, oh, that's not realistic. Do you do stuff like that?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you think maybe it's kind of a different way the guys and girls watch these kind of shows?
No, I've watched television with enough people to know when I feel uncomfortable.
Okay. But you kept watching these shows with them?
I mean, it took me a long time, and probably because he's my dad, it took me a long time to process that this is who he was.
Gio doesn't watch the TV shows like that.
We were all sitting in the same living room. So yes, if somebody puts on Breaking Bad, then we're all stuck watching it. The four of us are living together.
Okay.
So unless you're going to go walk outside, I guess you're watching
Breaking Bad.
Yeah.
That's all I have, Your Honor.
Legal Rick? All right. Ms. Woods be finally excused?
Yes, sir.
Ms. Napoleon?
Oh, I am.
Way, thank you for being here. We're free to go. You're welcome to stay. You would like to do something.
Thank you.
All right. All right, so we're gonna finish this up for today. Y'all would, remember court instructions, don't discuss the case, even with your loved ones, family, or anybody else, don't let them discuss the case with you. Don't, form or express any opinions, don't investigate the case, any, media coverage or anything about it, tend to make you lots wide. You sit, turn around and look at something, you'll turn into a pillar of salt, okay? But, see y'all back in the jury room, it's 9 o'clock in the morning, ready to go, and we're trying to be prompt and ready to go with that, okay? Let the jury, get gone before we release the court, okay? Good shit. All right, I'll be back, start at 9 in the morning. I'll be here before 10, and, y'all be a little early, so